हो गीत आएर Yo, what's up guys? सबैलाई welcome to stream. एकछिन गीत सुनौँ है मिठो भन्छ किहरूले
Kahit silaw sa araw mas liwanag
केही बुझेन
tuwing kumikina sa iyong mga mata sa aking alaala.
Let's go guys.
Kahit na malimutan ka, hirap ako tumatakbo. Oh, at wala pa rin kita. Oh,
Yes guys, welcome welcome. एकछिन गीत सुनौँ न
tumatakbo. Mga sinubukan, paulit-ulit lang tumatakbo sa isip ko, walang nagbago.
हाइप वाला गीत चाहियो यसले त रोमान्टिक गीत गाइरहेछ यार केटा यसलाई भन्दिउ न यार म सिंगल छु भनेर यार केटा हो यस्तो रोमान्टिक गीत नगाउ न यार केटा म सिंगल छु क्या नभएको गर्लफ्रेन्ड याद आउने
O masakit na malimutan ka, hirap ako tumatakbo.
बेस्ट अफ 7 हो गाइस दिस इज बेस्ट अफ 7 है लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल तो बेस्ट अफ 7 हुन्छ
O kahit saan man magpunta, hilo ako tumatakbo. Kay sarap sa
गेम कति बजे स्टार्ट हुन्छ ट्याक्क हेर्नु पर्यो
kasama ka. O kay sarap sa pakiramdam na kasama ka. Kay
Oy,
sarap
20
sa
मिनट दिएर त
pakiramdam na
20 मिनट हामी के गर्दै बस्नु
kasama ka. O kay sarap sa pakiramdam na.
कुन टिमले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ I think it's gonna be Falcon, guys. It's gonna be Falcon. Sorry, Onic fan, but I think it's gonna be Falcon. यस्तो ह्यान्सीको जिएफ छैन भने त डाउट लाग्छ अरे के भन्ने हो तिमीहरूलाई साँच्चै के भन्ने हो केटा गर्लफ्रेन्ड छैन मेरो तर ह्यान्डसम छुइनँ नि एमएल प्लेयरहरू ह्यान्डसम हुन्छ केटा त्यही भएर सबै प्लेयरहरू एमएल प्लेयरले लग्छ सबै भएको एमएल प्लेयरको केटीहरू तिमीहरू किन यस्तो ह्यान्डसम भयो क्या तिमीहरू सबैजनाले केटी लग्छ क्या त्यही भएर केटी नै छैन एमएल प्लेयर केटी नै छैन होइन मेरो भाइ भयो यार धेरै रोमान्टिक गीत बजेछ है भाइ सबैलाई वेलकम टु स्ट्रिम है गाइज वेलकम छ मेरो स्ट्रिममा ल के ताली पनि बजाउनु
Make some noise, everybody. Coming up lang off to Neverland. I just want
माइनस ओरा खै त हो के हो अडियन्सहरू त डेटमा गयो क्या गीत सुनेर
Mikey, drums, Ian. Again, we are off to Neverland. Follow you on Facebook.
Minus or
Off to Neverland or Off to Neverland Music.
के हो अडियन्सहरू खै कहाँ गयो
Thank you so much for inviting us. Super excited kami para sa MPL, guys. Sana excited din kayo. Excited ba kayo lahat? Yeah! This next song is our latest release. It's called Boombox. Hope you love it. Let's go.
तो गुला गीत झाला है सुंदर राम्रै छ गीत तर यो टाइममा यस्तो गीत चाहिँ हल्का भन्नु अब यसले हल्का डेन्जर गीत बजाउँछ तर यसको त मुख हेर्दै यसले त रोमान्टिक मात्रै बजाउँछ लेट्स गो बबाल गीत बजाइदियो त मेरो भाइ
If you wanna dance, come over here. Now don't be scared, I'll lead the way. And if you wanna take me back by tomorrow noon, I'll be waiting here, cause waiting ain't a lot to do.
Audience त झ्याउलाई सब के गर्ने केटा हो मलाई गीत गाउन आयो भने मै गीत गाइदिन्छु है तर गीत आउँदैन एकछिन कुनै अब 10 मिनेट हो त गेम सक्दा हुन्छ नि
Come on down. You can talk to me.
Not like Masaram,
you can open up your heart. We can see where we can be. Come on down.
अब मलाई त ओनिकले पुग्छ जस्तो लाग्छ है तर लेट्स फाल्कन स्ट्रङ देखिरहेको छु फ्रिजेर खाइरहेको छु त्यही पनि स्टिल फाल्कनले हान्छ जस्तो लागिरहेको छ लोड ब्याटरमा झाला केटा
If you can't hear me, I'm feeling lonely.
If you can't hear me, I'm feeling lonely.
But I don't worry, cause when you're with me, I feel like I'm 2 feet off the ground.
Brawl हान्नु brawl हान्नु केटा फोनमा स्विच गर्नुपर्छ क्या अनि फेरि ल्यापटपमा झ्याउ सकेको
Back by tomorrow noon.
First ko to ramri gathi second gito ka sa comment la
I'll be waiting with my heart in my hand.
Keda kani chiz lagcha timhara keda kani chiz lagcha Falcon or Onic keda kani chiz lagcha
Come on down. You can talk to me.
The Sanford interview है Silent Sanford interview किस तरह
Come on down. Got the door for me so you can see what's in my heart. Just tell me when and then I'll stop. Come on down.
Sanford interview
You can talk to me or you can open up your heart.
Boy. It's a Sanford. Sanford Brigida nila na obviously na. Oh yeah, देखिए.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Hindi ko alam bakit taas ng enerhiya po natin ngayon sa San Juan Arena. Kasama natin ngayon the recent game MVP Sanford. Okay, I might have one last question for Sanford, Hans, if it's okay. Grabe naman.
कहिले आउँछ मेरो यस्तो जिन्दगी?
Let's go ahead and throw it over to our panel. We are gonna love this interview.
Oh, we are.
Let's go ahead and see them.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Hindi ko alam bakit taas ng enerhiya po natin ngayon sa San Juan Arena. Kasama natin ngayon the recent game MVP Sanford.
Sanford the GOAT.
Congratulations on your grand finals and finally qualifying to EWC. Kumusta ka
Lodai sakyo Sanford, lodai sakyo.
Sobrang saya kasi ang una nahirapan kami rebuild to team pero kinaya namin mag-qualify sa grand final.
And I think, sorry yan, dito pala ako. I think it's time for us to talk about this last clash. Ano yung nangyayari kasi natambakan kayo kanina early on in game number 4. So let's play this for quite a bit.
Game pura chhod.
The approach was there. Pero ano yung ginawa ninyo para mapalagan yun? What was the comms like?
Yo team fight next level team fight.
Hindi na namin sa macro so kailangan namin lumaban and
Sanford ko 5-man heron na yaar 5-man.
Doon ko nakita yung opening na pwede ako pumasok.
Brigida porting sa Sanford pero yung game dito.
Nagkumpul-kumpul sila.
nagkumpol, nag-line up in the words of Hans nga na literal buong San Juan Arena napatalon ata nung dark wave na ginawa dito kanina. So, buong time naman na halatang Onic din talaga yung nag-lead and in control for majority of the game. Carl, unfortunately, nakita natin siya with a 0-4 stat line.
Right.
How were the comms naman between the team nung nangyayari yun sa inyo?
Medyo magulo na kami. Talagang sumisigaw na lang kami na ano eh. Paris.
Match suruh aja nih kira, suruh kan
Sumisigaw
lawan
kami kasi sobrang gusto namin mag-Euro lahat eh.
And the goal is to go to Paris. This was just incredible coming out from all of you. Motivation-wise, hindi pa dito nagtatapos ang inyo.
Man. So, where can we find your music? Saan ba namin pwedeng pakinggan ang continued music and yung mga nirelease nyo pa?
Yeah, so pwede nyo kami i-follow sa internet, Often Evident Music, Often Evident Music PH.
Promote na kan dyan na. Kira game start na, 10 minutes at guys, wala action kurum na. With the best coach in your opinion, best coach, I think 12 years coach हुनुपर्छ किनकि obviously तिनीहरूले जितेको छ continuously ANC पनि जितेछ एसियन गेम जितेछ अनि अहिले MSC को लागि फाइनलमा पनि पुगिसक्यो उता MPL PH को so definitely welcome to the stream Sudan sir Kitso Sudan sir Brave browser Kitso Sudan sir 3 बजे स्टार्ट हुन्छ कि क्या 3 बजे हैन गाइस अब स्टार्ट हुने टाइम हुन लागिसक्यो अब 5 to 10 minutes मा स्टार्ट हुन्छ सो एकछिन पुरौँ न तिमीहरुलाई के को हतार तिमीहरु अनइम्प्लोइडहरुलाई के को हतार भनिहाल त मलाई ल एकछिन सुनौँ कास्टिङ यस्तो गेमहरु उनीहरुले त्यो स्टोरीहरु भन्छ क्या त्यो हेर्न हल्का छिटो गरौँ मैले
Thank you so much. We had an amazing night
last
night. Over here on the English stream, it's going to be me, Naisu, Brigida, and Midnight
Abo,
over on the
team
Contest
let's
later
pala.
we'll have.
Uwami pa rin kasama si Hans and Joshi and Naisu. Magandang hapon din sa iyo.
Thank you.
कुन चाहिँ हो यस्तो ग्लेजर युजर नेम
Okay, also before we
खैन
talk about
लास्ट
matchups,
सपोर्ट गर्ने भएको छ
MPL
आफ्नो
Philippines, of
टिमहरुलाई
course, is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you so much for that. Now, also, if you guys want to join us, as you heard, we've got a special discount for you guys going on right now.
यो गेम तर
If you're
भन्न
waiting to sign
सक्दिन
up
भन्न
for
गाह्रै
the
छ यार
MPL
क्वालिटी त भनेर
playoffs live,
बिटी टिम
we've
राम्रै
got
छ
massive
Onic
discounts.
and
You can secure your day 3 tickets, Brigida.
Yep, for an absolute steal.
Onic and Falcon बिटी टिम स्ट्रङ नै छ
Down from 300 pesos initially. And for
Shit.
the epic day 4.
के ब्रिगिडा फास्ट एन्ड भन्छ सुदन सर लास्ट नटी रहेछ हौ सुदन सर त
From 500 pesos.
Yep, big matchups, biggest savings.
सुदन सरलाई रोक है केटा कोही
Over to ph-mpl.com/tickets. Kita gets the toe.
Hey, you know what? I'm never going to live it down. I hear your voice from yesterday. We were sharing the desk yesterday.
Yep.
I know you guys felt the same over there. What a day yesterday was. I mean, it almost felt like a final day already yesterday.
Man, it was an emotional roller coaster yesterday.
Uy,
Ang dami nating
cute,
nakita
man.
bukod sa
Cute,
management action. Ang dami na nating nakitang nawala.
सबैजना world championहरु यार
Magabi, ang dami din naghihiyawan.
6 चोटी जितेछ JP र Carl DG-ले
Half of the people are gone.
Damn,
Dito sa ating
bro.
graphic dito.
Yeah, when you think about it, this is crazy. There's a 4-time hopeful, of course, one of the leaders, yung Team Liquid Philippines nakarating na dun sa Grand Finals.
Sanji
And
na
I'm just
Sanford
wondering
5-time
kung sino
MPL
pa
dito.
dun sa 2-time, 1-time, and 3-time hopeful sa
Oh
mga wala
my
after
god
today.
Carl
And
DG the
for
GOAT
the series, Falcons versus Onic Philippines, isang tanong ang nangingibabaw eh. Sino ang pipigil sa rumaragas ang
Oh, di
Carl
delay ba? May
DZ na
stream.
6-time hopeful para dito sa MPL Philippines? Because this time, may isang tutungo ng Paris at may isang malalaglag.
Yep, and we have a best of 7 to finally decide that this time around. So medyo pwedeng mahaba-haba yung gabi natin, or I think that's what we are all hoping to see
See
at
you
this
in
point tonight.
15 minutes. Alright, Savero versus Super Mario ko dito yaar ka ako. Take goal in my खतरा छ TLP at the final na बसिरहेछ
I think for a lot of people too, there's two kind of clips going around after last night, man. You know, of course, we had the great interviews after the match. We also had history, I felt like, made with seeing the 5-man Dark Wave, the Sansan duo making this happen. Carl TZ going from somehow a 0 and 4-0 and 5 Lancelot.
वगैरह चल्छ आजकल इङ्ग्लिस भर्जनमा पनि धेरै
Into
पिनर बन्न
getting
थाल्यो
a maniac. I mean, there was so
किनकि
many
यो
good
इङ्ग्लिस
things
कास्टर
to
र पिनर
catch
कास्टर सँगै
yesterday.
बसिरहेछ त
That's
अहिले
what's
त्यही
waiting
भएर
for one of these two teams, either Team Falcons or Onic. Can they surpass the legacy?
Yes,
Both
sir,
of them
धेरै
have
आटा आउने
already
भनेको
been
मासरा र
champions of the world at one point.
मासरा
They've
र
accomplished so
CR7
much.
हो र दाजुको
But now,
मा
they've got to make
चार
something
चारवटा
new
हुन्छ
happen. They've got to surpass that legacy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
सबैकोमा
And,
धेरै
para sa
आउँछ
mga
क्या
manlalaro na
एड
makikita
केटा
natin sa
कस्टम
laban na
भनेको
ito. At tila
मेरोमा
may
मात्रै होइन
naglalaro sila sa anino ng mga nauna sa kanila.
कि त अब एडै अफ गर्नु पर्यो
Most na mababanggit natin dito would be
मैले
Sabero
त
dahil hindi
एड
naman natin
मिडियममा राखेको छु केटा हाईमा राखेको कति आउँछ सोच्नु
sa
ओइ
loob
के
ng
हो
Onic
दो तर
Philippines ay isa
पोस्टरको
sa mga pinakabatikan na gold laner sa buong mundo.
I would say these two players na posible nating makita with Team Falcons
Say the-
having few in their recent roster ay mga foundations, hindi lang ng kani-kanilang kupunan, but also for the entirety of
King Kong
MPL
Sabero
Philippines. Champions
King
in
Kong
their own
versus
right.
Kyle को battle चाहिँ हेर्न मजा
Performance-wise,
आउँछ यो
stats,
गेम मलाई
nandun talaga sila stats.
अरू भन्दा नि
Maganda yung
King
pivot
Kong
ni
र Kyle को battle
aside from the removal of the TZ mantle na kung saan gustong buuin ni Kyle at Flap yung kanilang storya, marami din talagang naging past history ang Team Falcons na kailangan nilang i-override ngayon even on the side of Onic Philippines. Pero ito, yung isang kailangan nilang override men, yung pag-endure ng greatness.
गोटलाई त नराख हो यता गोटको बिल्ला हो क्या यता राख्नु भनेको कस्तो खेल्छ यार कार्ल टिजीले ब्रो M2 देखि अहिलेसम्म कन्टिन्युअसली यस्तो खेल्दा छ यार कति ग्लेज हार्नु क्या यसलाई त यार ML को त फेकर हो यार यो त फेकरको लेभलमा त पुग्न गाह्रो छ बट ML को वाइज चाहिँ फेकर नै हो यार M2 देखि अहिलेसम्म
They definitely want to prove themselves right here and now.
Constants,
We
okay,
gotta go back to
constants.
the word great for M8 maybe. You know, better than great and then greater than ever is what we have.
I heard these are
Both these players right here have been
Zanwar
trying to show us
golden.
that throughout the season. Of course, the main talking point, I feel like with Onic Philippines coming into season 17 was this import, right? Severo, what he's capable of doing on this kind of
कसको
line,
बाइसेप दियो
stepping
किङ कङ
into
वाला
the
त्यो पक्कै
shoes. And I think he's done it well. We look at the head-to-head stats here.
And kung babalikan din natin yung naging performance ng dalawang gold laners na to, Super Marco and Savero, somehow they share the same game style. Kumbaga, magpa-farm muna, nandun yung mga pagiging carries nila.
Savero ko pimple sa last year eh,
Tulod. And ang pinaka-unique para dito kay
King
Savero,
Kong nila,
would be the
isa
one
lamang
versus
King
na
Kong na
hanggang
this
ngayon
start.
ay 100% win rate pa din. This is the penultimate version ng Golden Royale.
Yeah. And I feel like one step closer sila doon sa mission na yun. It's again
Onic ko fan to last
overriding
sa
yung
Philippine
greatness.
fan.
Kasi kung makikita natin doon sa final
So,
boss
na-body
of the
fan
grand
ba
finals,
ako?
si Carl Easy,
Team
yun yung
ni
lagi niya
ML na
ginagawa
Onic wala.
every season, overriding his prime. So I feel like for these two players, Savero and Super Marco, they have to go past the bulletproof.
Super Marco.
They have to
And
go
she's
past
dito.
being the gold standard.
Yeah, and going back doon sa huling beses na nagkita ang mga to, actually yung mga iilang beses na nagkita
Falcon
sila
beat
dito para sa
Onic
season
twice in the
17,
regular season.
ay
Onic then
nakalamang
sweep
ang,
them in the upper
Falcons
bracket semi-final
sa
3-0.
regular
Yun, the
season.
competition
Pero
man.
pagdating naman dito, sa playoffs, parang bang nagbago, nagkaroon talaga ng
About
180
the
twist dahil
final
hindi
moment.
lamang sila natalo
सबै कार्ड
sa upper
रिभिल हुन्छ
bracket semifinals
किनकि
nila.
जसलाई
It
पनि
wasn't
प्यारिस
just a
जानु
loss,
मन छ होइन
it
गाइस
was a sweep.
Yeah, it was devastating. Again, I was very vocal about this on the English stream yesterday that I was viewing that game. I was a
सुपर
viewer that day, and
मार्कोले
I
आज
was surprised
सेक्चो
just with a
सेक्चो
lot of
लागिरहेछ
people, a lot
केटा
of
मलाई
players that, hey, they got swept, and then you see them come back in a better form yesterday to fight to this point to get to the lower bracket final now. So, you know, I'm wondering again, what has Team Falcons prepared for this? Because even yesterday's games alone, there's been a meta shift in terms of some of the
केटा
priorities.
सबैजना मेक श्योर टु लाइक दिस stream लाइक एन्ड सब्सक्राइब चाहिँ हान्नु नबिर्सनु केटा हो मिल्छ भने स्ट्रिम सेयर पनि हान्दिउँ
Yeah, but I think we're
अब
all really
8
looking
minute to
forward
go
to this because
start हुन
I believe the last time we saw Falcons actually really make it this far in the playoffs and even go up against Onic in the playoffs was way back season 14. And that was when they were still Fnatic Onic and
Blacklist
they also
गयो है
made it to the
ब्ल्याकलिस्ट
upper
टिमै छैन क्या
bracket
त्यही
final.
भएर
So
कस्तो
they're in a
हल्का
completely different situation
MPL
right
फिलिपिन
now.
कस्तो
The
डिफ्रेन्ट
opposite
डिफ्रेन्ट
would
लागिरहेछ
be
ब्ल्याकलिस्ट
saying,
बिना
because it's an elimination match that they're going to partake in.
You know what? I
Team
feel
Paris
like
नजाने
for
मासुरा
both Team
तिमीहरूले
Falcons
लग्यो
and
भने त
Onic
जम्ला
Philippines,
नि
they thrive when pressure is there. Onic Philippines, during the play-ins, nakasalala yung buhay nila pero nanalo
तिमीहरूले
sila.
प्यारिस
Team
लगाउन केटा हो
Falcons, when
डोनेसन
they
उठाउ
were
मलाई
in the
लगाउन
lower
प्यारिस
brackets, when they were going up against Smart Omega, they were able
सबले
to
हजार हजार
bring the
रुपियाँ हाल्छ
victory.
केटा
So I wonder what's going to happen.
Well,
Paris
we have
जानु पाउँछ
a
मैले
full series ahead of us here for the lower bracket final. We're going to throw it over to the on-ground panel.
ए साँच्ची
to break
ओमेगा
it down
फाइनल
first.
पुग्छ भने को त्यो केटा हो को त्यो ओमेगा फाइनल पुग्छ भनेको
Thank you so much, casters. Welcome
Who?
to the on-ground panel.
Who get a
Red
final
Arrow
kid,
back here
Omega?
For this marquee matchup, the lower bracket finals to fight for the last slot for the grand finals, and of course, MSC at EWC 26. I think we should just go ahead and straight to it. The
tactics that they need to do. The infinite cool tactics, our keys to victory.
For sure. Ang kailangan nila tingnan yung Pakito and Atlas na I
But
feel like
they're
both teams
in the
will
first
actually
2 minutes.
employ. We saw Ogwen as well as Brusco prioritize these zeros just recently, and the Pakito, I believe it will be contested for sure. Either deny or pick. Now let's focus on Falcons first. We know na kailangan nila protektahan yung kanilang jungle up against Onic Philippines dahil mahusay at talagang nakakatakot ang Onic Philippines.
Bro, you're gonna think you can go to Paris to donation.
Dahil dun sa orange gambit na nakita natin. Ba't na yung Kikong's gambit? At ito,
This
feeling ko
kid
painful
goes,
po
this
to
kid,
Renmar. Winning the Golden Royale means a lot para sa Falcons because this time they can prove that Super Marco pwede rin siya.
Careful on narrow bush
And of
entrance,
course,
G9
for
Falcon
Onic, thankful around
superior
narrow
box
bushes,
type
nakita naman natin
strategy.
ito kahapon, ingatan. Yung mga eskenita kung saan nag-excel ang Falcon style related dun sa
यो पालिको
kanilang,
MSC कहिले लग्ला त
box type
यसो
strategy.
हेर्दा त TLPS नै लाग्छ जस्तो लागिरहेछ ब्याक टु ब्याक
Much better time.
ब्याक टु ब्याक लगाउँदा वाइल्ड हुन्छ यार
We need to
TLPS लाई
sum
रोक्नै
it up a
पर्छ यार
little bit.
कसैले
Number one, take care of yourself in the river, most likely. Number two, for the picks, Pakito and Atlas, they do really well with messing up boxes for the two teams. You have to watch out for that.
के
And I
भन्दैछ
think
थ्याङ्क यू
most
फर 1000
importantly
रुपिस
for
सुपर च्याट
Falcons,
के 1000 रुपियाँ पठाउन
take
थ्याङ्क यू
better
10
care of
पनि
their
हाल्छ
long lanes. They're far lanes away from the objectives.
100% because I think observable na may map macro na
लुफी जेन वेलकम टु स्ट्रिम अब लुफी जेन आउने बित्तिकै अब मलाई डोनेसन पाइहाल्छ कि म खुसी भइहाल्छ नि
nang napanood nating games from the
लुफी
regular
जेन
season
हालिहाल्यो त
now
1000 रुपियाँ एक
to
सर्ट
the playoffs.
If there's one thing that you have to look out for in terms of a specific pick, is it really
Season 13 था होला नि मास्टर
I
ऱ्याप
think that there's one we have to watch out for.
सिजन 13 जस्तो खेल्न सक्छ र फाल्कनले
Dahil 100% abangan natin yan. Tingin ko yung
फाल्कनले अहिलेसम्म एमएससी जितेको छैन है
Ah, yes, in the jungle, of course. Let's see
SRG ले हराइदियो नि फाल्कनले
You see
अस्तिको पालि
here,
त
behind us, the fans are coming in. So I think it's time for us to feel the energy in San Juan.
ल ल ल प्लेयर इन्ट्री हुनलाई केटा लेट्स गो
All right, Falcons Nest, make some
इन्ट्री गर प्लेयर
noise.
ओनीको फ्यान वाइल्ड हो
One last ticket to Paris at for MSC at EWC. One last ticket to meet Team Liquid Philippines in the grand finals. Let's welcome our teams.
स्पोन्सरमा गीत म थाहा पाइहाल्छु फाल्कन गीत बजाएर चाहिँ फाल्कनको गीत छैन ल फाल्कनको गीतै छैन यार
Tonight, they seek retribution against the ones who dropped us.
ल आयो केटा फाल्कन आइसक्यो केटा M5 च्याम्पियन हाल्न त फाल्कनले केटा हो ओए जो पनि बाइसक्यो हुन्छ त
Team 1 awardee, the
Super Marco.
Flex so hard, everybody wanna fight me. It's Super Marco and Team Falcon.
लेट्स गो टिम फाल्कन है केटा हो ल के गर्दैछ माइनहरु Onic type, Onic type, Onic.
Final obstacle stands between them.
यिनीहरुको गीत चाहिँ हो क्या
Rematch for the crown.
अति मन पर्छ यार ओनिकको गीत त
This Falcon flight
Onic type,
once
Onic type.
again. Under the spotlight, he shines twice.
Savero.
Right. The pressure is going to prove that once more tonight. Press so hard. Everybody want to
ल ओनिक लिन्छ नि आइसक्यो केटा च्याटमा लेट्स गो लोगो पनि ओनिकै रहेछ यार अझै आम्मामा वाइल्ड अझै एल हट त्यहाँ हेरेर
To ensure the integrity of the game, please welcome our marshals Nico, Chico, Joshua G, and Luis.
ओए मैले त हान्छ जस्तो लागिरहेछ त यार ओए ट्याटु स्याटु छ यार डरै लागेको छ त्यो
Our head coaches are Coach Moody for Team Falcons and Coach Hayes for Onic Philippines. Who will be the last grand finalist?
लेट्स गो गाइस लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल हो केटा यो चाहिँ लास्ट क्रुशियल गेम है दुईटै टिमलाई Uy, cute.
Patungo sa ating Grand Finals. I-welcome na natin ang Team Falcons Philippines na mainit mula sa pagkapanalo kahapon.
Again, you've already mentioned it. Nagmula sila sa lower bracket semifinals. So if there's any hint of momentum na nakita natin mula sa kanila, it's a 3-1.
जो पनि बाइसेप देखाएर चाहिँ मलाई पनि रिस उठेको हो.
Question is of the essence. Meron pa ba silang gasolina?
At para naman sa Onic Philippines,
2 महिना रुको अनि देखाउँछु मैले
muli
बाइसेप.
naghahanap sila ng
Ati
rematch.
ko rin ako.
Let's welcome the Super Family.
Nagawa na nila to nung day 2 pa lang, pinabagsak na nila ang Team Falcons.
It's a masarap सबै ठीक छ यार ग्रीन ब्रोको के छ यार हल्को बर्ड सबैले वेलकम टु स्ट्रीम है गाइस.
Ang mga Falcon.
And this is going to be a big challenge para sa Team Falcons considering na hindi sila nakaisa the last time na nagkita ang dalawang ito sa upper bracket semifinals and no more
तपाईको स्ट्रिम
chances.
किन बेला बेला लुकमा चल्छ त्यो अहिले युट्युबको बग भइरहेछ मैले नै अरु स्ट्रिम हेरेर बेला बेला त्यस्तै हुन्छ.
Sa ating Grand Finals at naghihintay ang Team Liquid Philippines para sa mananalo.
केटा हो अब टाइप नगर ओनिकको फ्यान चाहिँ हैन येलो हटान अनि फाल्कनको फ्यान चाहिँ ग्रीन हटान त केटा हो अनि मजा आउँछ नि.
Team Gasoline para mahal na tayo. Jungle ako. Wala, talo na to. Ikaw paano masisama jungle o mid? Mas importante yata jungle, pare.
Sige, ako na lang magja-jungle.
Bam! Patayin mo yung blue!
Masarap Key Lily tipped 20 rupees. Type 1 if Masarap got the smallest lily than all of the chat.
Sana patuloy nyo kami pag-supportan sa
next season,
sa playoffs ngayon. Thank you.
Ano the preparation natin sa Onic Mark?
Preparation namin, wala, ganun pa rin.
Ako bigyan mo na tulog ng 5 AM. Talagang gagandaan namin yung Onic.
Hindi 5 AM, lagi 6 AM.
अनि यो हो नि त केटा lovely है lovely chat lovely.
Study namin laro nila.
TLPH को लागि हानो ब्लू हानो ओइ अति क्रेजी यार केटा.
Smart 5G ping test ensuring the tournament integrity of this duo.
खै मैले येलो हट बडी देखिरहेको छु है केटा येलो हट येलो हट त अति देखे त. ओइ 1 न भने केटा हो 2 हो क्या 1 हैन.
Ngayon naman naghahanap ng chance ang Team Falcons now choosing blue side and expanding rivers para sa ating game number 1.
Alam mo, pakiramdam ko.
ओनिको फ्यान चाहिँ वाइल्ड रहेछ केटा हो.
Hindi sa akin dito pare. Para tong Pacquiao.
फाल्कनको फ्यान त गायबै भयो यार केटा हो. फाल्कनलाई सपोर्ट गर्नुपर्छ
Team
भन्नु.
Falcons sweeping them in the regular season. Pagdating naman ng playoffs, biglang nagkaroon ng turnaround. So none of that matters now. What happens or what's most important ay yung magiging laro nila para sa araw na to.
And also I would like to double down on what the
Jin tipped 50 rupees. Falcon Lay Jitcho Vani Masarap Lai 500.
फाल्कनले जित्यो भने मास्टरअपलाई 500 लेट्स गो फाल्कन है केटा हो. फाल्कनको सपोर्ट आइसक्यो म. Thank you so much again for 50 NPR. Let's go Falcon.
Na pressure ng Pakito. And when we talk about pressure, looking at Savero, siya yung magiging fall guy if ever makuha man ni
Kyo
Black.
blue र रेड साइड भने ब्लू र रेड साइड भनेको पिकको साइड फर्स्ट पिक र सेकेन्ड पिक भन्ने.
Nung naging M World Champions ang Falcons.
And we talked about legacies kanina lamang sa ating panel. And if there's one person na may talagang malupit na legacy dito, that would be Paquito's Flap. Na ngayon naman ay pasok na pasok sa loob ng ating
Wala ko fan ni आइसक्यो guys. अब गाह्रो पर्ने भयो जस्तो.
Maraming mga XP players na nagpipick up ngayon.
केटा ड्राफ्ट आज खतरा पेटी खानु पर्छ केटा.
Nagkaroon ng Benedetta the other day. Masasabi natin na imposible naman na hindi ito nagpakito sa mga scripts nila. And hopefully no makakita tayo sa ating game 1 draft.
केटा ब्ल्याक पिङ्कको लागि रेड हट स्प्याम हाल्नु केटा ब्ल्याक पिङ्कको लागि कसलाई ब्ल्याक पिङ्क मनपर्छ रेड हट स्प्याम है. म चाहिँ ब्ल्याक पिङ्कको जेनी
Oo. Kasi
मनपर्छ
hindi lang
केटा.
basta-basta ang pinaglalabanan nila dito. Yung isa magpaparis, yung isa magpaparis. Diba? Yan ang ayaw mo talagang mangyari. Especially if you are Onic Philippines. You've had a significant advantage by staying at the upper brackets. Kahit na natalo ka sa Team Liquid Philippines, I'm sure that you were able to learn so much over time. And there was, I think, more than 24 hours bago nila harapin itong Team
Drafting
Falcon.
phase, let's go get out, let's go.
Ano ang kanilang mga naging paghahanda para sa labang ito?
Yo English no get out, English no yo.
Papasok na po tayo sa game 1 drafting
ए
phase of this
फिलिपिनो
best
हो.
of 7
अरे
series
मैं
dito sa lower bracket.
फिलिपिनो हेरेर थिएँ म अघि थिएँ. My bad.
To jump into game 1 draft again, this is a
What the
best
fuck,
of 7.
My bad, my
for the
bad, my
lower
bad, my
bracket
bad.
finals. I'm
Now
so
let's go,
glad,
let's
by the
go,
way, that
let's
we
go,
have
guys.
best of 7s for lower brackets now, not best of
So if it's best of 7, then the map changes or randomizes.
So ban pretty gonna make it.
This season.
Yeah, I can't actually remember what's the exact rules,
So
with the map selection.
That's right.
Black is the
Something,
most
something.
favorite citrus.
And then
Choice
give
like
that
I don't
something,
give
something
a
random.
damn more black
something,
pink.
something
Just I like
random,
it.
something selection.
Zeni मात्र है
Gives
फेरि मेरो लागि चाहिँ.
Yes.
अरूको मलाई
That's
मतलब छैन.
about as,
And the grand finals.
as great as it comes here, right? So already banned.
So let's
coming
go
through.
drafting phase.
You're gonna have Team Falcons on that blue side. We're going expanding rivers.
अब आफ्नो काम गरौँ न.
Falcons banned.
Freya ban, यताबाट Marcel, Phobius. Poggy त ban हो के Poggy त already ban गर्यो. के छ open Harith छ open.
Yeah, I think day 3 and day 4.
काली आउ के. यताबाट Harith त होला Onicको साइडबाट.
You know,
Harith
always
Claude
comes
आउँछ
down to
होला.
this, man, where it's like whatever team
Onic,
makes more
Leo mode
errors,
maybe?
obviously he's going to lose. Like that's the nature
Harith
of most
Claude?
competitive sports, esports, everything else. And Onic was making clear mistakes in some
Wait,
of those
what the
crucial moments
fuck?
yesterday, so I hope
1000
they
donation.
refine some of
Oh
that.
my god, Divas bro, खुट्टा कहाँ छ खुट्टा?
Daiwas tipped 1,000 rupees.
Divas bro को
Onic
खुट्टा
for
कहाँ
the
छ
win.
यार केटा हो? Thank you so much यार Divas brother.
Yesterday.
1k donation यार, crazy यार.
Or for the past few. No, I saw it, I think.
Oh, Harith
Previously.
bro.
Just yesterday, it was always a permaban.
It's kind of like a Freya situation. you know?
Harith bro के ले ला?
It's
Harith bro
hard to,
Leo
like,
mode?
give, enemies the
Claude Leo.
Now,
Claude,
win
Claude,
is
okay,
actually,
okay.
by
Juxin
the
पनि
way,
धेरै
open
साँच्ची.
still for Team Falcons. This is a very
यताबाट Harith लिनुपर्ने हेरेर केटा हो.
we might see
Falconले
from,
carry
Team
पनि खेल्न
Falcons, they
सक्छ.
pick up the Zushin and the Claude and Onic. Pure comfort for Super Prince and Savero. Now, do you take up the Gwyn? That's the
Harith
question.
चाहिँ
I
लिन्छ कि
think Gwyn
उतै लिन्छ केटा हो?
and maybe Arlet or Gord.
Harith कि
is over
Claude?
here.
ए Harith कि carry?
But then, Onic get to see that they are going for that same strategy they revealed in the regular season.
Yeah.
So,
And then they might just take up King Kong Suyo.
Hey, oh yeah, that's true. But these are already big power picks too for Onic. The Jushin usually gets banned out. You know, that
Luffy
goes in,
Zen
the
tipped
hands of Super
20
Prince, who is just one of the best
rupees.
players on the Jushin.
Come
Oh,
on,
Harith
Kirk,
bro.
my goat
Carry
goat.
लिनु
I
यार.
acknowledge
औ ban हान्दिहाल्छ नि
you as
Harith
the
bro
goat
carry.
PLS
Now
play
you have
for
also
my
Valentina.
team Falcons. Falcons win.
Prior to Suyo over
Thank
the
you so
Gwyn.
much, Luffy Zane.
And
Common
Onic,
Park, my
now
goat. I
they don't get their
acknowledge you
hands
as the goat.
on the
Please
Suyo. I think that's
play
the
for
main
my
idea.
team,
Like,
Falcon.
Falcons just want to deny the
Falcon है केटा,
Suyo
full support
against
चाहिँ Falcon, full
Onic.
support.
Because the thing is, I think Team Falcons were backing
त्यहाँ
the
हाम्रोमा
idea
चाहिँ कहिले
that
हुने आमा
when they
बिबीको
get the Kalea,
अब
Onic is
भ्युअरहरू
forced
राम्रै आयो
to get
टुर्नामेन्टतिर
Bolivia.
आउँछ हो
But then
स्लट
now that
अब
they see this,
सबभन्दा म्याटर
okay,
हुने
they
भने
don't take
भ्युज
the
नै हो
Gwyn, we might as well just take the Suyo because it's free.
अब
Now,
राम्ररी नै
Onic,
भ्युज आयो
do
भने
you go
एमएलबीमा
Harley or
नि
do you go
स्लट
Gwyn?
आउँछ
That is the
नेपाललाई
question. I think it's still warranted to go Gwyn here.
बिस्तारै आइरहेछ भ्युज होइन
Uber or the Harley, because with the Harley pickup, we might see a lot of like frontline tanks come out from Team Falcon.
कस्तो ड्राफ्टै प्रेड गर्न
and at
सक्दैन
least, together with the Claw, they'll just have easy ways. to
यिनीहरूले
go
बिहान
in
हान्नुपर्ने हो
and out.
हेरी यत्रो क्यारी बिहान हान्नुपर्ने हो केटा हो
They
ओनिकले
prioritize the Gato Tacha first.
Huh. They just want to go ahead and secure that. They'll wait on the jungle pick for King Kong.
मार्क्स नै उडाउँछ होइन र
Maybe
मार्क्स नै
also
उडाउनु
just to
पर्ने
take
यिनीहरूले
revitalize since they know there's a lot of regeneration
अर्के
coming
रोम
with
त
the
उडाउँदैन
Kalea.
होला
So
हेरी
let's go
त्यसलाई
throw it
उडाउनु
over to
पर्ने
our on-ground panelists to break down our draft further.
Thank you so much, Caster. So we're now here in the second phase of drafting. For Team Falcons, gotta say, I love that they, number one, took away the Kalea for Brusco, one of their best picks, and of course, Ogwen, pretty efficient with it as well. Then they paired it up with a Valentina, but they already showed their role mid-trio, while Onic still has a bit of room to adjust.
Yun nga lang na-reveal din ng Onic yung kanilang
Oo, Eric,
Jushin.
ban.
So, medyo alam mo na yung parang MO dito, which is
मेरो दिमाग चल्ने केटा हो
dive ulit
किन
para
यो
dito sa Onic ng Philippines.
Uy,
Meanwhile,
yun ang
for
fan namin,
Falcons, hindi pa natin totally sure. Kadalasan hindi pinag-combo ang Kalea plus na Valentina kasi
Opo, sa dimaag
nagkakaroon
solid na
ng
meron.
burst. Pero Falcons mahilig talaga sa combo na to. So with the
Falcon
combination of
ko
Tisuyo,
ban,
meron na
so
agad silang kill potential with this Kalea.
Let's see if the playoffs allergy of Falcons towards the Moskov is cured.
Uranus ban हान्दैछ यार कसरी प्रेडिक्ट गर्ने यार
Unless
Uranus
Onic decides to
ban
ban it, of course. But I wouldn't take it away from Falcons to maybe lean towards a little bit more of a late game marksman like a carry over the Moskov. But at this point, considering that playing the map looks like will work out well for them,
Leomord ban.
that's an option.
Nice ban Leomord.
Want to consider it, I think.
Yeah. With the
सोह्र ब्यान हान्न त सक्छ सोह्र राम्रै पिक हेर अहिले त लास्ट इयर ब्रोकन छ सोह्र एक्सीमा स्टिल फुल डाउन बडी भयो नि
si Ryzen tsaka si Cartesi
प्लेयरको पछाडि कपी लिएर बस्नुको कोचहरू हो
Teka, oo nga rin, magla-Lancelot ako.
Coachहरू.
And feel like Lancelot might fit in this last pick kung sakali. That means though that they will have to look for a good EXP laner na hindi magbibigay ng magandang ultimate sa isang Valentina. Although the Teresa
Carry
would
ban,
be
okay. एउटा त
really
मिले
good para
ban
sa
है,
Onic,
carry
parang
मा.
hindi nagbibigay ng penalty zone. So baka mag-settle na lang sila dito with either
यो मोड अब के छ जङ्गलमा अरु जोई त खेलाउँदैन होला गुनिबर maybe ban
Yeah, but the last time we saw Haji go up against a team with an
गुनिबर ban गर्ला
while
कि
he was using a Valentina, he ended up getting a highlight, and people realized then that he was the best Valentina.
गुनिबर र के एक्समेन के त 16 त ban हान्दैन भ्याले नि
I agree,
त्यसो
because the pool
गुनिबर
of
राम्रो ban होला यार
heroes that don't have big ticket ultimates, but
Guni-
still slots
Gunibar
in
की
well for the
तेरीस
lineup
ला
of
maybe?
Onic is close to non-existent. You really have to end up giving a good ultimate to Falcon. So, well, maybe the glue might be an option, but you mentioned
Hello
the
भन न एक
Lancelot
बार
for the
bro
jungle
hello
as a Onic rightfully so takes away the carry. I think
Red
it's still a
green
world
ban
where
thank you so much
instead
ban
of the
यार
Lancelot, Onic might end
Get
up
out, make
falling
sure to
back
like
on
this
own
man, like and
for the
subscribe and make it
Joy.
out.
It's just that
King Kong ले के खेला त guys draft मा यो draft मा Gunibar still open छ Gunibar try गर्न सक्छ King Kong ले
Yeah, and I don't want to pair it up with a Claude. Usually, you want to pair it with a independent gold laner so that you will now have...
Elise nice
There's
pick
the
Elise
talk about. Now for Falcons,
Marco ले Harry लिने होला for sure
seems like
Marco ले Harry त लिन्छ त अरु अप्सन
at
छैन
the same time, I wouldn't mind them going for a Bruno or a Clint even because he combo that.
Harry किन ओपन छ के हालसम्म Harry लास्टै ब्रोकन छ त यार Harry त लिन्छ हैन र केटा हो
I'm wondering
Harry
how
त्यो हो नि
the
Marco
dashes,
को
they might need more dashes. I was thinking maybe they
Yo,
take a
अरु
page
epic
off of
villains.
Pharaoh's book and end up getting a Beatrix. But they
Beatrix
covers the
Beatrix
damage
त bad
aspect,
pick
the
हो यार
Beatrix
wild
Palace
bad
being
pick
their
हो Beatrix त
Moskov,
यो
as we
ड्राफ्टमा
suggested
Beatrix
earlier,
खेल्न
should just be
सक्दैन
the best pick. In terms of the EXP,
What about
though,
Hardly?
kinda tough with the
Hardly
Euros
राम्रो
gone.
जो Harry लिए त
They may get to heal them.
Harry त के लेला
Also has that synergy.
Hard Lord
Yeah, they go
Hard Lord को गेम यस्तो बिग्रेको थियो त्यही पनि Hard Lord लियो यार फ्ल्यापले
So if you are Onic, I think you're incentivized to actually go for the Lancelot here. Or maybe
Lance-
a Nolan so that it will be much faster.
Hardly लिन सक्छ Hardly तर Hardly पनि गाह्रो छ यार Hardly के Gunibar Hardly के Gunibar मा एउटा होला
The Hardly is open.
Lane slot नि लिँदैन
End up settling for
Hardly
that,
के Gunibar
if they just want
Hardly
to be
के
able to match
Gunibar
the damage that of course Falcons would want to go for. But I think it's unanimous. All the junglers we mentioned just have burst damage at one point. Yeah.
But the best thing about Hardy is that it is really good at starting the fights and the good poke as well. And you're very strong in the early stages.
Hardly के Gunibar
That can also be said for the Nolan, for example, or Lancelot. But the Hardy is just
Hardly.
easy to execute and.
Let's go guys let's go कसको draft मन पर्यो केटा हो Onic or Falcon केटा हो
Stage in MPL season 17.
I bet they're wondering, how did we get away with that? I bet they were running down a list of junglers as well and thinking, wait, the Harley's open, and they get it. But for Onic, I have
मन
to
त
say, I
Falcon
think
के
the
draft
lineup
मन परिरहेछ
is a
यार
little
केटा हो
bit
let's see
more
कसरी
easier to
गर्छ
pull off. If you missed it just now, you can go back just a little bit. We do have QR codes that you can scan for a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. 74%
Onic को
is the super
74%
prediction
fan
for
त
this
कति हो यार
matchup.
Onic को
Personally, Wolf, I prefer the Onic lineup. It looks more
Guys,
simple
best of
to
7 है केटा हो. This is the first match Onic versus Falcon जो जित्छ MPL PS को फाइनल मा जान्छ अनि EWC मा डाइरेक्ट सेलेक्ट हुन्छ है मेन स्टेज को लागि फिलिपिन्स बाट प्यारिस को लागि प्रोडक्सन त अति मिठो है अति मिठो लेट्स गो गाइस लेट्स गो सबैलाई वेलकम टु स्ट्रीम है गाइस सबैलाई वेलकम टु स्ट्रीम अब गेममा हल्का ध्यान दिनु मोडरेटरहरु कमेन्ट रिप्लाई दिदै गर है
A ticket to the grand final and then Paris for EWC on the line here between these two teams who have gone through it.
Okay, let's go. Recall हानिसक्यो मार्को जीले.
Yep. It's been weird to see the 9.1 rating for Onic compared to Team Falcons with that, I think 4 point something rating. But I guess we get to really
Flap
see
को
that
हार्ड
happen
लो
in game
यो गेम
because I
कसरी
think
चलाउँछ यार
Falcons have
फ्ल्यापले
gotten
अहिलेसम्म हार्ड
most
त
of
वर्क गरेको
their
छैन
signature
प्लेअफमा
combos
फ्ल्यापको
as well.
Yeah.
And even heroes specifically for Haji.
I mean, if you look at the heroes of Onic, like baseline wise, all of their heroes does something really well with regards to their like aspects, right?
Yeah.
Like Alice is a big team fight hero. Harley is a good pick off hero. Zushin is a good zoner. Oh, hold on.
The
को
unbreakable
मर्यो
miss.
मर्न चाहिँ मर्यो को मर्यो
Might be a punish, but Open
ओ
still has
माय
the flicker.
गॉड काइल मर्यो यार जो चाहिँ नमर्ने त्यही मर्यो
Almost.
जी ओनिक तातिसक्यो केटा हो
What I'm saying, right? Onyx heroes are good at what they do. But meanwhile, on the side of Team Falcon, it's like you kind of have to
Rift
farm
लाई
up,
अति
you
हिल
gotta
गर्दैन यार
you know, need to get your items. You do specific things based on your timings, right?
So Onic, they might have a lot more easier access to like their kits compared to how Falcons will be able to play this game.
Yeah, and what did we say about be wary of your jungle? Onic, after what happened in that first sequence, seemed to have a much easier time now, just going for these annoying plays up against Team Falcons, but Kyle might find one here in mid. Super Friends will be okay though, had to use the Purify just to keep himself safe, however.
Yep, this is one of the things though too, is I am also
total I think Onic le lognu पर्ने केटा
Renmar and Wolf, where it's like, wow, we're in a weird world where Harley's last pick comes through. You
Cork level 4 already. Flap
still
level 3
the objective now, this turtle.
Cork le zone mito गरेछ.
Want to fight this out. Kyle's not level 4 yet too. He does hit it now. They might just
have
nice
King Kong yaar.
Flap going in with the disruption, but then Kirk, look at how massive his zoning capabilities actually are as the Alice all alone. Flap will be the first to fall in.
Cork more than her.
More
than GG Onic.
And Falcons might not want to fight, but
King
they
Kong
get
को
to
reflex
find
देखे
time.
थे flap flip flicker हानेर नि पकड्न
And they're
सकेन.
just not allowing him to freely
Damn,
take this purple buff.
Yeah, here's the thing about Falcon's lineup, right? Again, wait,
master of blazer yaar.
He's gonna be okay.
Yeah,
Welcome
he's
to stream,
okay, but again, Team Falcons, they need timings, they need items, they need for their comp to go online first. Meanwhile, on the side of Onic, you just press
King
buttons,
Kong
and
le
then you hear naturally
form
does what it
there
does
King
best.
Kong no.
King Kong with the damage on Harley, and then this Alice is sort of immortal.
Lock teams है केटा, lock teams हो Onic तो 1.3 के गोली already 3 minute में.
early game to take him down. So I feel like
इतने के तो 3-0
Red
आने हैं ना
Alice
तो
pick
केटा
with
है
Onic
ना.
was so damn genius, especially when they banned the carry Uranus. Basically, there was one immortal hero left in this game, and they picked it up.
Yeah, they're able to grab it, they secure it. This enables them to have a really good team fight too, and I feel like that's a bit of what I'm worried for Team Falcons here. Just also the way the nature of that start went for King Kong, because you know when you look at Team Falcons lineup, especially with the Clay on their side, they're looking to go ahead and just get one of those pickoffs if they can. But most likely, it's just going to result in at least a Purify going down.
And I feel like that applies not just to one player for Onic, because even Super Friends, the way he just positions and goes for these plays on the Juicin, feels like he's just playing knowing that there's no threat of burst whatsoever.
Yeah, and then you add the problem for Team Falcons that they fight head-on with a commitment from the Zaman Force, the Tsunami Slam, while Onic can just dance around with the Zushin, with the Claw, even with the
wild
Alice.
guys.
And again, you go back to the Alice problem. You have to wait for the Stadium side, the Feather, the Sky
Laning
Piercer
में कहिले हारेकै थिएछ हैन Super Friends.
and maybe some damage items on Haji. But as it stands right now, they have nothing against Kern.
Yeah, they don't have to worry too much. Also, part of this is the success for Team Falcons is what does Haji do here on the Valentina? We've seen it before. Where sometimes, you know, that Valentina is more value than your actual mid lane pick, but
nice one.
Most of the time, they can't even contest into these objectives. These turtles, Ogwin has to get out of there, burning the flicker too. So you're seeing what we're talking about here. They just can't really fight face to face against Onic right now.
Yeah, I feel like if ever Haji does get an ultimate, we talk about that later. Onic are in their face. Yeah, they're going for the invades here in the orange buff, and they do find one with the Tsunami Slam, but Ogun gets blasted. Brusco has the AOG, and he gets out to safety.
You know what? Ogun used the
यो आलुट पे काम नै गरेछ न एकटा काम नै गरेको छैन आलुट स्ल्यापको.
Because guess what?
Slap le आलुट प्रायोरिटाइज नगर्यो भने
so much damage. Just even with the Alice alone, and then you add the deadly magic. Even Savero helping out to output some little bits of DPS from the Claude.
Corkले कति इम्प्याक्ट दिइरहेछ एक्चुअलमा फ्ल्यापको इम्प्याक्टै दिएको छैन आलुट खेलेर अरु खेलबे इम्प्याक्ट दिन्छ
really
फ्ल्यापको.
need items right now.
Yeah, I was also supposed to say, Haji, one option might be AOG, but it's more of like a secondary crowd control for Falcons.
Damn,
but I
Ogin
don't think they're able
Morio.
to
Flicker
find any
छैन
openings
Oginको.
right now, specifically because of what Onic has constantly been doing on the map.
This is the thing, man. They know his flicker was burned earlier on. It's still on cooldown. You can just continue to go for Ogwin as his easy pickings. His ultimate wasn't up either, so there's no way he's going to get away from the Lantern of Fritz. Fritz is already sitting on 3-0-2.
Oh, okay. Flap with the final slash. But again, Onic, I feel like they can't just continuously pressure the game, and Team Falcons have to constantly look for trades because, again, as it stands right now, they don't have
ब्रुस्कोलाई पनि
damage.
यस्तै
They
हिरो
don't
दिएन
have
यार गाटक
the-
साटक हैन.
sorry, the
किन जबरजस्ती चाउ खेलेर ब्रुस्कोलाई यस्तो राम्रो खेलेछ
Vesuvius
गाटक.
decided to finish the Hunter Strike instead of the War Axe.
That's the crazy thing too. Severo just quite a bit ahead. 1,000 gold against Super Marco, and you know, with the Claude.
I don't know, Falcon le last
he's building
disappoint
up as
performance
fast as he
दिइरहेछ
can
है
to that
playoff मा.
Trinity. In terms of
Disappoint
items, and then
भइरहेछ
he's already going to be
Falcon
valuable. Well,
playoff game
like
देखि.
we're going to mention, he's already pumping out a little bit of damage in some of these team fights, especially with the way the positioning has been.
In first game
Team
है dodge
Falcons,
गर्न
I
मिल्दैन
don't know
best
if
of
this
7
is-
हो.
I think they just want to give this one up.
They always want to go for Ogwen, and now he used the flicker. Slap responds with a final slap,
Slap
but
mode.
will there be a follow-up? He gets bursted down instead. Fortunately, he has the flicker, and Falcons are now struggling to get
Kotro
into
tank यार.
position. How do you find your entries up against this lineup? Super Marco
Damn,
uses
Kotro
his
tank यो
will it
Cork.
be enough? Onic are still going to go for it. They're prepared to fight.
Cork मरेको छैन still. बल्ल मरे Cork.
Haji, no other choice but to go out.
Nice
Purify
beautifier Super Prince.
From Super
Mid
Prince
player पायो
Onic.
Onic ले.
Again,
Good trade Onic ले last
superior
round trade
team
हो.
fight, massive sustain, massive heals from the Alice, with a revitalize from
Cork
Brusco.
तात्तिरहेछ त यार
And
केटा.
again, you asked the question for Team Falcons, where is the damage?
Yeah. Man, Super Prince just wanted to go ahead and purify just because, you know, he's been having a hell of a game. He's been controlling a lot of these fights, a lot of these paces, just because of the beacon that comes with the Jushin, the lantern that you can keep dragging Falcons to the fight, to their death.
Yeah, and Kirk with a trigger as well, very quick on a Throne of Ruin when Flap trying to enter with a Vengeance. He did land the final slash, however, but there was no follow-up from Team Falcons because if they went in, they would have been stunned by the Alice, and it allowed Brusco and Savera to just peel for the Alice and the Harley while King Kong was focusing on
Falcon यसपालि MSC गएन नि यिनीहरुको sponsor बन्द हुन्छ होला यार Falcon को.
well from Onic. They were like, oh wait, Falcons is fighting? Let's fight.
Yeah, and even when that was happening, right, Falcons were also behind in terms of levels between their junglers, so it also would have been that great of a situation to be in.
That's why I'm saying, even before that fight broke out, I'm like, I don't know if
Slap को first item 8 मिनेटमा आएको.
they want to be near the turn.
Exactly. It's the same scenario as their game against Omega yesterday. Like, just look for trades.
Cork
But
मर्दै
Falcons,
मर्दैन.
they're forcing a lot of things right now. And then again, you see this Alice very immortalized in a team fight. And then you
Morde.
have to sustain from the Revitalize as well. King Kong.
आइसक्यो म्याच
AOG,
Sigma सँग.
they finally catch Super Marco.
Oh my god, Onic पालै पिलो हुन्छ त.
Super Marco. Oh my goodness.
That was a cutoff right there. That's the real cool and beast moves that we're seeing from Onic.
Yeah, it's a good
पालै पिलाएको हेर न
play
सुरुमा
from
कर्का
Onic Group
त्यसपछि
as they cut off
गाटोको
the exit
जम्प
from Team
King
Falcons
Kong.
because they know they have so much layers
Super
of
Prince
engage.
and last
You
ending
have
मा
the
सबैले
Alice,
आएर
you
मारेको.
have the jump from the Gatot Kacha, and you have the mobility from the Harley and the Claude. Wherever Falcons is, they're gonna walk by if you're Onic.
Oh man, Lord secured here for Onic. They've controlled pretty much the game from the start. Prince just getting the Skypiercer now. He's built up pretty solid, just statistically, damage-wise, and he's a big threat. I'm saying Team Falcons, how do they follow through in these team fights?
Yeah, and let me pose another problem for you, ladies and gentlemen. There's a Skypiercer on the Zushin. So again, Team Falcons, even though they have some scaling on their side, we're way past that point because Onic Philippines, they have all the time in the world to scale up on Savero.
This is why I felt something different about that player entrance and him not wearing glasses.
There was something. It was the aura. You could feel the aura.
Oh,
mid.
wow, that's aura! Kirk goes in with a Throne of Ruin, his follow-up AOG!
Oh my
It's a
god, Onic.
almost wipeout for Team Falcons, and it all just happened in the
ल
blink of an
Falcon
eye!
यस्तो डिसअपोइन्ट पर्फर्मेन्स नदिने यार
You
Falcon.
almost think, man, Falcons
ओनिकलाई
just
हेर नि
go
केटा
to the
ओनिक
next
किन
game.
तातिरहेछ यार यति फर्स्ट गेम हेर
they're not
ओनिक त
allowed
फायर
to. The concede
फर्ममा है.
button, you cannot press in tournaments, but it feels like Falcons is looking for that button because look, you saw that combo, right?
Falcon को वार्म अप गेम हो कि होइन केटा
Soar in the
वार्म अप
skies,
गेम होला
But the
Falcon को.
Bruiser, he was like, let me chase you down.
Oh man, he had like Kirk is
Where
on.
is
You've been
Luffy's
talking
in?
about
Where
Kirk
is
and his
Luffy's
throne
in?
of ruin from the Alice, man.
Oh,
Brusco
Okay,
मर्यो.
Brusco will get
तर वो
traded
किल
here.
किल पाए
Falcons
त्यसपछि
finally
म्याटर
find
हुँदैन.
at least one kill on the board.
Okay.
दुई किल पाए यार
They've got plenty of work to go from here. They have so many miles to cover.
Yeah, Super Prince किन
Look at
हटाने
this
यार.
setup
आम्मा
between
मम्मा
the turrets. That throne of ruin into the
Wow,
AOG
man,
was
wow.
just chef's kiss. Looked perfect from Onic.
How do you
team
soar
fighter.
from this when the God of Kacha can chase you down and ground your flight? The combo, the layering as well, the communication from Onic. I'm pretty sure they were counting down to the seconds of that fight. Because
they went in the same time.
Yatakacha needs a Superman skin or something, man. I don't know. Like, this, I mean,
Or a nicer skin.
that too. Like, what are Falcons to Yatakacha, right? This dude's an avatar, basically, a god. And I mean, the
केटा भोलि
point
फाइनल
is,
हुन्छ है केटा
there's
जो
too
टिम
much to
जित्छ
do
या
with the Team
भरिमा
Falcons. There's no
या
way to
जो
get
टिम
around
जित्छ
it.
त्यो
Win
भोलि
across the
TLPL लाई फेस गर्छ
Severo.
फाइनलमा
Yeah.
Just to make it even worse.
The ultimate endgame item. We've seen this Claude for 4 days now. When he
Onicले
has the
lovely
winner
dominate
crown,
गरेछ
he becomes another layer of engage. It doesn't feel like it's a marksman. It's actually a team fight starter. And if you look at Onic, now 5 of them can start a fight.
Yeah, it's so tricky. I could not feel Falcons being able to find whatever box they've been able to show us.
केटा make sure to like this
yesterday
stream, like and
in their
subscribe भनेर
series.
नबिर्सनु है guys
This is one of those. Oh,
More
my
than
lord.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
This is tough. Ogwen might not go down just yet. Oh, he had it.
got it,
Of course he
but
goes.
yeah,
There's a
Ogwen,
Sky
yeah.
Piercer from Super Frizz. And another
Wait,
ace.
Cork!
With the Throne of Ruin. There's a response with the final slash.
Cork
Attack
मऱ्यो होला,
plus two
Cork
coming from
मऱ्यो।
Super Marco.
Cork
He
किन
might be
मर्दैन?
fine, but the sustain is
Sabero?
And Sabero with another
What
blazing
up?
duet. Everyone's just going in.
GG Onic, oh my god के खेलेको यार Onicले
Falcons.
A
one side air
wipeout,
केटा हो
and they're gonna take the game as well. They dominate game 1 against Team.
GG यार केटा हो एल्लो हटान्दिम केटा हो च्याटमा Onic लेट्स गो है गेम 1 हानिसक्यो केटा हो अति इम्प्रेस परफर्मेन्स है Onicबाट
Super synchronized.
GG यार Onic lovely game lovely
Number 1.
Oh man, that was
What a team
that
fight,
was
yeah.
clean. That's where you go. You
Super
nod and you
Pixel
say
girlfriend त के
clean.
हो
Because that's about what else. There was no moment of mistakes there for Onic the way they executed this
GG यार
draft.
guys GG wild
I'm so
crazy
happy. I used the Gadot Kacha in a practice match
Oh yeah.
using Brusco's name.
गाटो
And he
प्रो
managed to get the
एलिसको
win.
कम्बो कस्तो बबाल हाने यार केटा हो यिनीहरूले कस्तो मजाले युटिलाइज गरेको यार
That's a brigade buff.
That's a brig
Mid
above.
head.
Wait, I mean,
That's why.
Onic
Hey, you
कस्तो
better make
एग्रेसिभ
sure that whoever
परफर्मेन्स
goes to
यार
the grand finals.
अरूले यस्तो लिड
Fuck
अझै
wrong. I'm joking.
aww.
Oh man.
I'm so speechless, man. Like Onic, something clicked within this team, and then they realized, guys, we can
Onic
actually
last round
play
nila,
team
Zargara.
fights together. Because
Yeah.
this
That's
is
the
one of my
impressive
issues
performance
with
of
Onic in
Onic.
the regular season. Like, they
सुपर
play
फ्रिन्स
individually
मेरो भाइ
super
गर्लफ्रेन्डको
good,
अगाडि कति चाहिँ
especially
इम्प्रेस
on
हान्छ क्या
Super
गर्लफ्रेन्डलाई
Prince,
कति
and
इम्प्रेस
now
हान्छस्
they
भाइ
layer their stuff with
रोकी
each
यसलाई
other,
केटा
and
हो
we get to see a super performance from the Super family.
9-0.
9
My
kill
guy,
रे
my
मा
dude,
साला
100%
80 स्ट्याक हालेर
KD.
त
This
स्काइको
is crazy because this is just that's why I was saying the draft. Like, he
Mike
got
Fisher
the
and
a lot of the Jushin right off the bat. So it's already
GG यार गाइस सुपर फ्रिन्स एमभीपी यार एमभीपी केटा हो तिमीहरूको फाल्कनको के मिस्टेक भयो जस्तो लाग्यो यार अर्ली गेम कसरी हारेको यार तर फ्ल्यापलाई नि ब्लेम गर्न मिल्दैन यार अर्ली कायल कसरी मरेको यार धेरै जुत्यो जस्तो लाग्यो मसर आमामा यस्तो खतरा थम्नेल कस्तो भयो मेरो थम्नेल चाहिँ हाम्रो फ्राइड आलुले बनाएको है गाइस कसैलाई थम्नेलको बारेमा केही रिलेटेड चाहिन्छ भने फ्राइड आलुलाई कन्ट्याक्ट गर्नुमै केटा हो बिगेस्ट मास्टर अफ अरे क्रेजी मास्टर अफ थ्याङ्क यू यार मैले के गरेँ एक्चुली मिड ग्याप हाजी आई डोन्ट नो यार हाजीको लास्टै मलाई पर्फर्मेन्स मन परेको छैन यार भन्नुपर्दा हाजीको प्लेअफमा या जसले जित्यो एमएससी होला नि जसले जित्यो एमएससी जान्छ अनि भोलिको लागि फाइनललाई फेस गर्छ टिएलपिएसलाई फाइनल बोस आउँछ भोलि तर आज जितेमै खुसी हो कि केटा प्यारिस जान पाउँछ एमएससी रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्न पाउँछ होइन त्यतिमै खुसी हो नि अभियसली फाइनल हारे पनि कायल अन्डर पर्फर्मिङ रे हो यार कायल पनि अन्डर पर्फर्म नै गरिरहेछ यार कायल फ्ल्याप हाजी 4 जना अन्डर पर्फर्म गरिरहेछ क्या एक्सेप्ट मार्कोले त के गरोस् लेनिङ फेजमा त्यसले जे गर्छ त्यसले गरिरहेछ 4 जना यति हारिरहेछ टोटल फाइट हारिरहेछ यहाँ त्यहाँ मार्कोको माया लाग्यो मलाई यो फाल्कनले आई डोन्ट नो लास्ट डिसअपोइन्ट पर्फर्मेन्स डोन्ट फकिङ प्राय आर्लोड यार एभ्री टाइम आर्लोडमा हारिरहेछ भनेपछि त बुझि भइहाल्यो नि यार एभ्री टाइम किन जबरजस्ती आर्लोड पिक यो आर्लोडको गेम पनि होइन कि किन आर्लोड पिक गरेर आई डोन्ट नो यार फ्रन्ट लाइन कसले दिन्छ यार फाल्कनको साइडमा जेरो फ्रन्ट लाइन जेरो फ्रन्ट लाइन कालियाले फ्रन्ट लाइन दिन सक्दैन सुयोले गर्न सक्दैन अब आर्लोड पनि फ्रन्ट लाइन हिरो त होइन यहाँ कर्कको इम्प्याक्ट हेर न फर्स्ट हडलमा हेर फ्ल्यापको इम्प्याक्ट हेर 0 impact by flap TG. तिमीहरूलाई म फर्स्ट अर्डर देखाउँछु अरे के भएको भनेर तर किङ कङले फ्ल्यापलाई मात्रै हेरे केटा हो फ्ल्याप र किङ कङलाई हेरे यता फर्स्ट अर्डरमा
I am also Harley's
कर्डको यता लेभल 4 पुग्छ यसले एक्सपी ऱ्याप खाएर लेभल 4 पुग्छ होइन गाइस
last pick
Yeah.
comes through. You get a first blood on King Kong. You've got control of the
अब यहाँ फ्ल्याप र किङ कङलाई हेरे केटा फ्ल्याप र किङ कङलाई चाहिँ
objective now. This turtle.
किङ
The
कङको
Falcons want
रिफ्लेक्स
to fight this out. Kyle's not level 4 yet too. He does hit it now.
अनि सक्यो युजलेस फ्ल्याप सक्यो फ्लिकर अल छैन अब के गरोस् फ्ल्यापले
They might just have to give up this objective though.
Okay, Flap going in with the disruption.
के गरोस्
Puts
फ्ल्यापले
it
अब
here.
के गरोस् फ्लिकर छैन अल्ट पनि छैन के गरोस्
Look at how massive his
मर्छ अब
zoning
के हो
capabilities actually are as the Alice all alone. Flap will be the first to fall in this.
The way things were going.
त्यही गाइज अब आई थिङ्क आलुट प्राय नगर्दा नै हुन्छ किनकि अरू एक्सपी त्यस्तो राम्रो छ भने आलुट किन प्राय गर्ने कम्फर्ट नै होला बट स्टिल होइन यो गेम आलुट गेम थिएन यार एमएससी र इडब्ल्युसी एउटै हो केटा एमएससी भनेको चाहिँ एमएलबिबीको त्यसलाई भन्छ अनि इडब्ल्युसी चाहिँ ओभरअल हो क्या केटा ओभरअल भन्दा नि इडब्ल्युसीमा त सबै गेम हुन्छ त एमएल मोबाइल लेजेन्ड हुन्छ पबजी हुन्छ कुन हुन्छ अरू धेरै हुन्छ पबजी हुन्छ फ्री फायर हुन्छ एचओके हुन्छ सबै गेमहरू हुन्छ क्या इडब्ल्युसीमा चाहिँ काउन्टर स्ट्राइक हुन्छ लिग अफ लेजेन्ड हुन्छ डोटा हुन्छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ इडब्ल्युसी भन्छ क्या ओभरअललाई भोलि तिम्रो म्याच कति बजी हो मासु ए भोलि हाम्रो 7 सेकेन्डमा म्याच छ यार भोलि खै 9 बजे होला यार सुदान सरलाई थाहा होला यार 9 बजेतिर होला भोलि म्याच फाल्कन ग्रुप स्टेजमा फाल्कन ग्रुप स्टेजमा चाहिँ राम्रो थियो यार आई डोन्ट नो यता चाहिँ कस्तो डिसपोइन्ट पर्फर्मेन्स दिइरहेको छ यार फाल्कनले प्लेअरमा सेम लाइक अरोरा सेम लाइक अरोरा होइन बिटिआर भनौँ न बिटिआर बिपिएममा त सबभन्दा चिल त कर्कको रहेछ कर्क एलिस खेलिरहेको छ कर्कलाई त त्यही हो चिल पिन स्पोर्ट नेसन कप के स्पोर्ट नेसन कप इएनसी कि ए इएनसी इएनसी भनेको त्यो स्पोर्ट नेसन कप इएनसी भनेको चाहिँ कन्ट्री रिप्रेजेन्ट हो अनि इडब्ल्युसी भने चाहिँ क्लब रिप्रेजेन्ट हो अब क्लब र कन्ट्री भने चाहिँ त्यही हो क्लब भने चाहिँ सपोज अब म होराबाट खेलिरहेको छु भने इडब्ल्युसीमा इएनसीमा चाहिँ म नेपालबाट खेल्नुपर्छ क्या त्यही हो डिफ्रेन्स को छ टिममा त यो त यत्तिकै लाइटली खेलिरहेको टुर्नामेन्ट टिममा को छ भन्दाखेरि लक छ बब छ भोइट छ अनि सिरो र काई छ यो भोइटले खेल्यौँ भनेर रजिस्टर गरेको मात्रै हो टुर्नामेन्ट 9 AM कि 9 PM होला एएममा त कहाँ उठ्दिनँ म मसरफ सबेरो केलरा सुपर फ्रिन्स टेडी ऱ्याङ्क गर न ओके ऱ्याङ्क हानौँ है त केलरालाई त सुपर फ्रिन्स किन यो लिस्टमा छ हौ सुपर फ्रिन्स बेस्ट प्लेयर हो वाट द फक ब्रो केलरा नम्बर 1 सुपर फ्रिन्सलाई ऱ्याङ्क गर्दिनँ म सबेरो 2 टेडी 3 भनौँ न किनकि टेडीलाई एडभान्टेज के छ भन्दा टिएलपिएचको 4 जना खत्री प्लेयर हो क्या त्यही भएर नि टेडीलाई सजिलो हुन्छ आज च्याम्पियन्स लिगको फाइनल हो केटा हो फुल सपोर्ट छ आर्सेनललाई किनकि आर्सेनलले जितेको छैन सो लेट्स सी आर्सेनल मिथिक सोडरमा छ तिम्रो टिम मिथिक सोडरमा छैन नि केटा मिथिक सोडरमा त्यही पनि नेपालबाट कोही छैन होला कुनै इम्पोर्ट छैन त्यसलाई अहिलेसम्म फिक त छैन तर केटाहरू खेल्दैन होला नेपाली टिम खेल्न मिल्दैन त्यही पनि मिथिक सोडनमा इम्पोर्टको छुनै जानुपर्छ अब फुल नेपाली लाइनअप खेल्नै मिल्दैन त्यही भएर नै हल्का हामीलाई झ्याउँछ भन्नु नेपाली लाइनअप खेल्यो भए त हामी फर्स्ट इयर जान्थ्यो यार मिथिक सोडन खेल्न 20 लाख छ प्राइस बोले आएन यार त्यही पनि यसो कुरा गरेर मिलाउन यार नेपाली टिम पनि खेल्न मिलोस् भनेर होइन मिथिक सोडाउन खेल्न त मन छ तर फुल नेपाली खेल्न मिल्दैन क्या केटा अब प्रब्लम त्यहाँ हो क्या अब इम्पोर्टको थ्रु भएर नि अब 2 जना नेपाली मात्रै हुन्छ अनि त्यसरी त कसरी फुल मेन लाइनअप भएन भने त प्र्याक्टिस पनि गर्न सक्दैन प्र्याक्टिसमा नै हो त कम्फर्ट अब नो मोर इम्पोर्ट्स इन मोबा 5v5 इम्पोर्ट्स त भइहाल्छ नि अब नेपालबाट नि जान्छ होला नि एमएलएमएस भयो भने त बट मिथिक सोडाउनको लागि चाहिँ जाँदैन जस्तो लाग्यो इम्पोर्ट त झन् बढ्छ होला इन्डियामा अरू कन्ट्रीबाट नै आउँछ होला इन्डियन टुर्नामेन्टमा हेर्ने मन छ हो तिमीलाई नेपालमा भावे नेपालमै हेर्न मिल्थ्यो तिमीहरूले होइन नेपालमा छैन हामीलाई टुर्नामेन्ट खेल्न मन लाग्छ नि तर अब हेर न अब सपोज अब हामी यतै हाम्रै टिमबाट 2-2 जना छुटेर गयो भने त्यहाँ जित्छ भनेर जित्छ ग्यारेन्टी नै छैन क्या जित्छ भने पनि सिनर्जी पनि मिल्दैन एक त ल्याङ्ग्वेज ब्यारियर हुन्छ कोही बङ्गालको हुन्छ कसैलाई हिन्दी आउँदैन कसैलाई इङ्ग्लिस आउँदैन त्यही भएर नि अब एडजस्ट हुन सक्दैन क्या कि त अब फुल लाइनअप गयो भने चाहिँ केही हुन्छ होला इन्डियन रिजनमा नि Too many booster nowadays in Nepal server. Nepal server, oh yeah, booster turn is no. बुस्टरहरू टन्ने छ त्यही पनि खोइ नेपाल सर्भर कस्तो विक विक भन्नु न यार विक लाग्छ यार अरू रिजनको कम्पेरिजनमा नेपाली चाहिँ अब बुस्टरहरू सपोज अब होइन बुस्टरहरू अब तिमीहरूको अगेन्स्टमा पर्छ होइन बट अब हामीले सपोज मेन ऱ्याङ्क 5 म्यान खेलिरहेको छ भने चाहिँ एभ्री टाइम डज गरेर हुन्छ क्या अनि त्यसरी त हामीले प्र्याक्टिस पनि गर्न मिल्दैन हाम्रो टिमहरूको पर्दैन ऱ्याङ्क त्यही चाहिँ आउँछ कि त्यही भएर हामी ऱ्याङ्कै खेल्दैन कहिले पनि जहिले स्ट्रिम मात्रै खेल्छौँ सपोज फिलिपिन्स जस्तो सर्भर भयो भने त हामी एभ्री टाइम ऱ्याङ्क नै खेलेर हुन्थ्यो नेपाल सर्भरमा हाउ टु बी प्रो प्लेयर त अब त्यही ग्राइन्ड गर न ग्राइन्ड गर एउटा रोलमा स्टिक गर त्यही हो अनि टिमहरू खोज्नु मास्टर त्यो मास्टर अफ कि को हेरे जे पाइ त्यो कुरा भन्छ
Masarap ki Lily tipped 20 rupees. Masarap Lai Autobots Bata, 6th player, Basne offer, Athio Tara Bro rejected the offer. W Masarap.
के भन्छ यार यो जे पाइ त्यो भन्छ बुस्टिङमा करियर बनाउने मान्छेलाई स्पोर्टको के को मतलब बुस्टिङबाट करियर चाहिँ कसरी बन्छ यार कस्तो तिम्रो सेन्स छैन क्या हो बुस्टिङबाट करियर बन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ तिमीलाई टुर्नामेन्ट नेपालमा नभएर मात्रै हो क्या बुस्टिङ गरेको अब सपोज नेपालमै टुर्नामेन्ट आयो भने त किन बुस्टिङ गर्छ र बुस्टिङ त्यही पनि लाइक अहिले जसरी गरिरहेको छ त्यसरी गर्दैन लाइक सर्टेन टाइमको लागि मात्रै गर्छ लाइक अब दिनमा 5-6 गेम अहिले त बुस्टरहरूले नि दिनमा कति 20-30 गेम त खेल्दा नि हुन्छ लुलीले कति डोनेसन गर्छ होला 20-20 लुली सिधै 1000 रुपियाँ हान त लुली ठिकै हो बुस्टिङ अब बुस्टिङ गरेको नि राम्रै नै हो भन्छ होइन यस्तो स्ट्रिममा भन्नु मिल्दैन तर अब सपोज नेपालमा टुर्नामेन्ट छैन भने त आइएमएल प्लेयरले नि के गरोस् बुस्टिङको थ्रुबाट त हो त अब टुर्नामेन्ट आयो भने पो पैसाहरू आउँछ त टुर्नामेन्ट छैन भने त बुस्टिङै गरेको राम्रो यार केटा हो नेपालको लागि त बुस्टरहरूलाई नि केही भनिदिनु त्यही भएर तिनीहरू गेम खेल्दा छ गेम खेलेर तिनीहरूलाई पैसा आउँछ भने त बुस्टिङै गरेको राम्रो नि टुर्नामेन्ट पनि छैन Guys, अब गेम सो आनंद न तो
Napakagandang initiation coming out from Kirk, but the backup was even better.
irritating sound है यार गेम में हेर मलाई है गडाओ गेम में ड्राफ्ट में हेर मलाई हाँ के 555 भन्छ के लामो ब्रेक हो त्यो ब्रेक चाहिँ लास्ट लामो भयो क्या ठिकै हो अब प्ले अफ म्याचेस भयो प्ले अफ म्याचहरू हल्का लामै हुन्छ प्ले अफको ब्रेकहरू हामी इन्टरभ्यू सुनिदिउँ न त एकछिन के भन्दैछ फिलिपिनोहरूले
Especially with how Onic Philippines played that game #1. There's only so much that you can say about going back and calling back to, oh, I wish they picked. I wish
Game 7 सम्म भयो राम्रो
We have to acknowledge
किनकि मलाई
Onic
गेम 7
Philippines
हेर्न मन छ
just
गेम
look
7
really great today.
Yeah. At Renmar, you mentioned to me earlier, off-cam mo naman to nasabi, na yung lineup dito ng Team Falcons in the game #1 was time composition, or they want to go for the burst, against the time composition. At ang ginawa ng Team Onic Philippines, they staggered yung kanilang mga team fights. So parang imagine mo siya na parang imbes na bayaran nila ng buo yung kalaban nila, yung kanilang utang, installment nila. That allowed them actually to have even more tools as the team fight progressed. So yun yung naging advantage din ng Onic Philippines.
I think for Falcons now in this, as we head into the draft. Oh wait, before we talk about Falcons, let's talk about these stats on screen right now.
text and donation
For King Kong, 1,067
मैले अफ त गरेको छैन
the
खै
highest
किन
GPM
आउँदैन
in the
यार
game in MPLP
के
is
भयो
playoffs
मेरो
history
बग
was
भयो
the
के भयो
season 14 upper bracket finals, of course, also against
टेक्स्ट पनि अहिले भर्खरै आउन बन्द भयो फेरि
the Suyo. It was during the time right before Suyo got before the little bit of changes to balance him out. This was when he still had the magic defense with his immortal form.
Oo, yung talagang masasabi nating OP na Suyo. Pag nahawakan ni King Kong, talagang nakakatakot. But at the same time, hindi pa ito yung updated na mapa. But of course, parang pwede nating expect na itatanggalin to ng Team Falcons away from them. That's probably why the priority on the Suyo was there for Team Falcons, despite them being primarily Guinevere.
धेरै long matches भएर
We have seen earlier in the season as well some great
So guys, let's go drafting pretty good draft
on this Suyo. So it just makes a lot of sense. The Harley got through though in the end, and well, Super Friends, of course, the MVP from game #1, just had a terrific game. Welcome back to the draft. This time we're, as we mentioned, going to Broken Walls, game #2. I wouldn't be surprised if Onic Philippines do end up.
के लामो म्याच मेरोमा त आछ नि त
Yep, there they are.
Okay, so blue side. Ang mga priorities is going to be the Marcel still. Don't want to give it to
11 July मजा आउँछ
Falcons.
अर्जेन्टिना भर्सेस
I wonder
पोर्चुगल
if
रे
Falcons are concerned about the Paquito one.
मजा आउने भयो त
We'll plan it out.
वर्ल्ड कपको त म फुल गेम हेर्छ मलाई वर्ल्ड कप जस्तो
in a way na ibigay
ड्राफ्ट रेडी गर्छ एकछिन अब कुरा गरौँ त्यो वर्ल्ड कप बारेमा Let's go. This is game 2,
priority ng Team Onic.
Yeah, we did see some draft patterns from yesterday, though. I think it was from the second series more off between Omega and Falcons. Wherein, and this is what we were talking about
1K
before
for
the start
4
of the
correct
game.
predictions.
Stand out by blue side. Falcons.
Oh
batted
my
out the fray, of course,
God,
rightfully so.
bro.
There's a chance of the Paquito showing up as the first pick on.
दिवास ब्रोले भनेछ मान्ने भएर दिवास ब्रो
Possibility.
Get out.
Onic,
Get out.
That might be where they're headed towards because they themselves banned out the juice in the first pick.
Exchange first pick.
So, ang ina-expect din natin dito is the Harley, but it was even last pick to the previous game. So baka pwede nating makita dito sa dating game na ulit deprioritized yung hero na yon. I can't seem to remember. There was the Paquito. It should be the Paquito. The last one, but we'll see if Falcons will open it up. So far it's the
locked in.
Yes, it is the
Baksyan खुला छ जुचिन ब्यान रहेछ बाक्स्या खुला छ हेरिट खुला छ
Many things can happen. It's the playoffs.
हेरिट खुला छ और के छ
nga pala. So
कालिया बाक्स्या हेरिट कालिया
Yeah, that's true.
Harley,
with the longer
no
series,
more.
you have a chance to usually open things that you don't usually open. So yeah, they'd rather ban all the bots.
Kalia,
directly,
maybe?
So I think it's a well-warranted respect ban towards King Kong and Onic Philippines
Kalia, guys.
As a whole team to take it out. And as expected, we're talking about it. There's the Paquito. Falcons though, let's see if they'll go for a faster.
ए केटा मलाई एकछिन धेरै छिटो पिक गरे क्या कालिया मेरो मिले कालिया मिले
So still no
धेरै
loss
छिटो
now
पिक
for
गरे क्या केटा धेरै छिटो पिक
Falcons,
गर्यो
pero tingin ko yung mga first pick na cloud, understandable. I think I can, you can pass up. Alright. So Falcons,
Gatok
sorry,
फेरि
Onic,
Gatok लिया
without the back shot, they can move back dun sa kanilang mga priorities earlier. Pero wala kasing Jushin ngayon na available, so they might just go for a Gord or a Valentina. And what
Gatok
if
ra kilala ra.
prioritize din nila yung Atlas na ngayon ay pinangsasagot sa Kalea? So what if this is like Gord Atlas or Eve Atlas as the secondary picks?
Gatok.
I'm a little bit
Gatok
more
or
towards
Leo
the
mode
Gord
maybe?
here. And yes, the
Gatok
first time we
and
saw
Leo mode,
Atlas
guys.
this
Gatok
season
and Leo
was,
mode.
it was used by TNC, I think if
मेरा
I'm not
prediction
mistaken, that was their match against Aurora in
मिलने
week 4, week 5.
Attitude.
That was
Oh
their
my
response
God.
towards the
Leo mode मिले ला
Kalea,
Leo mode मिले
the
Leo
Kalea's
mode मिले
hard
Leo
time.
mode
But
मिले
Onic, they're giving themselves some time. Roman mid
Leo mode
later, they
मिले.
want to see what Haji will end up with first. Now they pick up the
Fred
Harith
Rin?
and the Lemon. Oh wait, no, yeah, I get why it's tough for them to pick up the
Fred Rin kiss all.
the Atlas already is because the Valentina is still open.
Tama.
Valentina,
Which is
yung
now
mga
gonna be picked up by
Valentina ko,
Falcons.
Valentina, dito na sa
So,
Valentina.
it's still the combo, Kalea and the Valentina, but this time it's going to be the Cloud. Pero mukhang mababan na sa kanila yung Suyu. I highly doubt that Onic Philippines will let that
Atlas
through.
ban.
And that's Atlas na sila ang magbaban. That's by Team Falcons, I mean. Yeah.
That's kind of interesting to me. I thought that because now that they have the Valentina, they don't have to worry much about the Atlas. So
Atlas ban के गरा था ban ठीक है
Siguro
सो
kasi nire-respeto nila yung idea na Bruce
जंगल फ्रेड उड़ाउन त क्या हो गुनी गरेर फ्रेड उड़ाउन और ट्याङ्की जंगलले मार खान्छ सायद
And I guess sa mga ganitong moments ang ibaban is the Guinevere.
इसमें ban हान्ला र हेरी तर पकी त गइन त राम्रो हुन्छ इसमें रेल्डा
Atlas and probably Hylos para sa Falcons na ban.
yeah, that opens up most likely. I think they're gonna end up with the Khalid. Usually teams who want to pick up the Khalid in the second phase, they want to take out
मलाई
the
ब्रुसकोले
Guinevere.
फेरि गाटक लिन्छ
So
स्लाइड
that
छ
could be also one of their options. If they just want to like play fast, go for speed, it won't pack or revitalize. But with them most likely taking away either the Hylos or
गाटक ban हान्छ यार म के सोच्छु मेरो रुममा Hylos
Sa ngayon, ang Onic, will they consider the
South
Suyu
लिँदैन
ban
मलाई
or
ढुक्क
just
थाहा
the
छ
Fredrin this time?
Fredrin ban होला
Understanding na parang may option kasi ang Falcons na kumuha ng utility kapag damage type yung XP ng kalaban. So that could be a consideration for Onic.
Yeah, plus you get the passive from the Fred a bit more. Such a good ban by Onic.
सुयो लिन्छ होला मेबी सुयो र
So what do you pick now? You still have the Suyo if you're Falcons.
Yeah.
सुयो लिन्छ होला नभए एक्समा के छ र
gusto mo talaga priority ngayon?
के छ एक्समा
They can go for the Flap Hero. So that's
Let's go.
Medyo na no choice sila doon.
Oh,
Okay,
Hylos र मेजमा
Kaja is
Hylos र इभ कि लिलिया है Hylos र इभ कि लिलिया
is warranted
गौर त
here.
लिँदैन
I think, yun na yung-
इभ कि लिलिया Hylos र
I
इभ
think
कि
it also
लिलिया
depends really on the mid. Like if they end up getting an Eve, then they pair it up with a high loss. If it's not an Eve, then
Hylos
it's a
कि
Gord,
इभ र लिलिया
then not
गौर त
Hylos.
हुँदैन
Not
इभ कि
Hylos,
लिलिया
it'll be something else.
So thinking ko
इभ
this
र
is
लिलिया
Gorcho.
अनि Hylos
Gorcho. Oh yeah. Yeah, it is chowable.
No chow, no
Since wala na, nagbigay ka rin naman ng isang ultimate. The Leomord is already open, the Fantasy is already
Hylos दुईटा घोडा
open.
कम्बो हुन्छ अनि इभ कि लिलिया
Understand ko na makakuha ng good ulti itong si Van.
घोडाली
Go Gorcho or Glue.
Hylos लियो
Glue
इभ कि
and
लिलिया
Glue.
ल भ्याली लियो नि त what the fuck
Ooh, high loss Valir.
फ्ल्याप त के लिला
Valier. Very
फ्ल्याप
well.
एक्समा के खेल्ने यार यो कममा एलिस
Yeah.
मेबी
Tough pokes might be somewhat tough for the Valentina
Elise?
and the Kalea. Well, it depends a lot on Haji and how he handles the exchange against the Valir.
Now, we're left with the options dito para kay Flap. There is the Benedetta.
मलाई इसमें लागिरहेको थियो कि तर मैले नभनेको क्या मेटा पिक नभएर यार मलाई इसमें लागिरहेको थियो यार केटा हो मैले यसमै लिन्छ अगाडि भनेको थिएँ यार लागिरहेको थियो केटा मलाई यार मलाई यसमै रेन्डर लागिरहेको थियो क्या म भए पनि इसमै नै लिन्थेँ क्या छ्या तर मेटा पिकको अनुसार गयो क्या म कस्तो म त पागल हो क्या
Yeah, I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards Onic.
कति
Philippines
मिनट
for
तीनटा
this
मात्रै
as
मिल्यो होला है
well, but I want to see how this Esperado with a sprint is gonna do. It's a toss coin, a coin toss for me up in the air.
इसमै हेरी तर त्यसको अगेन्स्टमा राम्रै हो बट त्यसको अगेन्स्टमा पकितको अगेन्स्टमा
sa Kalea. And of course, yung supplementary damage mula sa malayo para tulungan ng isang pakito.
All right, casters, you ready? Let's go!
Let's go!
Here we go, game 2 upon us in this best of 7 lower bracket finals. It was a devastating
चारवटा
game
मिलेन
for
चारवटा
Team
मिलेन त
Falcons,
Falcons,
and in game one, hey, they didn't change too much going into the game two. Maybe this will work out better for them, but I don't know. The Esmeralda, I have to feel the same way, man. I don't know how this is going to work out for them.
Why इसमें
And this
इसमें
is
किनकि
interesting
लेनिङ
too.
फेजमा
The
पक्क त
Valier
कलेजमा
comes
राम्रो
through
छ
for
अनि
Superface.
हेरि त कलेजमा पनि राम्रो छ नि सियर लाउँछ नि
Okay, he.
हेरौँ फ्ल्यापको
That's
इसमै हो
the size.
मलाई ट्रस्ट त
Style.
लाग्छ है
Okay,
लेट्स
so what
सी
Midnight's thinking.
Yeah,
Come on,
so
Flap,
this is
दिखाइदे
our
यार
Megas, right? So Wolf
This is
and
game
Remar went
2
with
है
Onic,
Falcon
and
versus Onic
they
guys
sort of like, you know,
Super
said that,
Winnie Lena
okay, maybe
Pilla
this is a good point for our Team Falcons. I'm gonna be on the opposite, okay? I'm a mild on stream.
Okay, you can mauled, man.
I don't like this come from Team Falcons.
Oni
they
de
pulled out
Falcon.
Kalei and Valentina again. And then now they put Esme as the answer against Paquito and Harriet, which is nice. But you're up against a Valier and a Hylos. These two can peel like crazy.
Yep.
Whoa,
Okay.
not again.
Not again. This is very similar to what happened in game number 1.
not again
But at least it doesn't
अति
convert
रहेछ
into
त
a
कास्टर
casualty.
त
Yes, because if that was the first blood, then I would be a little worried for the same early game situation in the last one. This is better though. I'm wondering though, because picking your gears here, Midnight, since they're grinding.
इसमें खै यार रिस्की नै ड्राफ्ट यार यो
Is there-
मेटामा गाह्रो छ इसमें चलाउन
Not too much. Is there
Come
a
on,
way
Falcon,
that
I
this,
need
this
this.
could work though for Team Falcons, even though it hasn't changed too much?
There is, but this Suyo has to overperform to the point where he can slow the game down and Super Marco gets F-farmed.
मिडमा आयो
This Valier and Hylos
Nice
becomes a
freeze है
non-problem.
आज ही
But
मिनियन मिस
my
भयो सुपर
biggest
प्रिन्स
worry is that even in fights,
घोडा पनि आयो
but
मिडमा
let's say you have a lot
दुईटा
of
घोडा आयो
items for
मिडमा
Team Falcons. The heroes on the side of Onic have a lot of utilities. They don't even have to deal damage. They just have to control heroes and then let the Leomord and then Harriet take over the team fights.
Yeah, and I think with
What's
something
your
we
highest
saw
rank,
previously
Master?
too, the way that Kirk can just
मेरो मेन
choose
आइडीमा
to
त
not be as active when it comes to the
471
team
स्टार हो
fights
धेरै
first
जस्तो र्याङ्क खेलेको
and
छैन
just
मैले
constantly keep the
अरू
pressure
आइडीमा
along
चाहिँ म
the
पुस
sides.
गर्थेँ तर
And
मेरो
that'll
मेन आइडीमा चाहिँ
maybe make Team Falcons a
अरू आइडीमा
bit
त
more hesitant
1k
to just
plus
go for
नै
whatever they
थियो
want. But Brusco's already pretty low,
Ogin
but
more.
that's going to be a bait after all, forcing out the flicker from Ogwin. Now Onic have found themselves in position for the objective of
Rico
outside of
Jano.
First Blood from King Kong.
What the fuck, bro?
I'm surprised he was able to go ahead and get that. Haji looking
Haji
for his
मारे.
own though.
सुपर मार्केटको रोटेसन आयो
Brusco.
फ्ल्याप
Could
वेस्टर्न
they
गयो
punish Flap? They might not
3
have
total for
enough answers just
Flap
yet.
low total.
Falcons win turtle number 1.
देखाइदियो फ्ल्याप
It's kind of
Run!
expected for Team Falcons. Good.
साला फ्ल्याप
Oh, almost took out Super
Jin
Friends, but at
tipped
least
20
Team Falcons,
rupees.
They do take
Gakni,
personal. They do have
Gakni,
Cryo, however.
Gakni.
That's sort of expected from their
Gakni,
lineup, but Onic,
Gakni,
they've managed to
Gakni.
somehow
केटा यसो
find
स्प्याम
their
हाल्नु
way.
यार यसो
Gakni.
स्प्याम हालेर
Flicker
मैले
on Ogwen,
Gakni,
took
टेक्स्ट
his
गराउनु
King
पर्यो यार
Kong, and they
Diwas
also forced a
tipped
sprint
1,000
on
rupees.
Flap. So overall,
Masarap
Onic is in a
Diwas.
very good
Oh
positioning,
my, Diwas
considering
sir
that
को
they just
खुट्टा
have to wait
ल्याइहाल्यो
for
केटा
mid-game,
ढोग्नु
wait for the
पर्यो
Leomord and the Harriet timing, power spike.
1000 डोनेसन यार केटा हो
Yeah, this is
1000 डोनेसन मास्टर
I
अफ
don't wanna say a much
थ्याङ्क यू
better
सो
start,
मच
but a
है
better start for
दिवास
Team Falcons
सर
anyway, at least. You
जिन
know,
सरलाई
you get
थ्याङ्क यू
yourself
सो
in
मच है
a
केटा
situation where you got the
lovely
first turtle in your hands, you got the first blood over to Flap, and the Esmeralda could be a way to make this work better against like,
W
what we're
and
talking about, all the
guys,
shields that we come
yeah.
through for Onic. I think one of the other interesting caveats to this lineup for Team Falcons is Haji again. Anytime the
आज
balance
चाहिँ
is
अब म
in play,
यसो
you're
थपिदिएर
sitting here
जानुपर्छ
wondering, you know, what's the best course of action of ultimate
दफा
that you
नै
want to go ahead
जिस्केको
and take.
फेरि
You do see this a lot though. When a Leomord is across from you, you're gonna have your own Phantom Steed. You're gonna ride in and make that happen. But he could also take a couple other ultimates here and take them and utilize them in these team fights.
Yeah. And it's just very fitting for Haji to use that, if not him being the guy to really introduce this kind of approach.
Yeah.
To using the Valentina whenever it's up against the Leomord. Yeah. So at least they're really keeping things in place for now. But let's see.
Oh, mid lane. Are they going to go for this? Okay.
Ooh, ouch, ouch, ouchie.
Okay.
Yeah, good little,
Yeah,
good little
this is-
stop there.
This is my concern with the draft of Team Falcons, right? Like, yeah, sure, for the first 3 neutral objectives of the game, first turtle, maybe you find good angles to force fights. But when it comes down to actual map play, where teams are sort of like looking for team fight setups, right? How do you fight into Onic? They don't have
टोटल
enough
आउँछ
decent
केटा 10
front
सेकेन्डमा
lining,
ए आई मिन
especially
टोटल
for
आइसक्यो
Team Falcons. They
गेममा ध्यान
they
चाहिँ केटा
don't
म हल्का
have
अब
tank in the front line.
यो गेम अति बवाल हुनेवाला छ
They need
वान
that
साइड
tank
भएको छ
in
नि
the
धन्न
front line, man.
It's just an Esmeralda,
Yes.
right? And then the Esme is
फ्ल्यापको
countered
इसमै
by the
कुक
Valier
हान्दैछ यार
and the
भाड्न चाहिँ
Yeah. Okay.
हेर न जोन गरिरहेको छ यस्तो हो नि त जोनिङ भनेको लभली है
Half HP. And
उसको
that's
लिङ्क
all the time
गर्यो
he needed just to secure the objective. Now he gets brought back in with the Tsunami Slam. Onic still want to go for the fight. Third fight is going
सबेरो
With the
सबेरो
fight coming in from Super
सबेरो
Marco. Might just be enough. They
ए
sort of
सबेरो होइन
got
मार्को
out
पो हो त
whatever Onic wanted to do. And Flap finds more. Haji
GG, Flap'le मारे. Flap'le मारे. सबले wiped out. Wiped out. GG केटा. Killing spree Flap. 302. Lovely है Flap. कति खेले यार Flap'ले.
For Team Falcons and they come in making it work.
Let's go केटा. इसमें पिक देखे नहीं टीम वाले.
Yeah, I mean,
रिस्क ड्राफ्ट में आने दे लेता है.
Team Falcons, the answer is not tank in the front line, but 5 people in the front line.
सुपर मार्को को lovely order है था.
We don't play front to back, bro.
Super
we play
Marco.
Back to back. And they got a dancer in the front leading them, man, basically.
Yeah.
Like this is not what you expect this early on, where it's a team wipeout.
Yep.
For Onic.
Yeah, they thought they could play it slow with the Zaman Force. They had it just focusing on the
Masara Jim किन भन्दो रहेछ
but then they
भनेको
were
थाहा
surprised, they
भयो.
were caught off guard.
किन भन्छ
Super
Jim
Marco just flickered in with a blazing duet.
Yeah, I'm sort of starting to see a bit of a similarity in terms of what problems
Flap
Falcons
play
had
सेक्यो है.
with the Alice earlier on, but now with the Esmeralda, especially
Super
now
Marco
with the
ले
Esmeralda
Super Marco
discovered
को
their
farm
3K
था
up
last
and
farm
plus
तो.
302.
Yep.
So
Archer
they're in a very
farm body
identical
था.
spot as to what they've been through in game number 1.
Damage है सबैले
The
कहिले.
other thing though too, Flap is just so tanky, but
Yeah, look at that.
even at some point,
बिस्तारै damage
the
लाग्छ Flapलाई.
itemization that Onic can get here on this type of composition, is it going to be enough to deal with Flap feeling unkillable right now?
Well, it does come down to that point.
Whoa.
What?
Okay, 2 people get stunned with the falling star moon, but Kyle will not commit the fight.
Yeah, so the question earlier was, will they have enough like itemizations to deal with the Esmeralda? I think it does come down to that point where late game is still a problem for Team Falcons, even though you have a Claude that can just scale up. Team fighting
Free turtle,
is
Falcon
a bit of a stretch.
3.68 gold lead.
They have to like sort of deal with this utilities coming out from Onic, but
नाइस
with this
एक गेम
amount of
फाल्कनले
lead, I
हान्ने एक
think
गेम
Team
ओनिकले हान्ने अनि पो
Falcons is
मजा
in a very good
आउँछ. One side भन्छ आउँछ
take
के.
over the game
Series.
because again, this Claude is just scaling. Imagine the late game came way too sooner than Onic expected.
Yeah, they built up Golden Staff locked in now too for Super Market. You'd see how much gold
सुपर फिनले
has been able to
भ्यालिड
go
किन
ahead and
खेलेको
go
भन्दाखेरि
against Team
कतिले थाहा
Falcons
छैन
here,
होला.
just
लाइक
on
अब
the nature
कालियाले
of
अल्ट
that
हान्यो नि
last
भ्यालिडको
team
अल्ट
fight
प्युरिफाई हो क्या
and what
त्यही
it's pretty
रिजनले
much
खेलेको.
built for them and
कालेको
momentum in the
सामने
game too. So that's the thing. If they don't want to lose this and then give a chance to Onic to kind of scale up in the late game, they've got to go ahead and cap it out while they have this lead.
Yeah. And I think Ogun can afford to just really be more proactive right now with the use of the Kalea, since they pretty much have much better map control now. They even got a turret just now, potentially even 2 more, because Onic are just trading out this tier 1 down bottom. So this will help them a lot, really push the limits of what their lineup is capable of doing.
Yeah, because the thing is they... Oh, wait.
Flap.
Going for Flap.
Oh, if this is going to be a shutdown, I don't know anymore.
Oh, nice यार Onic.
Of all people,
Kingको हात
gets
make
that
kill पायो.
kill.
Yeah, but it's fine though. They took the top.
कति छिटो बर्स भयो हेर न Flap
They're
यार.
playing the map.
Thank
This
you
is
छैन
the
के यसमा
point
अहिले.
of the game where if you're Team Falcons, they're in a very luxurious position where they can just
तर
look to
shutdown नदिनु
take
पर्ने यार
trades,
Flapले गल्ती
because
गरे
again, the
ठुलो
idea
गल्ती
for their
गरे.
lineup is just to let Super
Shutdown
Marco
दिएर.
scale up to the point where even if Onic forces a team fight, even if they do have the kits to deal with the Esmeralda, this Claude is just too damn big to deal with.
Yeah, the Claude's going to be an issue.
अर्को
but
दुईटा आइटम आइसक्यो.
I would say in Onyx situation, if they're able to go ahead and get some of these pickoffs like that, kind of solo someone out, then that is the small steps for them. Ogren probably conceal. Kirk's going to spot it out though, so Kirk is fine. Kirk can also play the long game. You know, he can go ahead and continue to put pressure on sides of the map. They are doing that. Like, they're putting pressure where they can. Eventually, though, I feel like Team Falcons will just put them in this situation where it's like, you have to fight us, you know?
Yeah.
And Onic at this point is just waiting for that time to build up here. This Lord first being up, I don't know if this is one that they want to throw themselves at, because if they do have a devastating team fight again and get potentially wiped out, they could just be clearly a game for Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think if you're
Free
Onic,
Lord air केटा Falconलाई.
just wait for the scale, wait for the utilities to be online on your side. I mean, they do have the utilities, but the problem is they don't have damage.
Free
Yeah,
Lord.
you can't go for that one.
Yeah.
Better to let the first Lord go. Good push up top, though, from Kirk. This is what we were expecting him
Mid
to
running guy.
do, but mid lane.
Falcons
Brusco le pick up
actually
भन्यो.
want to fight
Damage
still
पुग्छ.
after that objective. Lap doesn't land. The
Sabiro,
Falcons onto anyone.
one HP बाँच्यो
It will
Ogre.
be enough to get that tier 1 in mid.
Kirk.
That's
Kirk.
probably all they wanted.
देखे Kirk.
Kirk, though, he gets found out.
Kirkले हग्यो मिठो हग्यो
Kyle
तर
and
बाँच्यो.
Haji force out the
Because छैन
flicker.
Kirkको अब.
Dude, did you see that knockout strike?
Yeah.
To dodge the blade surge from Kyle. Who does that?
Yeah.
Like, you would think Paquito would just use second skill, but the problem was he didn't have the second skill at that moment, so he had to improvise just to escape.
जसको draft round में
the
त्यो
punches
team
of Suryo. But
ले
then,
हार्छ रे.
again, Onic
You saw the amount of utility they
Remember
had
that
earlier.
game,
They're able
Falcon
to
got draft
deal
one.
with the composition of Team Falcons, but now they have to defend Lord. This is a crucial Lord to defend. If Onic can buy time, then maybe they get a better chance of fighting the next team fight against Team Falcons.
Yeah. You know, I see this 5,000 gold lead, which is the majority of that is
Super
in the
Marco
jungle
to
right
clean
now
खेले
for
जा
Team
रहे हैं
Falcons. So
farm
Onic
पनि अति छ
across the board
level
here
higher
isn't too
छ
far
सबैले
behind when
भन्दा
it comes to lane, and that's why that threat, that potential threat of Onic turning things around is still there. That's why I'm saying Team Falcons doesn't want to let this go on too long. They will take out the tier 2 turns. They still have this first Lord jumping into the base here. They want to defend.
Nice all there,
Okay, Glorious Pathway already laid down. The Lord gets taken care of by Onic.
ठीक है Falcon लाई राम्रो trade हो
Forcing a fight
Boss
just
Lord
yet.
हो गाह्रो छैन
Searing
पाउँदा
torrent from Super Prince is annoying for Team Falcons. Like, how do you actually go in? Somebody has to
कर्को
suicide
impact
it,
किन
even
छैन
with
भन्दाखेरि लेनिङ
the
फेजमा
stolen
गाह्रो भइरहेछ
Glorious
नि त फ्ल्याग
Pathway
पोइन्ट्समा
project, it still
राम्रै
feels a
पिक
bit
भयो
awkward.
स्पिनरलाई
So, I feel like the biggest
बगीचालाई
fight for Team
स्टप
Falcons
गरे
for them to
पुगिहाल्यो त्यसले
actually,
लेनिङ फेजमा
take a team fight convincingly is the winner crown from Super Marco.
Well, keep an eye on Ogren. 20 seconds for the flicker here. They're going to go ahead and assault the base anyway.
Oh, a slightly off angle. OG, Glorious Pathway.
Yeah, it's just keeping them on their toes. You know. Nonetheless, it's still it's the lead for Team Falcons. They get some of the shields down to work with. They're clearly stronger in the team fight.
Yeah.
You're looking at the itemization here too. Severo, I'd say he's ready to fight. I mean, on the Harith, this is probably the best that he can do.
Look, Super Marco, he knows this as well. Like, the way to end this game is a winner crown. He's not even going for the Malefic Gun. They know that they have to force a team fight in the next 3 minutes of this game. They cannot afford Onic to buy time. Because again, even if they don't have the infinite scaling composition, even if they don't have the same amount of damage that Team Falcons has, what they do have is insane amount of utility.
Yeah, that's the thing working against
Marco
them.
winter pawn आयो
Because again, trying to get into the base here, even when they
Marco ले set चाहिएगा अब
wait for this
farm
next
अति छ
Lord
Marco
to potentially knock down some of the base turrets from Onic, Super Prince is going to be a problem. And that's what's been the difficult part is every time you try to go in and engage on Onic, the Searing Torrent, like Midnight mentioned, is such a pivotal part of that team fight.
Soveroले होली किक्स भन्दा अगाडि नै डिमान्ड
Lord
बनाएको
is going to be for the taking. Should be an easy take.
Free Lord
Onic's
यार
probably
once
just gonna
again
let this
Falcon लाई
go once again. Kirk will going to push up top. Conceal was used from Mogwin.
No.
Yeah, he's gonna
Brusco?
threaten
Brusco
Onic to not just go for the contest and instead use the Tsunami Slam onto Brusco. They're gonna go and burst him down first. Fortunately, still has the Glorious Pathway though, and will escape as Kirk just works on the trades across the map.
Split game. They lose the Revitalize for it. They might lose the Paquito as well.
Kirk, you gotta run. Maybe this is just a sacrifice.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care.
And he saw this coming.
तर लर्ड गए चाहिँ घटा यार कपले वाइल्ड राम्रै हो ठिकै हो साइलेन्स सबै क्लियर गर्यो
Now, this maneuver, yes, you lose the Revitalize, you lose the Paquito, at most you lose 40 seconds, but you buy 2 minutes worth of game time.
And that's all they have to do.
270
this
watching
is the
the
game
TikTok
plan of a team that is down 6,000
ML को craze watching मा चाहिँ wild
with this kind of
है
composition and lineup.
ML को watching मा भ्याउन त गाह्रो
Team
छ
Falcons can still play into this though. There's still potential for them to take down some of the base turrets here, but Kirk did work there. Immortality picked up here for Ogwen.
जन आईडी को भएन कति होला
MPL ID
को
Lord has worked on.
Ogwen wants to fight one, but the stun!
Ogwen मर्यो होला
Popping his mortality and
Ogwen बाजे इनी पनि गयो ओ दुईटा इनी गयो नाइस यार फाल्कन
base turrets, but they stay in the
लास्ट
game.
चाहिँ राम्रो यार फाल्कनलाई
They wanted to force Ogwen
दुईटा इनी
jump
पायो
on Super Prince, but he still had that ult, that pseudo purifying from the Valier. But Team Falcons knew they had to force, they had to do something. So now Onic again gets to play for another 2 minutes of this game, and they get all their spells back, they get all the skills, and then they will allow Severo to farm up more on this Harry.
1 million पुग्छ YouTube र TikTok मा त 1 million watching नै हुन्छ MPL ID मा त राम्रो गेम भयो नि त
Biggest need of catch up is obviously King Kong to be a little bit more I guess durable on the Leo Mord because if they
watching
do
wild
to
राम्रो छ
eventually
के
go into an evolved Lord once that comes up to this
Last
point, they'll be in actual fighting form. There's going to be a situation where they can actually go ahead and throw themselves into a fight, but they only have one base turret too. So if Team Falcons wants to play, you know, the advantage
So
of
बढी
having
ML
the
के हुने
base
होला है
turrets
watching
down, they can
overall
also
game मा
go
मलाई
for
त्यस्तै
that.
लाग्छ
Super Marco's completely locked
किनकि
in
ML
there
को
now
watch
with the
partyहरु official stream सबैबाट जोड्यो भने त लास्टै धेरै आउँछ यार watching त
Top side. This Paquito is going to be running point of clearing that wave. So Team Falcons might just look to force a team fight during the Lord dances.
Yeah, they are positioning or somehow feeling like they are anticipating someone from Onic to at least
Defend
go
हुन्छ होला त
up
next slot
top
पनि.
first.
Yeah.
And that's
Defend
something I
खै
also
गाह्रो
kind
छ यार
of
केटा हो.
noticed.
इनिमी छैन, दुईटा
Has
इनिमी छैन.
not been going away from the rest of the team as
गाह्रो
much
छ defend
anymore.
हुन.
Not at this point in the game where that decision could potentially get heavily punished.
Yeah, it's hard because you know, Team Falcons, they've done a fantastic job of just housekeeping, wave management. So Onic feels very awkward for them to actually step outside the base, especially that they don't see anything. So they pop the sentry. Now they see the S-Man top side. They saw the Kalea for a bit, moving towards mid. So now it's a go signal for them to clear the wave, and then maybe they go send Kirk top side.
Yeah, they might just replicate what they've done the past couple of Lords. This is going to be a quick one.
Yeah.
For Team Falcons. You can see that. Onic. Oh, Kirk, is he going to swing around for the fight? Or?
Brusco मर्यो होला. Brusco फस्यो.
They were
मर्यो
too
Brusco.
quick to burst that objective. Brusco using the revitalize, but the Tsunami Slam gets committed just to make sure that he goes down. Kirk too will have to disengage. Onic lose one.
Bit of indecisiveness there from Onic.
Defend हुन्छ त guys यो lord गाह्रो छ defend हुन. I think win हुन्छ होला यो lord
And the glorious pathway. Unfortunately, the Leomord couldn't reach with the
Lord mid बाट आउँछ. Brusco आउन चाहिँ 20 seconds छ.
Kill onto the Hylos.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, you know, maybe you just let this one go
Oginले
again, or
King
maybe
Kong
they
लाई
just
कि कर्कलाई
see what
पकड्छ
they
होला
can
अब.
do defending in the base.
Sticker
They're going to have to deal with this last base turret being pushed down here. Team Falcons looking to cap it out.
Sticker गयो Prince
Great
को.
force on the flicker for Super Prince. Even
Ulti पनि गयो Super
as
Prince
well,
को.
so a lot of resources were already burned
अब
by the
Oginले
Super
flicker ult हान्यो.
Fab. Severo doesn't have to use the
Base
Zapper
mark.
just yet, but Falcons are already in the
सक्यो.
base. They don't want to fight.
Base
They
lock
just want to
यार.
equalize
Oh
the
my god.
series.
दिमाग हेर्नु Falcon को. Let's go hey guys. One game केटा हो. Falcon ले हानिसक्यो केटा हो. Lovely है. Competition भइराछ है.
The solution against the competition.
Green hot हान्दिम guys chat मा अब Falcon loverहरु खुसी भइसक्यो. Finally एक गेम जित्यो है Onic मा.
Great answer in a game that Team Falcons needed here.
1-1 छ guys को. This is best of 7 है. Long series हुन्छ वाइल्ड आज शनिबार पनि त्यसमाथि.
And this is what we get now 2 games in. Team Falcons
Lovely again, lovely
didn't change
mid
things too much.
1-1 भइसक्यो guys
Esmeralda, we
score. Let's
questioned
go.
if this would be able to work through it. Well, the answer is yes. Flap was able to have a great performance from the start.
ल है Falcon
making
को
this
साइडबाट नै
Esmeralda
आयो है.
be an obstacle that Onic couldn't get past. He was part of that front line. Haji too. Great usage from the Phantom Steed there. Super Mars, by the way, cheering on for Super Marco, man. And Marco.
कहाँ गयो रनमा त्यो वार्म अप भन्ने रे.
Super Mars. Cheer for Super Marco.
त्यसमा म पनि पर्छ है केटा
And
म
yeah, I
पनि
did
पर्छ.
feel like Onic were definitely playing
वार्म अप
to
थियो फर्स्ट गेम
or forced to
Falcon को
play
केटा
the
हो
more
के हो.
passive game.
Second
Despite
game
this
त तात्यो
lineup
त.
possibly being used both ways.
जिम जानु पर्दैन.
I don't know why, by the way.
यसलाई आलोटे दियो
I
यस्तो
don't know
हरकत
why
पनि
when we
भेला
were
आलोटे
watching
दियो.
it, I had that image right there that just happened on screen.
Flap on
Like,
MVP केटा हो
what if
देखेँ
they
स्पेरोल्डा.
win And it's Flap MVP, and he does like kind of a dance move.
आज
And he
जिम
does
जानु
it.
पर्दैन आज शनिबार हो बिदा हो आज.
It was inevitable.
It was inevitable.
This guy would be doing, you know,
He can impersonate any hero.
He can.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is. And by the way, wasn't Esmeralda sitting on a 0% win rate? Like it's only picked once.
Yeah.
Now it's picked twice.
Yeah.
It's got its first win. So.
Yeah. The thing is, there's a lot of like question marks still.
Yeah.
In this gameplay, but the downside of the Esmeralda pick was very much covered by how Falcons.
अब त पक्की त फर्स्ट पिक लिँदैन हो ढुक्क अब
I
त.
would say, like even after the first few aggressions from Team Falcons, that's
अति
kind
यार
of
केटा
alright,
हो
'cause
Falcon ने
you know
मिठो
Onic
खेल्यो
is
केटा.
waiting for, you know,
भन्न
timings
क्लीन
on
खेल्यो
the
यार यो
lineup,
गेम.
especially with the items that they have.
Pro भइसक्यो थियो यो गेम नभए.
Leomord, but Team Falcons went in and used all the numbers, all the resources that they have to throw their bodies in front of the Harriet and then the
wait,
Leomord. And it allowed
Maybe
the
it's
Quad
so
to have a
good
massive
to
space in the mid game, because now Onic had to deal with the Esmeralda the entirety of mid game. And it again, it came
Third
from
game
where
कहिले
the
जित्छ त
Quad
केटा हो?
was too damn massive.
Yeah, that's I mean,
Falcon or
there wasn't much that we saw here in
Onic-
this game, just like it was
Onic
for
time,
Falcons game
Onic
one,
time,
that Onic
Onic
could do
time.
to handle it. It just felt like they were buckled in for the ride, and the Team Falcons was taking them for it, you know. And it'll paint an interesting picture as we go through the next game draft, even because there's just a couple things like when you look at this is, you know, where did it falter for Onic? Was it the decision to go ahead and, you know, bring out this Valier? Was it not successful enough? Or was it just the start that Team Falcons has? That's why a lot of times when we're also talking about, you know, the early game, the early objectives being the first turtle, sometimes hate to say it, but that first turtle is so crucial for
Yeah.
certain compositions to scale out of control or not.
Yeah, more so for Onic because we're so used to seeing them really play the consistent post-objective fights. But you could expect the same from Team Falcons. Now that they've been able to win out on that first objective, they completely denied Onic of what they were
coming
supposed
down
to do.
4-1 no?
And I truly believe
4-1
that
Falcon की
Onic
Onic
just
भन नि त
lost
केटा
their sights on what is important in this game because you saw how they played.
खोजेर
turn one,
के हेर्नु
right?
भने
Like,
गेम
I
जित्न
actually
दिएको
think
फाल्कनले
that's the way to play neutral objectives. You play for punish. You don't play.
भिडन त हुन्छ जस्तो क्या हो M5 विनर भएपछि M6 विनर म्याच भयो केटा यो चाहिँ M5 च्याम्पियन फाल्कन हो M6 च्याम्पियन ओनिक हो कसले जित्छ त केटा हो कसले जित्छ मलाई त जसले जिते पनि खुसी छु म होइन मलाई त बाल भएन जसले जितेन किनकि म त टिएलपिएच सपोर्टर अनि ओनिक आइडी सपोर्टर हो म एकछिन वासरुम गएर हुन्छ गाइस फाल्कनले जितिहाल्यो वासरुम गइहाल्नु पिसाब गर्न हो फेरि जे पाइले सोच्नु Oh, let's. Oh, wait. What time it is? It's त्यस्तो केही होइन केटा हो सोझो छु कि मल्ला सोझो हो क्या केटा 10 मिनट मात्रै कुरोमै गाइज अब यसो वर्ल्ड कपको कुरा गरौँ न त होइन गाइज के छ र काम नै के छ र मासरा यो के भन्छ यो लुफिजन चाहिँ पाइले भन्छ यो फोन प्रमोसन गरेर क्या के भनिरहेछ वर्ल्ड कपमा तिमीहरू कति चिज लाग्छ केटा हो यसपालिको वर्ल्ड कप मासरा चुज 1 or 2 रे म आई एम अलवेज 1 है मासरा 1 लाग्छ 1 सेकेन्ड रे तर तिमीहरू के भन्छ यार वर्ल्ड कपमा केटा समयहरू पोर्चुगलले जित्न गाह्रै छ जस्तो लागिरहेछ यार केटा मासरा सेटअप चेन्ज सेटअप हल्का चेन्ज छ यार गाइस हल्का यो सिरिजनमा कसरी यस्तो ब्याडी त यार तिमीहरूलाई कस्तो अरू कन्ट्रीहरूको कस्तो म त नेपालकोलाई मनपर्छ भन्छ नेपाली ब्याडी नै होइन संस्कारी साडी लाएर आउनु पर्यो संस्कारी साडी लाएर आएर होइन ओए सोच्दै मलाई त यार सिरिङ्ग भइसक्यो मसरब कसलाई सपोर्ट वर्ल्ड कपमा म कन्ट्रीलाई सपोर्ट होइन म प्लेयरलाई सपोर्ट हो पोर्चुगलको क्रिस्टियानो रोनाल्डो यसपालि जित्छ यसपालि फुल सपोर्ट क्रिस्टियानो रोनाल्डोलाई केटा हो सम्झाए नि बुझाए नि मन गोट रिकग्नाइज गोट रे ह्यान्डसेक हात मिलाएर तिमी फाल्कन ब्लेजर हात मिलाएर तिमी के ब्याडी भनिदिन्छ केटा यस्तो नभनौँ न गाइस के भनेको तिमीहरूले सम्झिने मुटु फेर्न पाइन्छु यसै जन्म केटा के गर्ने त हौ कति मिनट हो ब्रेक टाइम चाहिँ हो छ्या 10 मिनट त यार आज फ्री हो क्या केटा शनिबार हो नि त आज जिम जानु नि पर्दैन होइन जिम बन्द हुन्छ शनिबार नभए गइदिन्थ्यो जिम मासरा भाइ only one title that's पोका त्यस्तो नपर्ने यार म लास्ट छु क्या केटा हौ तर मलाई केटीहरूले त्यस्तै भन्छ तर म लास्ट सोच्छु है गाइस सपोज अब म केटीहरूसँग बोल्दा नि बोल्दिनँ केटा अब बुझ्यो नि तिमीहरूले कस्तो सोध्छु म रिलेसनमा छुइनँ त्यही पनि म केटीहरूसँग बोल्दिनँ क्या कस्तो चाहिँ लोयल छु म फ्युचर गर्लफ्रेन्डको लागि अनि तिमीहरू मलाई बोका हुन्छ अब कोही केटीसँग बोल्दैन फ्युचर गर्लफ्रेन्डको लागि लोयल बसिरहेको छु त्यसलाई बोका भन्छ भने चाहिँ भन्दा भयो है ए बोका भनेको गोट होइन मलाई इङ्ग्लिसमा भने नेपालीमा नभने मलाई हजुर के भनेको किन एकछिन हेरेर गएँ आमा आयो मेरो एकछिन Wait until just like more Get out, wait it. Every time. अब मैले भोग लागेसोलाई केही भन्ने छैन होइन हजुरआमा अब हजुरआमा भन्ने बित्तिकै अब के ल्याइदिन्छ खाजा ल्याइदिन्छ एभ्री टाइम तर के ल्याइदिन्छ मलाई थाहा पनि छैन कि के हो यो अनि पास्ता रे केटा हो धेरै यिनीहरूले गरेन यिनीहरूले बक्क धेरै गर्यो त यार स्टार्ट गर्नु हौ गेम यार प्रमोसन कति गरेर फोन बोका कसलाई बोका भन्ने केटा म त सोध्नु त तिमी मासु बेबी भन्छ तिमीहरू साइड लाग्यो है यहाँ एक त मलाई यहाँ सिङ्गल बसेर तनाव भइरहेको थियो तिमीहरू मलाई ल्याङ नाने त्यस सेयरिङ इज केयरिङ हो मलाई नि हल्का खम न हो रे तिमीहरू त कस्तो छक्काहरू हो क्या केटा हो कस्तो छक्काहरू हो तिमीहरू त्यही बेला यो मासरा किल्लुलीको फेरि डोनेसन आउँछ क्या
Masarup Luli tipped 20 rupees. Teslai Geda Chapeko Boka aka Hasi Vaningsha Masarup at Masarup.
त्यसलाई गेडा च्यापेको बोका एके खसी भनिन्छ मसुरा म बोका नै होइन खसी नै होइन म गोट हो आई एम गोट ब्रो बुझ्यो नि तिमीहरूले Greatest of all time. मेरो स्ट्रिममा मेसीको सपोर्टर कति जान्छ केटा हो? मेसीको सपोर्टर कोही छ मेरो स्ट्रिममा? म एक सर हानेर आउँछु रे, खाइरहेको छु यार त यार। को ईशान फड्का फेरि? मेसी गोट। मेसी म रोनाल्डोको फ्यान हो, तर म मेसीलाई पनि गोट नै भन्छु क्या, किनकि मलाई त्यो गोट नै लाग्छ। तर मेरो लागि रोनाल्डो नै गोट नै हो है, फेरि रोनाल्डो चाहिँ गोट होइन सोध्छ नि। I know Locke is gonna ditch Misfit and join Aura team रे. Misfit बिस्फ्यान हुन्छ होला किनकि पाण्डाले टुर्नामेन्ट खेल्दैन अब। Guys, let's go draft ready गरौँ फेरि हामी 3टा कि 4वटा ड्राफ्ट रेडी गर्नुपर्छ है। मेरो खाजा पनि सकिसक्यो, अब मेरो पेट पूजा भइसक्यो, अब मेरो दिमाग चल्छ वाइल्ड। अब 10वटामा 10वटा मिलायो भने चाहिँ नतर्स्यो है तिमीहरू ड्राफ्ट। लेट्स गो गाइस, गेम साउन्ड आउन हानिदिन्छु म हैन अब। Let's go.
Wait, I'm getting tired, man. I didn't expect to go around. I didn't get that much sleep, but don't worry. Right now you're seeing the players on the screen, but we're still going around the arena. As we go around, Super Fam, make some noise! But I'm pretty sure the Falcons won't let up. Falcons Nest, make some noise! We loud here in MPLPH.
Shoutouts to our Indonesian fans who actually flew here to the Philippines just to support their Indonesian representative. Of course, Tavero is here. So, terima kasih for coming here.
Terima kasih, that is care salamat.
एउटा नि मिल्दैन होला 10 रे, एउटा नि मिल्दैन रे।
Forgetting to thank you in French.
इगोमा आइसक्यो म अब।
Merci.
Merci.
इगोमा आइसक्यो म।
Tama ba?
Yeah, right?
I think so.
Dude, I'm gaslighting myself and thinking.
Locked in.
Bonjour? Wait, no, that's hello.
That's hello.
All right, we're in the draft, and
Okay.
I sort of missed.
म्याप पनि प्रेडिक्ट हान्नु कुन म्याप हुन्छ भनेर फ्लाइङ क्लाउड हुन्छ होला म्याप।
Medyo hindi ko in-expect na mag-workout ngayong araw na to.
Yeah, it's all right.
Ganun pala yun.
I'm
Shoutout kina Hansat Bri. Akala ko
let's get our drafting page.
Sa una, nakakahingal pala.
It is. All right, folks, watch the countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Phase. Don't you ever wonder why
Dangerous
we have a
class
countdown for
there.
the drafting phase?
Oh, no. Well, I guess because of the hype or why?
That's true.
Yeah. Well, we are hyped because this time baka
Baxia ban, Freya ban, Marshall ban,
Phobias.
Ego bन्छ, Leo Mode bन्छ, Harley bन्छ,
Blue side naman yun ng
Arlie
Falcons,
and Aerith,
hero that
Claude,
they prioritized before
Kalia.
was the Kalea, actually. So, there is a big chance na ito yung unahin ng
Kalia
Falcons.
opposition.
Parang dinay nila away from Onic.
Yeah, and there might be a chance here where we'll see Falcons rectify maybe their pick on the Suyo. Maybe this time they'll
I
go
think
for
Claude
the
first pick, Claude first pick, मेरे prediction.
quick combo we've been talking about.
Atin na nga yung Kalea. So, this is
Oni ko side bro,
Jushin and
Claude.
for Onic.
Roduksin.
I think
Claude Roduksin.
just lock it.
Just lock it in.
Yeah, you don't even need to like tease whether or not you're gonna.
Claude!
Siguro ang pwedeng alternative for that is Harley, priority for Onyx. But I doubt it. Tingin
Claude
ko
Lee,
yung
meron ba?
yung safest. Kasi parang tinake away mo na siya sa Falcons. Tapos pwede pa matago yung jungle options mo because there are so many jungle options left. There's still the Suyo, Leomord, as well as the
Claude
Harley.
डाली नहीं हो कुछ
So,
सोच
you can also say,
Claude
okay, so yeah.
अब ये था
So
बड़ा
this should be Gwyn.
Yeah, instead of the Suyo or Harley.
Gwynver.
Gwyn Harry. Suyo Valentina.
Okay, there's still.
Arlie Oni को side बड़ा Arlie.
What happened in game number? But maybe this
एक
time.
गार्ड तो clear Arlie लिया
I'll
ना.
get my wish. We'll get our wish.
We'll get our wish.
And we get to see a Moscow.
A Moscow,
But,
alright.
but I think if ever they have to change something, because earlier.
फिर आप मेरे दिमाग थोड़ा नहीं करा आज बोला है दोस्तों.
Kung gusto nila mag-Moscow, pwede naman nila iwan na lang yung Fredrin eh.
Iwan na lang yung Fredrin.
Paano yung Leo or...
Ban की क्या हो रहा था क्या हो?
Leo Harley. I agree with that. I think it's a valid set of bans.
Spider रो golden bag silent bag
sila yung second pick. So
Aerith ban?
pwede
Aerith
ko
ban?
kayong kalabitin yung katabi.
Aerith ban, Aerith ro carry ban, Aerith ro carry ban, Aerith ro carry ban.
Pwede kayong tanongin to anong mga suggested nila picks.
Carry ban o carry milyo?
Kaya natin.
Parang
Konting surprise.
Falcon Lord ban o
tong idol ko na to.
Alice ban maybe?
Kamusta boss?
Arlie nice man. Arlie भी सिरा.
Describe sa atin sino yung kinakausap.
Arlie आणि Alice ban और आपको ban.
Feeling ko, introduce na lang po. Ano po ulit pangalan nyo para sa fans? Introduce yourself po.
Ako po si Renmar.
Uy! Parang may something. I'm kidding around. Please make some noise for Coach Yep!
Coach Yep ayo.
Okay, so Coach Yep,
Coach Yep.
meron ka bang dito, mga bibigyan mo kami tips, ano yung tingin mo
Aerith आने ना रे, Aerith आने यार अंतिम में. Aerith आने बने यार, please आने यार.
Saan ba? Sa Onic?
Kahit saan po.
Harit ulit to.
Arit, okay. Thank you so much, Coach Yep.
Lawyer na slack. Coach Yep ko nimili na kada meron mato.
Instead of
Coach
the
Yep ko
Moscow
nimili na.
na gusto natin, Harit daw ang in-expect. So ano ang benefit ng Harit, Renmar? It's a good combination with the Kalea because it's, pag Moscow kasi, pag late game ka pa
You're
makakuha
benefit
ng
your foreign
pantunaw mo
Yeah.
na combination with the Kalea. But with Harit,
Oh, Falcon
in the
ko side
early stage
bro.
pa lang, yung
Alice ban na
synchro
yun.
is already enough for the damage output.
So maybe if ever they're gonna adjust something, it's the Arlot pick from earlier.
Yes.
Again, we did get to see, but it's just kanina, yung Falcons, hindi nila napatawid yung gusto nila ng mga...
Alice ban, let's go, Milo के डाओ.
Okay, this I like.
अब यहाँ पर XP रखे बाइक से XP ड्रॉप मलाई ना.
Kasi fourth pick ito ng
गुनीवर निंजा के था वड़ा के डाओ. Oni का side बड़ा.
I like that ban.
Yeah, and looking back,
Kila
maybe
कितने
this
वाला है?
might make the
गुनीवर
Arlot and
solid
Harris
pick
work
तो slide
better
था.
than it did in game 1.
So active try कर रहा है
Further early.
So, does that mean
XP
nakukuha ng
ma-
Onic yung Arlot
Tirisla,
for
maybe?
the denial? Or will they go for a glue this time?
I think I would suggest
Tirisla, I
with
think
because with
it out.
Valentina there, if they go anything with Arlot, Lapo, those big ultimates, the
Parang
early
ganun
game of Falcons looks better, diba?
Alice ban sa इसमें लीदा ना इसमें लीदा ना.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Tirisla लीना
Except you're
पड़ने.
just giving it to Haji and then they'll have Arlot plus whatever pick up.
Tirisla की गुनीवर लो.
So, we're thinking
The
about
Bulacao.
the Leopard.
Expected.
It is the expected pickup. So, it will indeed be the
बड़ा
Leopard,
कस्तो बिर्से के
Arlot,
डाम मैले यार
and
के डाओ.
Harith. Ang expect I think we'll double down dun sa Harith this time although parang miniwish ko yung Moscow. But yeah, the Harith just makes total
Wala
sense
gusto,
with the
busy kaya
Suyo,
kailangan
tapos may Kalea.
Isn't this sorrowful? Because you see the Leomord. Or is it
Actually,
tough because it's still a blind pick, you don't see the EXP?
you know what? Parang mas gusto ko na pick yun over the Arlot.
Right, yeah, Sora, just close with the Sora Harith.
And there's no chance kasi wala nang
Sora
focus,
oh,
wala
Sora
nang
की
Valentina.
Tirisla लो. सेता वड़ Sora की Tirisla
The worst
लिए.
that can
मिलाई
happen is
दिन यार
pag,
Sora की
kuha
Tirisla
ng
है
heal
XP
na
मा.
itong Onic.
अनि golden मा हेरित लो.
So
त्यही हो
that
मेरो.
would be a
यताको.
deadly pick. And
Sora
Sora
र
plus the
Tirisla
Kalea,
अनि
sobrang
यता
taas nung
Sora की
damage
Tirisla अनि
output
हेरित.
and
Most
the
of block.
crowd control to get
एउटा
out
मिले
of
एउटा
the
मिले एउटा
field.
मिले एउटा
A lot
मिले.
of crowd control available for you. What's it
यताबाट
gonna be?
गुनीवर के
Okay,
ए हैन
it's
XP
like-
बाइक छ है.
They finally get the
किन
Moscow!
त XP मा?
There's
XP
no
के
chance
छ
for
त?
Louis and Onic maybe ang best option dito is something like
Dito
a
na si Benzo.
para meron
Edith
kang
Benzo.
split push. The Pakito
Hey,
being
edit
banned,
liya, no liya edit to.
means na parang wala ka ng ibang
Oh,
hero na
you
pwede
don't want
call
kula
out
ka.
there.
You don't want no liya
Push
to.
coming out from the Moscow.
You don't liya,
But
bro. What the
instead it will be the
fuck, bro? You
Yuzhong.
don't liya.
So far, I do like the adjustments mula sa
Yuzhong,
Falcons.
gare
Dito,
chair
hindi
kira
naman
yo
sobrang
draft man.
one-sided,
Let's
but if
see
I
ko
were
sir
to
kilon so.
choose, Falcons have a more holistic draft.
Or
in a
ko
way
Yuzhong
na
ni kira.
meron silang late game, meron silang split push. Ang hirap nilang habulin sa
Yuzhong
mapa
gare
with the
chair yo draft
hero
man kilon taro.
composition of Onic. Lalo na nag-decide ng Onic na
ठीक है sir, draft ठीक है sir, draft ठीक है sir, draft ठीक है sir.
Numbers wise though, lineup rating.
Kira सब जना make sure to like this stream kira. 5 more likes for 200 likes. Like and follow
the early game timing of the Black Dragon form once the Yuzhong hits level 4 and how well Kirk is going to be able to use it and what ultimate Haji is gonna
Let's
take.
go guys. Up
Alright, it's loading up. San Juan
Game 3 guys, game 3. Let's go. Onic versus Falcon get out.
Welcome back, our casters.
Here we go, jumping into game 3. I'll tell you what, if you guys missed the first 2 games, game 1, heavily in favor of one side. Game 2, heavily in favor of one other side. Now, I'll say this, we need a back and forth here for game 3.
Game 3 lo one side bunu bhayena yo game चाहिँ. Let's go, let's go. Both teams.
I was a little worried when we were getting through the first phase.
Yeah, dude, when I saw
So
the
guys, let's
Alice,
go
I
guys.
was
This is
like,
the game 3 Onic versus Falcon.
There have been changes
Team
to
name
say
haru
the
copy
least.
adna huncha kun
Even
hero
our
team ma खेल्दा
panelists
भने.
have rejoiced over the Moscow choice here by Team Falcons because it felt like something that wasn't part of their options for the past few games.
Super Fin का हातमा दुख्छिन चाहिँ जावा हुन्छ Super Fin ले.
Which is good because now we have 2 comps that
Aji?
actually contradict each other.
Run
You
मा
have
त्यो
a
Aji धन्न
full
मरेको.
engaged comp from Onic with a Gatot, Claude, Leomord, Yuzhong, and then you
Fin
have
ले जावा
a
हुन्छ
sort
यार.
of like slow and steady setup with the Moscow split push in the late game.
Yeah, this is one of the cases that we were looking for from one game to another so far. But again, this could be part of the plan, you know, for both teams going through a best of 7.
Ratio
You're
मिलाउमा
now
सर
evening
कि
it out,
ठिकै
you're
छ र
bringing it
guys.
down to
के
this,
के हो?
you bring these compositions that actually counterplay into each other.
के होला त?
And what we were saying
ओए
were-
ककले हान्दैछ त.
Whoa! It must have been.
Cork my
almost
goat,
could have
cork
been
my goat.
A solo kill right there.
If
Must
you
have
did
been a
not
win.
have,
Yeah, I was supposed to say the win, but you know it.
Must have been the win.
Slap, slap, Hogwa, knock na yaar.
Happened. Everything happened in front of our eyes. So
No, bring it on.
What?
It must have been the body of Smith.
Oh.
It is.
Pass.
It is actually the body with me.
It's the pat. It must have been that bod, right?
Slap
Because
more than
that's
that.
why he survived.
Yeah, he only
Oye, nice taunt.
Can they survive
Pit
this?
five.
Can they break
Oh
up
my
into
god,
the
nice one यार Onic. Flap नहीं मर
First
जाला.
one's gonna be Kyle. Not so good for Team Falcons. Flap.
Nice
kind
shot
of
यार,
survived
nice shot,
though.
nice.
Good rotations, however, from Onic. They know how important
Coach
this
coach
EXP lane
आएको
is
छ
for
के
the
हो?
first turtle. Unfortunately for Team Falcons, they were caught red-handed, still taking the green camp, and then the Leomord was already level 4. So now they get EXP Prio. Because of that, they get Turtle Prio as well. And this is the scary thing about Onyx lineup. They can actually snowball.
Yeah.
Even with a Claude lineup. Because guess what? Next Turtle, the same problem is still going to exist. There's a Yuzhong, there's a Black Dragon in an objective fight.
One thing you're going to want to take note of for Team Falcons on how they approach some of the early skirmishes, some of the team fights that break out. They obviously.
कति आडाको मास्टर
I will say it's much better that that happens and you have all this action before the first turtle. It can set the pace of the game, but now Team Falcons has to kind of respond to that.
Yeah.
How do they do
Brave
that,
put it,
right? Now
Tere,
that
nahi aada
Kyle's
hai.
level 4, Flap, he's probably going to be an integral part of this too. Again, the penalty zone is going to be massive. And at the same time, Haji, this Valentina after Valentina, what can he do with it?
Yeah, but it's going to be a much slower pace for Falcons, though. Flap is not on a similar kind of XP laner like the Esmeralda that we saw from him in game number 2. And the fact that Kirk has forced him to
जहिले क्लोड बाइ त्यसले जितिरहेको छ केटा अघि
in
देखि.
their first meet, that's already a lot for Onic.
I actually, you know, I like that you brought it up because I think this Tesla, even though as much as I like Tesla, like I call this guy the international placeholder because you don't really lose that lane. Oh wait,
Marco, more.
Prince is gonna go in, so is King Kong.
GG, nice
Super
can guy Onic.
Marco could not get bulletproof in that one.
Yeah, so this is my
त्यसरी
big
हामीलाई चाहिँ
concern
कसरी
with
बाँच्छ
this
यार
Tesla,
Marco
right?
नि.
You don't really do anything in the early game. Wait, Super Prince, no Purify.
The response
Pause
from
यो
Falcons
Haji.
might just be another punish. They find
अति
two
मिठो Onic.
members
Oh my
instead of
god,
Falcons
सबैको हातमा double
finding
kill.
one. Oh wait,
GG.
Super Prince did go down though.
Yeah, he had 1 HP. He was kind of bait, like he was the bait.
GG guys,
He went
Onicलाई
back
last
for
round
it. I
trade
don't know
यार
if he
सबैको
needed to
हातमा
die
double
there,
kill
but
छ यसमा.
nonetheless, they come out on top of the trade.
Yeah, and then if I can go back,
to Trizla
Marco, let me go back to the analysis, Marco. So yeah, what does the Trizla give Team Falcons, right? It's the slow objectives. But because of how the composition works for both sides, Onic can just go look for the place outside of the EXP lane. Because again, they already have the EXP prior. There's basically a dump already on the EXP lane. Go find some moves on the other side of the map, which is going to allow Onic to pressure the Moskov as well. And because of what we saw earlier, now this Claude is a scaling problem.
Yep. 2-0 and 1 already.
Very
strong start for a Claude in the hands of Severo when honestly, you know, you wait for Claude to go ahead and scale up. Well, now you've got an early head start. This is going to be a turtle for the taking.
Yeah, that's a Black Dragon form already. Petrified not used just yet, but it's
going
to be... Oh, there you go, they finally do! The penalty zone won't be able to secures the objective as they change targets and go for Ogwen instead. There is nowhere
Onic ले तो यो गेम फेरि डोमिनेट हान्छ सर मोर ओए कर्ले के गल्ले छ केडा युजङ स्यान्डबोर्ड को हातमा आयो क्या
They're feeling it this one. I thought it was going to be closer, but it all fell apart again before the first hurdle.
Kirk got frustrated. I wanted to play Paquito last game, but then you pick it up Marco.
Oh my goodness!
Severo को हातमा किल पायो
Actually made it to that fight. He got the goal.
Oh my god, Onic.
They got frustrated, man.
They're styling on
Onic
Falcons.
time, baby.
After game 2, they were like, okay, Flop might have been able to dance around us on game number 2.
Lord,
now what does the Trizla do?
Yeah.
With you on Trizla, there's no explosive movements coming out from Team Falcons. So Onic, they can just move around the map, constantly look for pickups.
Yep, they're going for this turret first.
Oh,
Ogwen
they
can
oh,
wait.
they saw
And now
like
that
in
they've taken this turret, Ogwen is looking to fall next. Kyle, Flap, and Super Marco will be here, but Onic, that's all they wanted to take.
This feels like Team Falcons just can't keep up with the Onic Flash is what we called it, you know, when they went through that sweep too. And it's just, they're everywhere they need to be at the right time. And Team Falcons lineup is moving a little bit slow to respond.
Yeah. And it's not really their fault, because their lineup has to check for a lot of things, right? Number one, where's the Liam ward?
Yeah.
But even step number one, they can't even check the box, because the first guy that they see, the first contact is always the Yuzong or the Gacha. Which becomes a little bit more problematic for Flap, because even if he finds even if he counter engages, the Yuzong just destroys the backline.
Okay, Brusco, could he be taken out here? Won't even use the AOG. He's just gonna stand in front of everyone from Falcons, and I agree. Even that one moment where we saw Flap potentially might find an angle.
Severo पनि गोल इनको लिस्टमा आउँछ है guys.
Just like waiting for him. They were forcing him to use the penalty zone, but then he still goes down.
And there's no follow-up, right? Because again, Kirk is just on the backside, dealing with the other damage dealers on the side of Team Falcons. Again,
Super Fin को हातमा जुक्सिन दिए कस्तो जाउ हुन्छ
Team Falcons. Who do you jump if you're Flap? Who do you use the penalty zone on?
Yeah, this is one of the things though too. You know, he just got the War Axe locked in. He's about 1,000 gold behind Kirk. And Kirk has had a hell of a game already so far throughout this Yuzhong, and even if he's not getting a bunch of kills, it's just the threat of the Dragon form, and they're doing this for the purple buff. So Team Falcons,
that's a Tsunami Slam committed, but Ogwen nearly went down yet again. A stun from Kyle, but it forces out the third fight from Severo.
बेस में मारे यार
He finds the kill on Flap.
Oh, even with the jump, even with the first engage, they cannot deal with his overwhelming frontline survivability.
Nice.
It's gonna be a trade for Falcons, and they hold on to their tier 2 in mid.
All right, both XP laners go down. That's a trade. I don't know if that needed to happen, but it did, and it's a kill for Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, they overstayed a bit on the side of Team for Onic Philippines, but
he's number 1 PS bowler, no cap.
You know, be sad about
it.
Look at
Severo.
He's level
might
10
be him.
against the level 8 of Super Marco on the Moskov.
2K
almost
Indo import for a reason.
On a gold lead. And nearing the Trinity as well on the Claude. This next Lord fight is gonna be a big challenge.
Kill Ravi your team qualify when to manne
parcha. He's going into that Sky Cruiser as well for his next item. This is what we saw him do previously. You know, gets the utility that a glowing wand also provides him, and that's enough to make it work and be successful. Fight for the buff.
Tsunami Slam and penalty zone get used on Brusco, but was that the right choice? Onic are just prepared to fight back, even under the turn, because Severo going in! Blazing duet! And they're just pushed back to their base, because Onic is just in their face!
Super freeze! Oh my god!
Don't give this guy the juice shit anymore. He also just got the Sky Piercer.
Yeah.
Zuxi
And
not
guess
there,
what?
super
Almost same
Pin
draft from game number 1.
Yeah.
Same outcome. And Kirk again, what a counter engage. It feels like there's no answer from Team Falcons. This Yuzong last pick is just destroying all reinforcements from Team Falcons. How do you follow up with the Tsunami Slam when there's a big black dragon destroying your back line?
Hey man, you gotta watch out for those dragons.
Hajiले त every time cap
anybody
खाएर
else.
छ super Pin को.
It's just
हाजीबाट
so
चाहिँ मलाई लाग्छ
threatening to
disappoint
deal
लागेको
with,
छ
and
हाजी
now
and
Lord
Flapबाट
is
especially.
secured.
Wow.
Last year disappoint
Yeah, they
performance
barely got
every
any
time.
turrets too.
Playoff
They
ma.
just got one tier 1 up top, and that's about it. It's not even a lineup you could also really just convincingly get out of your base with this
Yeah.
kind of lead that already exists between you and Onic. I mean, they do have Super Marco, but it feels like you need Super Marco to get online.
Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, Purify at least. They force out on Severo.
They do get a Purify out, so Severo might want to keep things in control. Doesn't have a defensive item just yet, but they do have free reign to go ahead and knock down some of these base turrets of Team Falcons. They get it low enough. What's going to be walking in?
Oh, not looking good for Flap.
What
Uses the
is that?
penalty zone to escape. But the Sky Piercer and the AOG just blocks off
Okay.
their exit once more. They get to
What a
touch
bad
the
defense by Falcon,
Petrify
yeah.
from
Oh my God.
Kirk. But Onic are in the base. They still have the Lord, and they don't want to mind anything
Onic
else.
को domination
Anyone
के
else.
हो यो
They see
आमामा
nothing
10
but the
मिनेटमा
base.
गेम हान्दै यार what the
They
fuck
secured
Onic
game number 3.
10 मिनेटमा गेम हान्दै यार
Once again, Onic showcases mastery, dominance. And the
10 मिनेटमा गेम हान्दै यार केटा Onic ले
Season 4. That's what we're going to. No, wait, sorry, that's season 3. That was
Season 3, yeah.
Hey, we're going
yeah
to season
bro
4. But
10
man,
10 मिनेट गेम कसरी हान्छ
tell you
यार
what, that was as dominant as we saw in game 1 for them. I thought it'd be a different
ब्रेक
result
भन्दा लामो
because
त
of the draft, man,
गेम
but
भन्दा
no,
लामो त ब्रेकै
it
हुन्छ
doesn't
यार
matter. They still come in through with the Onic Flash.
Yeah, we
What
did
the
get
fuck?
the
Onic
Moscow,
फायरमा
but I
आइसक्यो
don't know about the Terizla again. It
Flap
just
ले
opened
गल्ती
up the
गरेको
game
early नै
for
टिकट
Severo.
बेट
He
गरेर
became too massive.
Flap
Same story as in
disappoint
game
there, wild
number
Flap.
1, and Kirk again on this Yuzong just completely dismantling the front lines, allowing the Claw to just free hit Severo as well. So active with the blazing duets, even sometimes diving the backline alongside the Yuzong, which gives a lot of space and a lot of playing room for the Super family.
Yeah, I swear this last pick Yu Zhong changes so much of what we expected to happen in
के
this
भन्ने यार
game.
केटा हो
Yeah. This is,
Falcon
I
खोइ
like to see it too. Severo's going to be MVP
Severo.
here.
ओए 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 क्लॉड कॉल हान्दैछ क्लॉड कॉल हान्दैछ
No, man. I've been loving Severo. I'm so glad he's here in the MPL Philippines.
Yeah, dude.
5-0-9.
Severo
This
bro
guy-
the new
While
gold
keeping
standard
the pace.
He always does. That's what. So it's like a little thing that I just noticed with Severo. Like every time he gets MVP or every time he has this moment with the camera, it's like you see him smile and be really happy, but then he like goes back to serious. It's so, I don't know, it's just so warming to see.
Yeah.
I feel like he's really set into the super fam kind of environment and culture there.
It's a good character, right? Like
Yeah.
you get that outside of the game and inside the game. 'Cause
Yeah.
guess what? He plays the same way in game. He smiles. Okay, I'll join team fight, and I go back to farming. I go back to brushing wave. I go back to split pushing.
Guys,
and
के
then,
भने
oh,
यार
let's team fight again.
Falcon लाई त यार
Let me do it, and then I go back.
फाल्गुन को फ्यानहरु सम्झाउ त किन फ्ल्यापले यस्तो खेलेछ फ्ल्याप र हाजीले अनि काइल पनि ओगिन पनि म्याच 4 जना प्लेयरलाई भनेर मार्को भाइ
All season long I've noticed that and I'm just like, man, that makes me so happy to see. It also just makes me
एकचोटि अर्ली के भयो एकचोटि राम्ररी हेर्नु पऱ्यो अर्ली हेर न ड्राफ्ट पनि 10 मिनेटमा यहाँ रन टोटलमा एकछिन फ्ल्यापले के गरेको भाइ फ्ल्याप सम्झाए मलाई त फ्ल्यापले कस्तो अर्लीमा यसरी कसरी खान्छ हो यो जङको यार तेरिजलामा त वाइल्ड खाएको यार यसले कसरी हारे यस्तो लेट फेल दिनु पर्यो अहिलेसम्म ठिक छ होइन ठिक छ अहिलेसम्म त्यस्तो ड्यामेज खायो यसले डिफेन्स बनाउनु पर्छ त्यसलाई यार अर्लीमै कत्रो ड्यामेज खायो यसले यसले सुरुमा हेर न ड्यामेज बनाइरहेको छ अनि भित्र हानिस् ड्यामेज यहाँ हेर न यहाँ ड्यामेज खायो त हेर डिफेन्स बनाउनु पर्छ यार यसले सुरुमा यसले लास्ट ड्यामेज खायो अनि यहाँ पछि गेम गयो युजङलाई यसरी अर्ली लिड दिएपछि त कसरी हान्छ त यार? ड्राफ्ट राम्रो भएन, ड्राफ्ट पनि राम्रो त थिएन भनौँ। तर नि खै अर्ली नै यसरी हारेपछि त ड्राफ्ट जस्तो भयो नि केही फरक त पर्दैन है। फ्युलाई रिप्लेस हानेर पनि यस्तो खेलिरहेछ यार ब्रदर। हाजी पनि खै हाजी पनि ठिक लागेन है मलाई। कम्पिटिसनै दिन सक्दैन सुपर फ्रेन्ड्स चान्सीहरूलाई। हाजीले खै बुढा भयो क्या हो हाजी पनि। ब्ल्याकलिस्टको प्लेयर यार, प्राइम टाइममा यस्तो खतरा मेज लाग्छ यार हाजीको, अहिले त खै के हो यार। 2 किलमा छ यार ब्रदर, 2 किलमा छ क्या 2 किल। फर्स्ट गेम कति किल हाने यिनीहरूले? यो फर्स्ट गेम हो नि त। टोटल कति किल हाने यिनीहरूले? दुई गेममा 5 किल छ यार फाल्कनको। हारेको गेम 5 किल छ क्या 2 गेममा। What the fuck, फाल्कन बिल्ला यार। रेगुलर सिजनमा सेकेन्ड भएको टिम यस्तो पर्फर्मेन्स दिइरहेको छ। कालिया र भ्यालेन कालिया किन लिएको भन्दाखेरि जुक्सिनलाई प्युरिफाई फोर्स गराउन लिएको, तर जुक्सिन 908 छ होइन, राम्रो काम गरे फाल्कन। भ्यालेन आई डोन्ट नो भ्यालेन किन यति प्राय गरेर हाजीले खेल्न नि सकेको छैन। भ्यालेनमा लेनिङ फेज पनि कुटा खाइरहेछ हाजी। प्लिज स्टेप अप ब्रो, स्टेप अप माई गाइ। यस्तो खतरनाक प्लेयर आएर हाजी के गरिदिन्छ। ल्याबको फर्स्ट आइटम यति बेला आइरहेछ यार, करको सेकेन्ड आइटमको टाइमिङसँग आइरहेछ। ल ल ब्रो, राम्रो छ राम्रो छ। 5 किल त ब्रुस्कोले हानिदिन्छ अरे भाइ, अति भन्छ यार। के छैन हाल्न लागि फाल्कन नै केटा हो। भर्खर त बेस्ट अफ 7 हो केटा, जे नि हुनसक्छ, जे नि हुनसक्छ। म चाहिँ दुइटै टिममा सपोर्ट गरेर हो होइन, जसले जिते पनि मतलब छैन मलाई। तर ओनिकलाई चाहिँ हेर्न मन चाहिँ जे होस् इन्टरनेसनलमा। ओनिक आए चाहिँ राम्रै हुन्छ इन्टरनेसनलमा जे होस् होइन। अब हेर न, ब्रेकै 10 मिनट छ, गेम पनि 10 मिनट हुन्छ, के हो यार त। सम्झिने कल कला तिमीहरूलाई के प्रब्लम भयो जस्तो लाग्छ? म त प्लेयरले नै अन्डर पर्फर्म गरिरहेको छ जस्तो लागिरहेको छ ड्राफ्ट भन्दा पनि। अब एभ्री टाइम मिडमा कुटा खाइरहेको छ, अब मिडमा कुटा नभएर एक्सीमा कुटा खान्छ। हेर न फर्स्ट सेकेन्ड वेभदेखि कुटा खाइरहेको छ क्या, त्यसरी टर्नरमा कन्टेस्टै गर्न भ्याउँदैन। अब काइलले पनि के गरेछ, अब एक्सीमा त्यसरी डोमिनेट खाइरहेछ। फ्ल्यापको चाहिँ मलाई लास्टै गल्ती लागिरहेको छ, फ्ल्याप र हाजीको। फ्ल्याप हाजी हो कि त्यसपछि काइल काइल पनि त्यस्तो अन्डर पर्फर्म नै गरिरहेको छ हल्का। हल्का एक्सपेक्टेसन धेरै हाई थियो कि मलाई यो फाल्कनदेखि। आई थिङ्क ओनिकलाई यिनीहरूले इजिली बिट गर्छ जस्तो लागेको थियो मलाई, बट खै के ओनिक प्रिपेयर भएर आयो कि फाल्कन अन्डर पर्फर्म गरेर आयो। सुपर फ्रेन्डले जुक्सिन नदियो भने चाहिँ जुक्सिनले गिद्दी गर्छ हौ। किन जुक्सिन दिइरहेको छ एभ्री टाइम? फकिङ फर्स्ट पिक कालिया गरेर त बरु फर्स्ट पिक जुक्सिन गर्न हो बाबु राजाहरू। स्किल इस्यु द्याट्स अल। हाजी लामो हो, जहिले मेडिक्याप हुन्छ याद गर अर्ली जहिले। अर्ली गेम त हल्का मिड विक नै भइरहेछ आजको एभ्री टाइम। अब सपोज इक्वल म्याचअप भयो भने चाहिँ सुपर मार्कोले हान्छ जस्तो लाग्छ, बट सुपर मार्को हेर न एभ्री टाइम त्यसले ग्याङ खाएर हुन्छ यार, केही गर्न पनि सकेको छैन। हो माया लागिसक्यो मार्को मेरो भाइको यार। मार्को यस्तो खतरनाक प्लेयर हो, किन यस्तो भइरहेछ?
important guest, I think we just have to ask real quick for Wolf, thoughts on the execution, because I feel like drafts were all right with it, but the execution was kind of off.
Parang tingin ko kasi lumaban sila dun sa time na
Kaso na malay. So boring. सबले भइरहेछ फल्कनको छुरछुरु सुपर मार्कोले त मेरो नि टपमै पर्ने टिम एमएम हो अब टिमले अघि के गरोस् मैले मार्कोलाई टप 2 मा रेट गरेको थियो खेल्दापछि तर बिचरा एमएससी जानु पाउँदैन छ Stop overprotecting Marco as well. मार्कोले इक्वल म्याच भइ नै हान्छ क्या बाबु राजा अब टोटलमै 4 जना गुल्टेसित अब मार्कोले कसरी क्यारी गरोस् त टोटलमै 4 जना मर्यो भने त कसरी क्यारी गरोस् गोल्डनमा ग्याङ गर्दैन टोटलमै मरेपछि टप 5 पिएच गोल्डेनर और फर्स्टमा केलरा सेकेन्डमा मार्को थर्डमा इनोसेन्ट फोर्थमा को हुन्छ को छ अरु गोल्डेनर ए डोमेन काइट यस्तो बिर्सेका डोमेन काइट त अनि फिफ्थमा आई डोन्ट नो यार गाइस फिफ्थमा को छ यार गोल्डन ओइ मिर्को आयो सुनौ न
Hey, how you doing, boys? How you doing?
We're doing good.
Let's go, Mirko, number 1 caster in the world.
We're doing good. All right, so as everyone knows, MPLID is taking a break. Their playoffs are going to be in the upcoming week, but we just want to get your thoughts on a few things here. First off, how are you enjoying the MPLPH playoffs, man? Thoughts on it so far?
Yeah, I like gaming.
You know, the viewers have been enjoying it as well on the restream. It's fantastic. I always enjoy MPL Philippines, and this season especially, we're 100% mirror blessed. I got all the predictions right. So far, it's also very close in the lower bracket finals. W.
Onic and Falcons definitely competitive, just trading a lot of one-sided victories. But of course, one of the biggest headlines heading into this preseason is, of course, that big trade. Kelra going to Indonesia.
Innocent Pietro. Hey, Iman. Oh my God, my bad. Mero least fair
Indonesia. How has Kelra
first like Kelra second ma
dude, Kelra's been horrible, you know. Nah, I'm joking. Dude. He's Kelra, you know. Like any team he joins, he's going to pop off in, especially because he's an Onic. He's already
second
in
ma
the best
Marco ni
Indonesia
bhanchu ma
by a
third
long
ma
shot,
Innocent
so
fourth ma bhanchu
Kelra's popping off as
Iman
expected. I
fifth
think
ma
it's more
Domi
surprising that Savero is connected with the rest of the team quickly.
And speaking of Savera, he's the first import player in MPLPH, and I'm personally impressed about his performance. But how about you? Are you impressed about his performance? What are your thoughts about Savera so far?
Definitely
I'm very impressed. I wanted to make a joke, but no, seriously, this guy is special. Like he's very, very good. Even in Season 15, when he debuted, we were hyping him up so much. We were talking about his potential. But unfortunately, Onic ID decided to go for a ready gold laner. A gold laner who was already matured, who was already complete. And that's why they got Skylar. But yeah, I think Savero, even from Season 15, all of us were saying, the analysts, the coaches, that he can have a higher peak than even Skylar.
He's always been the richest when it comes to the gold lane. So how do you feel about being the richest caster, Mirko? Don't answer that question. I feel like these.
You are the richest caster, Wolf. Pinaka rich. You are Pinaka rich right now. And so another Pinaka, if you know, you know.
So this is what it feels like with two rich people talking, and me as a normie, I'm just here, just like, all right, you guys do good.
Richest caster in the world, right, Mirko?
MPL idea has been.
मलाई बाबा लाग्छ Mirko casting.
Interesting is the word that I would use. It's been very chaotic. But what are your thoughts about the regular season of MPL ID?
Dude, it's been amazing. Honestly, I think this is the best regular season we've ever had in ID. Everything was so
Savero
close,
versus
except
Super
for
Marco
number
based on
1 and
display
number
of
9.
second ma Marco and Savero. Definitely Savero ni. Savero first नै हो मेरो लागि त अब बेस्ट अफ अहिलेको MPL को सिजन वाइज त फर्स्ट नै भन्छ
It was
Savero.
close all the way to the final day. We even had a tiebreaker scenario. The fight continued all the way to day number 3 of week number 9. Navi versus Geek Fam to make it a playoff. So regular season ID is amazing. I just hope that the playoffs gives us similar vibes. I hope it's not just Onic trashing on all the other teams, as usual.
All right, since you already
Richest
talked
caster in the
about
world.
playoffs and
MLB we go, not
Onic being
overall.
Onic in Indonesia, who's the one team that we should watch out for in the MPLID playoffs?
Renmar.
Oh.
What is this question, man? What is this question? You have the green robots right there. You know, they're choking all the time. We have the red robots in Indo, bro. Bigatron, my goats. Hey, let me tell you about Bigatron. Let me tell you about Bigatron, all right? They're pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. You know, they're pretty bad.
At least you're honest.
They're only bad against lower teams, okay? If they're
True,
going up
true,
against
true,
teams
yeah,
that
that's
you expect they would smash, they will lose. But if they go up against the top teams, they for some reason show up. I don't know why. We even gave them the moniker of Robin Hood because they steal from the rich and give to the poor every single time. They were actually the ones to make the tiebreaker scenario and all that possible. So thank you, BTR, for an amazing regular season. Horrible win rate, but again, as I said, it's about beating the top teams. And guess what? No other team is worse than Bigatron right now. So they're gonna win everything, Wolf, Renmar.
Seems like it's gonna be a really tense time for the fans of Bigatron by Vitality. But hey, it's time for us to wrap this up just in a bit because the draft's about to start. So this is a two-part question, real quick, for the lower bracket finals. What's your mere bless? Since you said it's been a bless so far for your predictions.
Okay, so far predictions have actually been 100%. So I'm gonna go with the same prediction as the video. Falcons 4-3. That's sad because I want Onic, you know, I want Severo, I want King Kong to make it. But let's just leave it at that. I don't want to curse anybody. I love both teams. They're amazing. And TLPH are already in grand final, so it's okay.
All right, so let's see if that'll be a mere curse or bless.
Lovely interview, lovely, nice interview.
Personally, who do you want to see move forward? Predictions aside, analysis aside, who do you want to see move forward and face off against Liquid and get that ticket to MSC and EWC?
Onic Philippines. I think I want to see that. After yesterday, like, dude, what the heck? Come on, yeah. I mean, the Sonics are amazing. That's one. And then to see them in the grand finals. Plus, Game 4. Was that not the best game of playoffs so far? And it was Onic TL, so we got to get a rematch.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Miracle. I know you have to get back to the watch
Lovely
party, but
interview,
it's always
guys.
great to
Let's
have
go.
you here in FPL Philippines.
Thank you.
Say bye while waving and give us a big smile.
See you, goat.
There you go.
My goats, Bigatron. They're going to win everything.
That's my goat, Mirko! Okay, thank you so much, Mirko. At
Lovely
syempre,
interview,
papunta
guys.
tayo
Let's
sa,
go.
ika-apat na laro ng ating series na to. And he did say that it was movie.
Q, this is a comment, my guys. Mirko number 1 caster हो केटा मिर्कोले त मिर्को कास्टिङ गर्छ हो इडब्ल्युसीमा ढुक्क अनि कहाँ त्यस्तो गोडेड कास्टर हो फ्ल्याप फाल्कनको प्लेस्टाइल चेन्ज गर्नु पर्छ रे खै फाल्कन मास्टर पनि जानु पर्यो कहाँ जानु पर्यो केटा मेरो इन्टरभ्यू कसरी लिन्छ केटा म त सिधै भनिदिन्छु फ्ल्यापलाई रिप्लेस आन मासारा बेबी कस्तो के नाम राखेर हुन्छ केटाहरू त्यहाँ अब अनि फेरि टिएलपिएच खेल्नुपर्छ अब यस्तो हो केटा यो गेम चाहिँ होइन एमएससी पुग्यो डाइरेक्टली होइन तर फाइनलमा को च्याम्पियन हुन्छ भन्ने चाहिँ म्याच हुन्छ क्या टिएलपिएचको अगेन्स्टमा त्यो गेम जित्यो भने चाहिँ सिधै एमएससीमा देख्न पाउँछ हामीले ओनिकलाई भनौँ न ओनिक जित्यो पनि त्यो त फाल्कन जित्यो भने फाल्कन देख्न पाउँछ नभए ओनिकलाई टिएलपिएच चाहिँ डाइरेक्ट गइसक्यो लेट्स गो ड्राफ्टिङ फेज केटा ड्राफ्ट अब चाहिँ रामले प्रिडिक्ट गर्छ म
So parang because you already know your calculations in your head on which heroes you can kill or cannot kill.
Well, let's go guys, this is the 4th game
at the right moments.
So we go back to one of the biggest questions we had at the end of the draft in the previous one, especially after what we saw. Is Super Friend still going to end up with the juice?
And it's every time
I feel like if Falcons want any semblance of control in the center, they have to think of a way to make sure the juice doesn't end up there. But surprisingly, it's actually Onic who bans it out. This is something that I've seen about Onic blue side this playoffs. When there's a pick where it feels like their opponent needs to address because they want to pick it, they ban it out themselves.
Corkले नै पक्केले यार क्लड लिए फाल्कनले क्लड लिन्छ अनि आई थिंक क्लड र काले लिन्छ होला
I think that's still a valid decision here.
काले लिँदैन होला मेबी क्लड चाहिँ ढुक्क लिन्छ
Sagot doon ng Onic yung magbabago na.
क्लड अनि के लिला अरु
For what they did in the game number 2, which is the high
क्लड र
Valier. So, baka bumalik sila dun sa gatot na sa...
Claude र
aggressive
Kalia
mid
नै लिनुपर्ने हो.
laner.
Let's
Like,
see
Claude,
के गर्छ.
for example,
I think Claude and Kalia,
Claude's
guys,
not
very
an aggressive
predictable.
mid laner, pero parang it kind of counts like that. Parang yung mga may constant na pressure pa nga. So, ang Falcons, they do have that, the Claude and the Kalea. Pero if ever, they can opt to go for the Kalea
Claude and
plus
Kalia.
the Valentina agad. Kung sakali, kasi may chance nila yung
Don't
Onic
fucking pick
kunin agad
Valentina.
yung hero
Claude,
yun.
Kalia.
Falcon says we like the Claude, we don't want it
No,
there.
okay, no Kalia, no Kalia, no Kalia.
They want to pick up the Suyo.
They are giving the Kalea to Brusco.
Yeah.
When si Kalia
Getting
rin
ready for this.
Brusco le.
Well, I think ang
Kalia,
Oni Valentina third pick in that scenario. So if you're Onic, I think you're fine picking up the Harley agad.
Kalia
Harley,
Reddit.
Kalea, tapos meron kang pakita sa gilid, parang sobrang aggressive na pwede mong paglaruan. At the same time,
Kalia Reddit, guys.
meron ding benefit na kunin na yung gold laner for Onic Philippines for Savera against the Claude.
Ano
which
Kalia Reddit yan,
typically
Felix Milin so.
comes down to Harith or the Moscow.
Eric Lee ka naman, Charlie.
They'd be keen to pick up the
Kalendar
Harry again, but
Kalia.
There's the Valentina as expected.
And Kalea perhaps.
Kalendar Kalia ki gato.
It's also one of their comforts. Talk about Onic and comfort.
Gato gli.
That is comfortable. But of course, this is a comfort as well, and it's been great.
Kiss
And I
me
think
nila ta guys
sort of
oily.
Onic telling Falcons.
Kalia ko sila liko sa
we
nara
still
ka daw.
lost that game number 2, but I think they're still okay with it because so far it's been 2 games where the rotations early on of the Kalea and whatever pick
Kiss me
Haji
yung
ends
gares
up
sa
with, which has been the Valentina. To them, it's like it's not good enough for them.
That's right. So, ang nagiging sagot dito ng Falcons will definitely be yung perhaps yung kanilang maaga pick dun sa mid laner like a Gordon para dito kay Haji. At the same time, pwede ka pumili na ng yung roamer for Ogwen, which in this scenario, yung Kalea ay nabalik pa sa nila.
Falcons on
Is
the
Miller na
right
maybe?
side. I wonder if there's any chance that they're considering a Zekian a little bit later on.
Later. Oh, maaga pick dito sa
Let's
isang
go
Esmeralda.
draft
Ang
si
pinaka-broad
Miller,
pa lang sila sa kanila dito is just na Pakita. Pakita
Pwede
sa
bigyan
lahat ng
Miller,
shields,
pero
so it makes sense.
Claude Royce Esmeralda.
However, wala pa siyang directly kina-counter dito.
Not
Apart from
bad.
that, what Onic can do is to shift their focus. Hindi na sila mag-Harith in this scenario. Siguro,
Ban
best na pwede gawin ng Falcons,
carry ban.
magbaan ng Moscow, magbaan ng
Carry Duko
Blades,
Beno.
so that
Carry
Onic
Duko Beno.
Philippines will be forced to pick up Harith or a weaker na gold laner.
Here's the thing, though. I think there's a realm that maybe we'll see Severo get a YSS here. And that's why I was thinking maybe Falcons would want to consider
Carry ban
at
or Duko?
4. Because Yisun Shin, as we've seen Onic do in the past, if ever they're up against a Claude, he'll really hold on
Early
to
ban.
the turtle
Second
bow
round,
toss
carry ban.
of the Mountain Shocker.
So, that is Yisun
Kunin ko
Shin
side,
and
bro.
perhaps semi-fighter din na gold na
Kalia ban, maybe?
roamer, na jungler.
के छ कालिया के हो र मेज हैन
Or
मेज त ब्यान गर्ला र ब्यान त गर्दैन होला
Leomord.
मेज
That's right.
I think Kalia ban
mas
hands होला.
chance mapan yung Leomord ng Falcons. Whereas Onic, ang kanilang pwedeng iban ngayon is their XP, is their mid roamer options. In this case, it's going to be the high loss.
अब सेकेन्ड ब्यान चाहिँ कालिया होला
Healed up na
यताबाट क्यारी ब्यान हुनु पर्ने हो फाल्कनको साइडबाट
Oh,
क्यारी ब्यान गर्यो भने गाह्रो पर्छ है
Onic is such
फाल्कनलाई
a really good pull of heroes that so far Falcons hasn't really been able to answer that. I feel like Falcons is wishing that your wishes came true where we get an extra bat in the second phase.
Ganun na nga. That would be great.
Nahihirapan nata sila eh.
Yeah. Leomord, potentially the ban para sa Falcons.
Yeah.
It is indeed going to be the Leomord.
Dongle ban, no ban for Savero.
Parang may language na dito na pinasabi sa atin na willing
Savero
sila
kahit
ibigay yung
magiging
Kalea.
sa
But I
helper
think,
pula sa carry
pwede
punch
pa rin namang ban
Bosco
yan.
punch Sobe
Apart
max
from the
punch Savero
Kalea,
play
yung glue ay potentially din ay pwedeng iban dito ng Onic Philippines that could be played in the roam role as well.
Yeah.
It's a safe
Kalia ban
Yeah, and so far this season, Glue has been mainly a roamer. Not really an XP laner anymore. But hey, you also mentioned the Hilda as one of the bans.
Okay.
Onic.
Oh, King Kong ban.
Falcons
Respect
at
ban
red
King Kong
4.
ban.
Either they
Respect.
show their mid or they show their roam.
Yeah.
Guys, सबैजना make sure to like the stream, like and subscribe and get us सबैजना like and subscribe.
The Gord seems like a valid option din dito para kay Haji. So ang benefit ng isang Kimi is hindi naman din talaga ganun kadaling i-pressure. You can pick up the Wind of Nature para kontrahin yung Pakito later on. And remember, yesterday this was also the hero that was used by Team Liquid. But it instead will be the Eve kahit ang composition dito ng Onic.
Oy, Lancer, okay na. Headi mo ta Lancer. King Kong.
You're looking for you're
Lens
looking for
Lord
some Vero hero na pang late game.
Nolly Freddy, Nolly
against
Freddy,
this
Nolly, Lens
YSS.
Lord. Kita Gunibar team sa.
If they do go for the
Lens Lord or
YSS
Gunibar
na
laki na
so
kita
far
ngada.
100% win
Tukko, kita ngada.
rate.
Lens Lord Gunibar, kita ngada.
Undefeated.
Sabi na kat, mga
Ang home mo nun is isang
sabi na kat, mga excellent kaya also. Carry
parang
ka
Leon
sa.
Mord-ish kind of jungler.
Lens Lord team sa,
Nolan
most
siguro
complete na.
or a Guinevere.
Okay.
Gunibar
Let's see
liyan,
what
most
Onyx
complete
going to end up with.
Gunibar ang most
Lots of
complete
potential
mirror
options.
draft.
You also mentioned the Clint earlier,
Clint.
and I think that's what Falcons is looking at.
Oh.
Oh, the Lance!
Lance
Okay, taking a page from right in the
Lord.
Carl Teasy's book.
So Lance had it.
Lens Lord ang
and
most
the
complete.
Moscow.
Spin na, team
Alright.
na na sa harin ako. Pogito,
If you are
Moscow, ani Lens
Falcons,
Lord.
you're gonna be
Lola,
looking for good
Onic na
catch.
draft. Otik greedy ba yan?
Maybe this time
Draft,
catch.
Otik greedy ba
Or
yung
what
Onic?
if sila mag-Beleric dito sa composition ng
Otik
Onic?
greedy draft ba yan?
With
Tinda
all
na
the
lang
time,
franchise
with the
spiran.
Valentino on the other side, but the Valentino will most likely get the ultimate.
Pero
of
madam sa
the-
just Lens Lord game
You
yun.
need a solid, tanky front. You don't really need to go that fast, but it just can't be the Esmeralda frontlining.
Tanky na frontliner
Dapat
na.
tanky, oo.
Ang kailangan natin dito.
Kill
ng
the
team
guys
ng
Roma?
Falcons.
Kalia?
May option ng Atlas din naman para sa kanila. Atlas
Ooh,
8
Atlas, toro balance of bro.
Din ng Onic
Balance of bro.
Yeah, that might have to change the idea though for Falcons.
think Kalia.
With the Valentino having a chance to get the links.
Oh,
I did not think they'd actually consider this on the back of my head, but I have slightly negative
Keyboy,
feelings about
get out!
I
Keyboy,
share the
MSC
same sentiments.
form!
Tingin ko kasi yung Cupra, hindi
Pero
ito
nice
yung
figure
hero
kung
na
sama naman pala yung
kinakatakutan
draft,
ng
no?
mga Lancelot
Then
users
start going
from
pa,
before.
Valen, going
Dati,
pa
meron
Rambo,
ka ng
Eric,
bouncing ball for the dashes. I guess, ipakito, he
Oh,
explained nga pag
Timmy
it's
to
0 as
Mirabay,
well as
Ogin Vide,
Ramosco,
kaya
but
tira
Lancelot,
Cupra,
hindi
gusto
ganun
sa Monero.
hindi ganun kalaking factor para sa kanya. Hindi din ganun kalakas ang Kufra sa metagame natin yan sa as much as I want to say na maganda yung mga ganitong klaseng picks for Falcons, parang mas papabor ako
Why
sa
not
Onic
Joy
Philippines.
Masterov? Can you
All right,
explain?
we're heading on to the next game. Casters, welcome back. San
Joy,
Juan Arena. Make
kahit
some
kinalit siya na earlier.
noise!
Wala pa ni Tato Boy, no
Alright.
guys.
Not the draft I was expecting, especially the swerve there at the end. But hey, maybe it can work to even out the series here for Team Falcons. A coup from Midnight, a coup from...
Joy, banda ilaro match na
Dito,
driver,
deep here.
strong
Para
na
sa
Joy
ating
kasi
Team
strong sa
Falcons. Like, I have a
nalito.
preview of like the top 5 best roamers that they could have picked up. It's the Kalea, the Khalid, the Glucho, and Kaja. We went past the glue and then went straight to
Kira,
Kaja.
let's go. This is
What
the
list are
fourth
we-
game
where's-
eh.
where's the
King
coup
Kong
for
de
sure?
Hydiatio. Let's
Cooper's
go.
sitting at top 10.
Okay.
Literally right the
First
edge.
team na like,
It's
kinalik kaya
really
Ogin,
for
second
what, the
team
Lancelot
part
mostly?
bro.
Yeah.
The thing
The
is,
green,
even
no,
though
no,
I do agree
green
with
clear
Wolf,
na,
like
something.
there's a lot of like downsides with picking up this Kufra, but I do think having this tank in the front line with the Esmeralda that opens up the map, you are kind of okay
Yeah.
just getting counter engaged on the roam.
And I just love tanks at the front line, you know, because that's the way you got to play it sometimes.
Yeah, because you need somebody to open up the map, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And the Kufra allows for counter engage against the Paquitos, the Valentinas, even the Moscows.
Okay. And honestly, I feel like even with Falcons occasionally waiting for the opposing team to engage, it sometimes just really works in their favor because then they don't really need to force themselves out in order to put up that box, which I feel like we might see more so now in this game because they finally picked up a different mid lane and that's going to be the Eve.
Yeah, so we literally see the box.
I just wanted to say they
Yeah.
picked something else,
Yeah.
but did it sound different to
Like
you?
finally, you know, like I
King
honestly
Kong
agree,
Lenser
like,
gusto kiraw, takiraw.
Okay,
finally we see a box, right? Like we see the Falcons box.
Yeah. And hey, but that's also partially because Super Prince has a Valentina, right? Mid lane though.
Whoa, bouncing ball stopping Brusco from getting
Lola
out, but they're
Brusco.
vitalized!
Lolo Falcon, Lolo Falcon.
King Kong instead finds a double!
Falcons can't just get a break, man, in the early game.
Sorry, meet my boys.
Yeah.
Ito ko
So,
sorry ki
this is
goros
downside
kiraw.
of having
Koile
Kufra,
flap le off. So
is
koile
when
lead
like,
ma.
you don't say in a fight.
Yeah.
As long as like the likes of the Glues, the Hildas, the Khalids.
You literally do like two
Bro,
things.
what the
Yeah, you
fuck?
jump on in,
and you
Okay,
ball.
but order
and you
isa ko
ball.
na to.
That's it.
Nice,
After
nice,
you ball,
Falcon,
you're
please.
done.
You're done.
Please, homie, I
You
need
know,
this.
fighting for this first turtle. Falcons do have control of it. They'll take
Nice,
it,
nice,
secure
nice.
it,
Okay,
that's
Falcon,
fine.
nice,
King Kong was getting his buff anyway, and he's got 2 kills up ahead.
Yeah, they didn't want to engage because you know the whole game plan for Onic is
Ab
just
ठीक है
to
यार,
scale
उन्हीं का
in the late game.
rounded
They have a Lancelot
double kill
and a
pass.
Moskov. Every single objective fight is gonna be hard for Onic unless they take down the Kufa first. So
Yeah.
Team Falcons, you know, Ogwen and Flap around objective
Super
points,
Finlay
when they're
Kufra
together,
Gold को
like, the tank
interesting
in the
है.
front line,
तर मार्को को हातमा प्लट छ है गाइस.
and also
मार
the
क्रस त
title
मार्क
rage,
माथि.
then you're a lot stronger. But if they're split up, Onic might, you know, find a way to engage.
And so what happened in the beginning was just a bonus for Onic and them just really gaining an advantage they didn't need to work hard for. Because Falcons were the ones who started that, I believe.
Yeah.
And so you see how Onic have been rotating, even just occasionally stealing away some camps from Falcons, but not necessarily into a major team fight that could happen.
Yeah, Falcons do a pretty decent job, though, just finding the gold and XP they needed across the map. So despite giving those 2 kills over earlier on, you know, they're still in a really good position. This will ultimately lead them to being well equipped for that next turtle to go ahead and secure it again. And if they can continue to do that, then they put themselves in a good position to allow Super Marco to get where he needs to be on the Claude for this. And hopefully Kyle set things up too. Okay, that's a no-go. That's Brusco. But this is what you expect from Ogwen on the screen. He's going to see if he can make plays happen. Again, the big ones will happen when he has a flicker. Earlier, he had to burn it defensively, not to go down.
Yeah, that's the, I would say, the benefit of having this composition from Team Falcons is that it's so stable. Like, you just have an overall game plan, a blueprint of how you want to play this game. You allow the Claude to just scale up. Team fights are very methodical. Esmeralda opens up the game, and then the Kubra goes for a re-engage. All the while you have Onic. This is classic Onic, by the way. The risky composition where mechanics is everything. Like the Lancelot has to find good angles against the Kufra. And then, you know, Savero, very sound Moscow player, has to be really profound with his dashes. And then you can also have that amazing steal from a Valentina where if you get a Titus ratio on Team Falcons, then maybe you get to outplay them.
That's the other thing we haven't talked about too much.
Kyle को डाउन कहिले देखि स्टार्ट भन्दा छ Kyle ले TG हटाइदियो क्या
is his hero so far. I mean, one of the most
आदि हटायो भने डाउन फल स्टार्ट हुन्छ क्या फ्ल्याप र Kyle को त्यहाँदेखि डाउन फल TG हटाइदियो.
You see glimpses of that, so that's always something to take in
Kyle
consideration.
TG र फ्ल्याप TG भएको कस्तो हान्थ्यो अहिले.
Turtle fighting for control. Kirk.
विकेट हान्नु पर्दैन थियो कर्क नाटक बढी
Fighting for the space. Super Friends holding on. Oh no, jump to his own coup for ult here. Bruce goes pretty low. Pops revitalize.
Super Finlay हो गयो ult.
Onic want to fight this time. Super Prince
Kyle?
used the IMU already
Kyle
but
Kyle पनि गोट्यो.
they were trying to create, but they still failed to take the objective for themselves.
Retry from Kyle.
Lovely को चोरी Falcon देखाइदिहाल. किन साउदीको पैसा कति पाएको छ भने देखाइदिहाल. Oil money.
Much bigger compared to the enemy jungler, so Falcons played that chill. Even though it looked like Onic was gonna outplay them, they played it stable. Again, it's just a blueprint gameplay from Team Falcons.
Yeah, they continue to do that for now. Around the objectives, this is also just kind of what you expect with this kind of lineup. Like you mentioned earlier, Brigitte, this real-world manipulation with the Eve is great for Haji to kind of play around. So for Onic, it's more so of how do we approach these team fights in a way of getting the advantage or the upper hand, of being able to pull back if we need to when the RWM is dropped down. And, you know, that's something that can help them secure a team fight. Also, they got to get in position to be able to do that. Now, yeah, Lancelot can go ahead and maneuver through those fights and everything else, but that's why potentially this Kufra is such a good pick, the counter pick, to kind of help alleviate some of that pressure that a Lancelot will do, even to an extent on the Keto.
Which makes the choice for Super Friends much more interesting, I feel.
Balance
Earlier when he
damage
picked up the Tyrant's Rage, I think it was just a way to get more space or buy time, but not directly through like creating space. It was just holding down
make
one
sure to
member.
like this stream
Speaking of holding down one member, Brusco forced to use the Revitalize, gets to take the Unbreakable
nice
and
one,
not Flap, but Flap!
Flap
is
technical हान्दै थियो.
King Kong goes for the chase.
Nice one here, Savero. Mitho. Kyle पनि मर्यो.
Looking to be next, but he gets
अति मिठो यार Onic.
Dude, so Savero doesn't miss these SODs, and another double kill for King Kong.
Yeah, this is again the advantage of this comp from Onic, the outplay
nice arrow.
potential. Even though it looked like Falcons were the ones.
तर still lead धेरै छैन Falcon
held on.
Falcon
He was like, guys, I can sustain, I can regenerate, we can fight.
Yeah.
And then the SOD came out from the Golden Boy. Oh my lord, the outplays are actually real. Team Falcons, they're now starting to feel the pressure.
Okay, no SOD for Savero this time.
Total behind होला, total behind Falcon le behind
this objective, which Onic might have just let go.
Falcon more पनि
just Brusco
total
right here.
contest
doesn't have the Tyrant's Rage either. So that was just about it. A bit of info, but they still split up.
Yeah, look at top lane though. They don't care. Again, they're just looking to trade here for Onic. They're waiting to scale up as well. So from the POV of Onic, if you want to farm, sure, let's go farm. Because again, we get to the point where we can outplay you with this Moskov from Savero, and we've seen that even up against TLPH. This is not a problem for Onic.
Kirk could be in trouble?
Oh, no.
Oh, massive, okay, SOD doesn't laugh at the Tyrant's Rage! Coming in from Ogwin, made sure that Kirk could no longer run. Brusco getting slowed down, but he will still survive.
Kyle?
Yep, great
Savero,
pickup.
nice
He's going for
flicker
Savero,
bit,
not going to be able to get him. Good pickup by Falcons, RWM.
Oh, that's a stolen RWM, but they see Ogwin charging, would not want to risk it.
Yeah, that's a good force on the side of Team Falcons. Even though Onic sort of overcommitted onto forcing that trade with the SOD, I don't think it would have been a good choice anyway.
Falcon
They would have been fine with just pushing the map. Put Moskov on top lane, let the last on the farm. And Team Falcons, again, this is the way they want to play this game. They just go play Blueprint.
Brusco didn't let that AOG onto anyone.
Nice,
Wasn't even able to create enough space. Kyle will go in. They take everyone in mid. And Super Marco.
Good Marco!
Wait, what was the play there? I mean, you
Marco मेरो भाइ रिसाइज हो क्या केटा हो
on top and bottom. I'm wondering what did he just want to clear out the waves and maintain the turret or what?
I don't know, man. Again, they're losing sight on what is important. Just farm King Kong though. Oh, the dodge!
Kyle will be okay. Falling Starmoon from Flap, but the fight ends there.
All right, fight ends there. Again, mistake made by Onic. So in this case, Falcons keeps control of the map, keeps things in pace for them, and they're built up for a really good take of his first Lord, unless Onic wants to fight it.
Again, Team Falcons, they can actually just force any fight that they want. They have all the kits in the world. The real world manipulation, Esmeralda opening up, and the Cupra with a counter engage. They just have to be wary of the outplay potential from Onic, especially with the dodges from King Kong. He dodged one Tyrant's Revenge on the Cupra earlier.
स्पिड गराछ भने चाहिँ धेरै स्पिड गर्ने छ के टिममा ओनिकको ड्राफ्टमा ग्रिडी ड्राफ्ट हो के वाइल्ड
It's still going to be Falcons taking this first Lord. Brusco doesn't look like he'll get out of this.
ग्रिडी ड्राफ्ट मैले भने तिमीहरु तीनटा स्पिड गर्छ पगि त नि स्पिड हो लेन्स नि स्प्लिट सबेरो नि स्पिड गर्छ अनि टिम फाइटमा पोकले गर्छ भ्यालेन्ट पोकाउने हुँदैन
This is one thing that Falcons have to
Really
maintain.
dropped by
That's
Onic.
a shield that gets bursted down too with that push that Severo's able to make happen. They want to make sure that they keep tabs on him. Yes, they've got the Lord. They can charge in towards the base here. But someone's going to have to go ahead and deal with this split pushing that's happening.
Yeah, I thought Ogwin was going to flicker on to the Moskov earlier. This guy has no Purify, by the way, so Onic should be careful and should be concerned where the Kufra is coming from, because again, there's a lot of ways for Falcons to just force a fight, engage, and jump on targets that they want to go for.
Brusco has to really block all these Tyrant Revenge jumps
They got the box.
from Ogwin.
Super Marco is massive right now too. 2,000 gold ahead.
Or यस्तो lead गयो ओनिकले त्यही पनि
looking to go guns blazing when these team fights happen. So shield will go down in the mid. Super Marco also picks up the Wind of Nature now. So they're in great fighting form in this lineup.
So very good Trinity
fight into the base if they want
nice
to.
ult Aji.
Aji using the RWM. King Kong goes in. Phantom Execution. AOG2 only lands on one. And the Unbreakable on Kyle as well. And they hold on to their tier 3 in mid. That's just a few hits away from being taken down though.
Yeah, bit of an, I would say over defense from Onic. They committed the AOG with the stolen real world manipulation to clear the wave. They didn't punish the Kufra. However, they did force out the flicker on Haji. So maybe they use this time to force Falcons, but the thing is, again, this block from the Esmeralda is kind of annoying.
Oh, Thorn Rose gets to dodge that Tyrant's Revenge! Ogwin might get punished here.
Marco!
That goes in!
Marco!
He pushed back just a bit and is forced to
Marco moryo! Marco moryo! Savero! 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 यस्तो नगर्न त Savero! धन्न मर्यो Savero! Kyle भ्याउँछ भ्याउँदैन?
He can go back.
AOG gets dodged by Kyle!
Kyle मार्छ अति मिठो Falcon King Kong माग्छ King Kong
Onic falls apart in the team fight.
Oh, King Kong!
Touches it with the Thorn Rose.
त डिफेन्ड हुन्छ
King Kong all
Super
alone.
Prince
Super Prince will make it though, but they'll probably lose all or this second base turret down bot.
Damn bro,
Oh my lord.
ultimate है म त सबैले
Almost
एकछिन
an
त
outplay from Onic. Again, this is the
हटरेक
strength
दिइसक्यो यार
of his comp.
कस्तो धन्न
But Kaz says,
भ्याइहाल्यो
no,
सबैले
we can
मरिहाल्यो
outplay too. That blade surge dodge
What a team fight, यार, what a team
on the
fight.
AOG, able to take out Kirk afterwards.
तर
Because King Kong
गुट्यो
didn't
यार
have enough
फाल्कनलाई
HP, he wasn't confident on going
मार्को
back.
मर्यो नि त्यस्तो केही
Especially
भएन
because they lost the
Clean up
vision
हान्यो
on
काइलले
Ogwin. And now Team Falcons, they get the control back, they get the tempo back, but man, again, this pressure, man, from Onic Philippines, Team Falcons, they have to be careful with this Sabero Moskov.
Oh man, if you fight for this Lord, Onyx going to just be pushed off of it, so they have to go and find themselves in the defense once again. You know, I almost think, what if Severo had enough itemization for that fight? If
Defend गर्न त केटा हो
defend, eventually he's going to get
डिफेन्डको
there.
कम त छैन एउटा
And Falcon's
मस्को
gonna have
मात्रै
to
हो
watch out for
ओनीको
that setup
साइडमा
again.
डिफेन्ड गर्न
Yeah, imagine they had to burn everything. Even Ogwin had to flicker on top of the
Bad
Moskov
draft by
because he
Onic.
was dealing too much damage. He was dismantling this formation from Team Falcons after taking out that Claude. So again, these are the things that Falcons has to worry about, the positioning of the Moskov. 10 seconds without flicker though.
डिफेन्ड हुन्छ होला मोस्ट
Ogwin
प्राइली
has an immortality too. Might go for some more riskier plays if he
King
wanted to. And
King
he's
Kong.
gonna jump on
Oh,
King
nice,
Kong.
King Kong, nice one,
Keeps
King
him
Kong,
safe.
nice.
And now they get
Hajiको
to
flicker
buy
गयो
enough time to at least deal with the Lord.
कार्डो किन
Now,
अल्टर्नेट नाइन नाइन
goes over the AOG though. Is it just more space too that they want to
डिफेन्ड मात्रै
create?
गर्यो
Because it seems like they're going in for the punish. There goes the falling star one in the real
नाइस
world.
अल्ट हाजी
Ogwin fights multiple members.
सबैले हान्दै छ
Spear of misery.
डिफेन्ड गर्नुपर्छ तर
And
मार्को
knockout strike to finish the job, but it's Super Marco.
मार्कोले मारे यार कर्कलाई किङ कङ सबैरो ओइ मा कसम सबैरो नाइस ट्राई यार नाइस ट्राई यार कस्तो मिठो खेल्न खोज्यो यार सबैरोले अति मिठो
Outplays after outplays. Super Marco
मिडबाट मात्रै मिल्न आउँछ
but Falcons, they're not done yet.
डिफेन्ड भयो मिडको डिफेन्ड गर्नु भएछ किङ कङ
Marco's alive. They jump in.
King
King
Kong.
Kong just wants to make sure the minions are out.
नाइ यार किङ कङले हक्दैन
Inside them though, and Falcons bring us to a
Bro,
2-2
oh my
score.
god यार Falcon GG यार guys
Falcons still
Green out in the chat हान्दिम केटा हो Falconले खेल्यो है केटा यो गेम चाहिँ हान्यो है Falconले
They come up with a macro and an outplay
Oh
of
my
their own.
god bro
We've evened out the
GG यार
series.
guys GG
It's been a back and forth all evening
सबैरोको
long.
कस्तो नाइस ट्राई
A
यार
hell
त्यो
of a way for
खतरा
this
हाल्यो
lower bracket final to break out, man. Hey, and it was great to see a bit of a different draft here.
Yeah, refreshing.
A little refreshing, like sip. You know, but this one wasn't filtered through purified volcanic rocks. But I'll tell you what, this is one hell of a game to bring in for this one. And there were moments, there was glimpses. It looked like we've seen before.
नाइस है guys नाइस यार लास्टको टिम फाइट अति क्रेजी भयो यार तर
Damn, Kyle had some outplays, by the way, on the Suyo.
Yeah, the mechanics came through
Yeah,
for
last
Team
one.
Falcons.
Super Marco.
यो टिम फाइट एकछिन यो टिम फाइट क्रेजी भएको यार
Oh, Thorn Rolls gets to dodge that
5 के
Tyrant's
गोली छ हैन त्यही पनि स्टिल हान्दैछ
punished here, but Super Marco instead goes in.
स्कोर मार्क यहाँ फसिसक्यो त्यो सबैको ओ माय गॉड पर्फेक्ट गोल्डन
SOD makes it inside the middle in the play.
एकछिन हाजिला मारे भए सबैले सबलाई मार्थे यार
And he almost made it out of
काइले
there
फिनिश अप गरे त
King Kong, he can go back.
These are the things that Falcons has to worry
यो त
about. The
डिफेन्ड भइसक्यो यार
positioning
यो
of the Moskov. 10 seconds without flicker though.
Okay, Ogwin has an immortality too. Might go for some more riskier plays.
यहाँ सबैरोले हेर्नु
And he's gonna jump on King
कस्तो
Kong.
खेलेको यार सबैरोले
Keeps him safe. And now they get to
हाजीको
buy enough
flicker गर्थ्यो
time to at least deal with the
ब्रुसको
Lord for
नजानु पर्ने थियो यार
now. Goes in with the AOG though. Is it just more space too that they want to create? Because it seems like they're going in for the punish. There goes the falling star one in the real world. Ogwin fights multiple members.
सबैरोलाई मात्रै हेरे केटा सबैरोलाई मात्रै हेरे
Misery, keeping them safe. And the
मार्को
knockout
यहाँ
strike
नाइस
to
अल्ट
finish the job, but it's Super Marco. Wanting to find Kirk.
सबैरो के सोचेर गएको यार कस्तो हानेको क्या यसले आमा 1 एचपी बाच यार
He did not. Kyle takes him out.
हाँस्दै छ हेरे सबैले त
Oh my god, outplays.
क्रेजी यार
Falcons,
सबैले
but
नाइस
realistically, they were almost
बुलेट प्रुफ
all
मार्को
outplayed, right?
MVP
Like, it had
गोल्डनमा
to come
कम्पिटिसन
down
पो वायर
to
छ त
micro mechanics. All the while, for Team Falcons, everything was so much simpler for them. Like you just layered a Kufra on top of the Moskov, prevent them from like moving. But even then, despite all that, Sabero was able to find good jumps, good positioning, good
Really
dashes,
draft
good
भयो क्या
skill
Onic last time?
miseries. But it came to a point where the items were also too much for Onic to deal with, especially with Super Marco juggling through Wind of Nature's immortalities.
लास्ट ग्रिडी ड्राफ्ट भयो यार गाइस, तीनटा स्प्लिट गर्ने छ यार, ड्राफ्टमै हारिसक्यो यार यिनीहरू। अर्डी तर लिड लिएको थियो, त्यही पनि किङ कङ फार्म मात्रै फोकस गर्यो, त्यही पनि केही गर्न सकेन। पछि धेरै फार्म फोकस गर्यो। लेन्सलोट हिरो त्यस्तै हो, तर लेन्सलोटसँग पगि तर मोस्टको काम छैन क्या। आडा नओनिकले किन यस्तो ड्राफ्ट गर्यो यार, केही छैन केटा हो। 2-2 भयो गाइस स्कोर। अब बेस्ट अफ 7 हो, जसले 2 गेममा, अब जसले 2 गेम सुरुमा जित्छ त्यसले जित्छ, अनि एमएससी जान्छ है केटा हो। सबैको लागि भयो नि एमएस ओनिकले जितोस् रे, सबैको फ्यानहरू आइसक्यो क्या केटा। तर भ्यालेन्ट, आई थिङ्क भ्यालेन्ट जसले लियो त्यो हारिरहेछ है केटा हो, अनि जसले क्लड लियो त्यसले जितिरहेछ। सो अब हेरेको छ केटा हो, भ्यालेन्ट आई डोन्ट नो किन प्रयोग गरेको भ्यालेन्ट पनि, कसको अड्लिन्छ। कुफ्रा पिकले लास्ट छ्या भन्थ्यो यार भ्यालेन्टलाई, कुफ्रा नभए रोमको अड्लिन्थ्यो होइन, तर कुफ्रा लियो, कुफ्राको अल त्यस्तै काम पनि छैन भन्नु। कुफ्राको अगेन्स्टमा खेल्नु नि गाह्रो हुन्छ। कुफ्रा पिक राम्रो थियो यार, वाइल्ड राम्रो थियो यार यता। नाइस ड्राफ्ट भाइ फाल्कन है, कुफ्रा पिक लस्टेड लभली यार यता। सम्झाए नि बुझाए नि। हल्का ड्यामेज पुगेको भए सही हुन्थ्यो, कस्तो दामी गइदिएको थियो त्यो। ड्यामेज पुगेको भए चाहिँ क्रेजी क्रेजी हान्थ्यो यार मार्कोले, सबैले त नाइफ ट्राई थियो यार। फ्ल्यापको स्मेमा 2 गेम जित्छ केटा हो। पगि त आई थिङ्क फर्स्ट पिक नगर्यो हुन्छ यार, पगि त फर्स्ट पिक भ्यालेन्ट, त्यसपछि लिएको ब्याड ड्राफ्ट, लास्टेड नराम्रो ड्राफ्ट यार भ्यालेन्ट र पगि त लिएको, अझै 2टा स्प्लिट गर्ने हिरो। पगि त किन चलेको भन्नाले म्यापमा स्प्लिट गरेर चल्छ क्या पगि त। त्यो पगि त आफ्नो कामै गर्न पाएको थिएन यो ड्राफ्टमा। क्लड आई थिङ्क क्लड अब धेरै प्रयोग गर्छ होला, किनकि क्लडले गर्दा नै धेरै जितिरहेको छ। सो मोस्ट प्रायरली क्लड धेरै प्रयोग गर्छ। अझै 2 गेम्स, अझै 2 गेम जित्न बाँकी छ केटा हो, किनकि यो बेस्ट अफ 7 हो। सो त्यही भएर 2 गेम अझै बाँकी छ। क्रेजी गेम है केटा, दुइटै साइडले राम्रो खेलेको छ। हेर न ड्र भइरहेको छ, 2-2 छ स्कोर अझै। अति मिठो है केटा। केटा 5th गेम जसले जित्छ त्यसले लास्टै एडभान्टेज हुन्छ, किनकि म्याच पोइन्ट पायो भने प्रेसर कम हुन्छ। सो 5th पोइन्ट लास्टै क्रुसियल गेम हो यार, म्याच पोइन्ट पायो भने लास्टै एडभान्टेज हुन्छ जुन टिमले नि। ओनिकले गेम जित्यो भए चाहिँ ओनिकले जित्यो अभियसली, तर अब त 2-2 भइसक्यो यार। लास्टै प्रेसर छ, दुईजना प्रेसर छ, धेरै प्रेसर थियो आई थिङ्क ओनिकलाई छ, किनकि भर्खर हारिरहेको छ ओनिक। मोमेन्टममा छ फाल्कन अहिले, जसले जित्यो त्यो म्याच पोइन्टमा हुन्छ है गाइज, म्याच पोइन्ट। ओ माय गॉड ओनिक पुग्यो भने त यार एमएससी, मलाई ओनिकलाई हेर्न मन छ यार एमएससीमा। सबेरोले कस्तो क्रेजी खेल्दा छ, सबेरोलाई फुल सपोर्ट यार। फरकलाई ब्लेमै गर्नु बित्थामा ड्राफ्टमै त्यही भन्यो होला, फर्स्ट पिक लिनु भन्नु। यो म्याच 3टा जङ्गलको हेर त ब्याटल, किङ कङ काइल टिचिस
Or Onic that makes it to the grand finals against TLPH.
We're down to a best of 3 guys. This
crazy
the battle for greatness.
Yep.
For the glory.
Titan in Paris or rivals in Paris.
In the grand finals, because again, Immortal Cup.
Immortal what?
Immortal Cup.
Immortal Cup.
So this is for glory. Battle of greatness. Like all these players are great, but they have to prove that they deserve the spot to be the grand finals to deserve the chance to fight against the greatest.
Yeah, and the things that they want to prove, they both really have such
Ikaw,
meaningful
Suya Goldie
backgrounds prior to the season, which really wants to make you root for both of them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of tricky to be in the spot where you see them in the lower bracket
Sovereign
finals.
just
Because
got
imagine
Sovereign
everything that
to
Onic has been through
okay kya ho,
pre-season,
okay kya.
the doubts that they had to prove wrong, and even for Falcons who've been not soaring that much in the previous seasons. And speaking of soaring, see this is a recap you're seeing right here.
This is interesting though. Falcons have not yet won in the lower bracket finals since becoming a best of seven.
Falcon in lower bracket final जितेको छैन.
If I'm not mistaken, it was season.
Okay, औरसँग हारेको TLPS
Season 11.
यो गेम पनि हार्यो भने त बिचारा यार Falcon.
Which is funnily enough, the 3 teams that we have right
that are left. Yeah.
And they weren't really Falcons back then.
Yeah, so this is like the legacy that they have to endure, right?
Yeah.
Like they have to soar past these legacies, even in the storyline that we have with Falcons and Onic, like going past the TZ mental, going past the gold standard. They also have to go past the achievements for the last 3 years of MLBB.
That's exactly what we were just talking about. This is the triangle of power here that we've had throughout our FPL Philippines seasons.
This camera work.
The camera is great because you're gonna look at all
Chowdaमा
the flags that have
चारवटा
been hanging here for all
TLPS
the
जितेको छ
champions
यार,
throughout
what
the
the
seasons
fuck,
and the
bro.
years. And look at
MPL.
that. You know, you're so close to seeing
TLPS
more history
monster,
made by potentially Team Liquid being the very first team ever to go back to back to back for championships.
Yeah,
Back to back,
by the way.
back,
This is
3
amazing
times
camera
champion.
work.
Oh
Yeah.
my god,
Damn.
TLPS.
That's great.
It's kind of terrifying though, like the
TLPS
history
too,
graphic we
get
saw
out.
just now. Whenever we went to a best of 7 in the playoffs, in the lower bracket finals for Falcons, it's always been them stopping at 2 game wins.
Yeah.
And we're at that point right now, so
They're at this point.
TLPS ले
Yeah.
त
So there's a
फिलिपिन्स
chance-
सर्भर यसो
hopefully
डोमिनेट
they
गर्नु
pass
भनेको
the
उहाँले.
team.
move past that. That's the first step. Moving past.
Am I crazy? Or since season 11, TLPH has only missed 1 grand finals? Holy
Yes.
what the hell? Season 14, brother. Fnatic Onic against Aurora.
That's what I'm saying.
Season 14, yeah.
Yeah, every grand finals.
Every grand final.
There, Echo's there, Liquid's there.
Yep.
It's like Call of TZ saying the same thing to all the stats.
And this is
I have to be there.
Basically using all the
Gold
stats.
क्या भाइ
And that's
तर
why
गोल्ड होस् तेरे
sometimes,
प्रुभ
you know,
गर्नुपर्छ
some
नि
people are
कार्ड
like,
जब
man, why do they
ML को
talk
गोल्ड
so
त
much
यही
about
हुन्छ
Tia? Why do
जसरी
they talk so much about
Why the
Call of
glaze?
Duty? Look, I mean, the stats are there, man.
We're looking there because the banners are there.
Yeah, the banners are there.
किन
The
यो 50
storyline
लास्ट
is
क्रुसियल
there,
गेम
you know,
हुन्छ
and
है
it's just-
किनकि
they've been so dominant.
म्याच पोइन्टको
apparently we
गेम
don't
हुन्छ
glaze
यो जुन
We gotta glaze
टिम
more.
Yeah.
We might as well
That's
just
the
make a
important
team
game,
Liquid
यार, केटा, यो.
glazed donut.
हाम्रो
Remember that
MCB को
promo?
बेलामा सेम यस्तै भएको थियो यार.
Glaze, don't.
Liquid's been there.
That's crazy.
2-2
You
भएको थियो
know what?
यस्तो अनि
We'll let the
त्यसपछि
on-ground panel
म्याच
glaze
पोइन्ट
some
हामीले
more.
नि
Let's go
जित्यो
ahead
त्यही
and throw
पनि
it over to
6 गेम हारिदिएर क्या
Red
म्याच
Ball to break
त्यसपछि
down our
7
next
गेम त
draft.
मा कसम मुटु निस्किलाइसक्यो थियो.
Thank you so much, casters. Historic is the last 3 teams in our playoffs, and even this matchup between Falcons and Onic Philippines. Crazy. It seems like the pick that we're not the biggest fan of ended up becoming a not scapegoat, but it helped them out. The Kufra helped them out.
Tapakita natin yan dito sa isang natin na prepare ko. I would say na itong laban ng Onic Philippines versus Team Falcons, baka
मिनेट गर्नु पर्यो 5 मिनेट केटा हो 5 मिनेट रुकुम केटा हो मजा हुन्छ यो जस्तो 5 मिनेट गाइस 5 मिनेट ब्रेक हुन्छ. फाल्कन नि ट्र्याकमा आइसक्यो. अब चाहिँ कम्पिटिसन आइ हुन्छ. गेम अब चाहिँ क्रेजी हुन्छ किनकि दिस इज द 5th म्याच हो केटा हो. कसले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ केटा 5th गेम ओनिक और फाल्कन. M4, M5 and M6 fighting for another MPL championship. त्यही त यार. सबै M सिरिज च्याम्पियनहरू छ फिलिपिन्समा त. M2 देखि M7 सम्म फिलिपिन्सले जितेछ अरे एभ्री टाइम. Only gonna win right in mode रे. एकदमै. Who is your MPL PS season 17 favorite player? Obviously Carl TZ the one and only goal. म बिग फ्यान अफ स्यानफोर्ड तर बस कार्ल डिजीलाई नै सपोर्ट गर्छु क्या एभ्री टाइम. रुन बन्दै कहिले तर मेरो सुन्छु खुसी लाग्यो तिम्रो Sun side of the sun. सबैरो नि आइदिया सबैरोलाई सपोर्ट लास्टै गरेर चाहिँ केटा किनकि ओनिकको फ्यान्स लास्टै धेरै छ क्या राम्रो यार सपोर्ट गरेर चाहिँ इभन केल्दा नहुँदा पनि सपोर्ट गरेर चाहिँ लभली फ्यान है ओनिकको फ्यानहरू म त सबैरोलाई धेरै हेट गर्छु होला सोचेको बट दे आर सपोर्टिङ म्यान किनकि सबैरोको पर्फर्मेन्स पनि त्यस्तो छ नि त केटा हो भने त सपोर्ट त डिजर्भ गर्छ नि त्यसले लास्टै अन्डर रेटेड प्लेयर यार सबैरो र गोट सबैरो मेरो भाइ केटा 3 मिनटमा स्टार्ट हुन्छ लेट्स गो है त केटा रविन्द्र ढाडको म्याच कहिले हो केटा अब रविन्द्र ढाडको म्याच कहिले हो केटा न्युजिल्यान्डको अबसम्म होइन न्युजिल्यान्डकोसँग ढाडले सेक्छ हो बजङको ब्याक कति मिठो खेल्दै है फिलिपिनोको अगेन्स्टमा त मजा आएको थियो यार हेरेर है रविन्द्र ढाड केटा 2 मिनटमा स्टार्ट हुन्छ अब एकछिन पुरौँ सबैले टिएलपिएस 14-0 रे सो भन्नु तर कस्तो कम्पिटिसन नभए टिएलपिएसको लागि त कम्पिटिसन दिन सकेको छैन कसैले पनि ओनिकले हिजो कमब्याक दिइसके थियो यार कस्तो थ्रो भइदियो नि लास्टमा कार्ल टिजीले एकछिन याद गर्यो म गोट हो भनेर अनि देखाइदियो लेन्सलट केल्दा आफै गएको हो कि निकालेको हो केल्दा गएको भने आफै कहाँ निकाल्छ रविन्द्र ढाडको कोच हो म अरे बताएँ मैले जिमु एमएलबीबी नेपालकोबाट एउटा हिरो छैन त्यो एमएलबीबी नेपालबाट एउटा हिरो चाहियो है एमएलबीमा सबैबाट एउटा हिरो छ पकितो फिलिपिन्सको भयो चाइनाको जेटिएन भयो एमएल पनि चाहियो केटा हो त्यही एमएलमा पनि चाहियो नेपाली रविन्द्र ढाडको आउँछ जस्तै केटा हो नहेर पकितो र चाउ मिक्स भएर अगस्त लास्ट विकतिर हुन्छ अगस्त लास्ट विकतिर हो फुल सपोर्ट छ है हाम्रो बजङको हो कि के भन्छ फुल सपोर्ट छ हाम्रो गोर्खाली पावरलाई भनौँ न इन्डियाको गाटोको हो र गाटोको इन्डियन हो र त्यही भएर रिस उठ्छ क्या मलाई जिस्केकै फेरि हरको साम्पाङ ग्रक रे ओइ हुनसक्छ है हरको साम्पाङ छ त केटा हो ग्रक छ त यार बिर्सेको होइन छ त नेपाली ऊ त्यो छ त केटा हो जुक्सिन मेरो बुढी नै हो केटा नेपाली हो जुक्सिन मेरो बुढी हो नेपाली हो जुक्सिन The guy, let's go draft my denim.
Onic PH, there's a lot more room for them to work with to invade and
Game 5, let's go guys.
with early game aggression.
Broken walls. Oh, it was a map na talagang nilalaroan ng mga utility junglers like yung mga tipong mga Fredlin and everything. So this could also be that. Pero honestly, pwede mong i-treat kasi yung broken walls na parang neutral map eh. Parang wala naman talagang distinct advantage or siguro magandang palette cleanser dito para sa dalawang teams natin when it comes to their picks. Alam mo, sana magkaroon ng difference when it comes to the draft patterns of both teams kasi para parehas na
Kira game 5 pala dito kira Onic PH or TL Falcon PH. Sabi na PH sorry. Oh, Jenny बोले नहीं kira. True बने का fact बने.
For a lot of the teams in the regular season. But then maybe a few
The
more
guys drafting page.
selections as
अति
well.
बने कितनी वाले mob pretty girls सुन बड़े draft.
We're going to be seeing the countdown on
Let's
the
get out.
screen and
अति हुन्छ kira
who's
game.
excited for the draft?
Full map हुन्छ broken walls.
Oh, we need to, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I think it clipped me right there in the back.
Buti ka na.
Oh, my back.
Okay ka lang? Okay ka lang?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Di naman tayo sinabihan. May babagsak
Obvious
pala
fan
doon.
Marcel
I know we've
Freya.
been seeing that all throughout the broadcast.
Fanny man आउँछ होला Falcon side bro.
I think the W got me.
Oo nga eh.
How ironic.
Masyado yata tayong napa-analyze doon sa
Fanny Van?
spam natin. Alright, so heading into this game number 5.
What's your
Fanny
command?
Van.
It's going to be Falcons dun sa may
Onic ko side
red
bro.
side, and it's Onic on the blue side. At what
Baxi
they usually
Poki त ban
first pick
okay.
is the Paquito. But
Baxi
they
ban
themselves
गर्छ Falcon ले
have
जुक्सिन ban गर्छ.
there is a chance na
Baxi ले ban हान्छ होला.
first
Baxi
pick
ban
for
गर्यो भने
Onic.
first pick जुक्सिन लिन्छ होला most probably.
I think they go for it.
I think
If it's available, just
Dito
do
na eh.
it. Because so far, it seems like rotational-wise, we're not even talking about picks. We're just talking about how it's played.
Yeah.
Ogun and Kyle and Haji look like they're having so much difficulty going up against the Juicing of Super Friends.
That's right. So the two times na napunta sa blue side ng Onic Philippines, what ended up happening is they pick up the they pick up the Paquito. That's right. And
जुक्सिन
sila
के Baxi
yung
में एउटा ban गर्छ.
Zushin themselves. Third ban nila yung Zushin na yun. Dun sa games 2 and 4. And sa ngayon, ang kanilang option is to go for that Paquito. So, this should be the Zushin first pick.
Yeah.
Para sa
First pick
Philippines.
जुक्सिन.
Makes so much sense for them, of course.
Do you go back doon sa Suyu Claude if you're Falcons or Suyu Harith?
I think for Falcons, I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Claude here.
Claude, all right. Claude
Yeah.
Valen.
Yeah, they were able to make it work. And plus, I think now I'm more in the mindset of I don't want to give Severo the Claude.
Yeah, for sure. So, ang hula ko dito para sa Falcons ay Claude of
Ito ako okay kira match sa there.
Pero meron
Claude
din
on
option
Claude
na
of
may linya din
fix
ang Claude
you.
and Suyu.
Ooh.
But instead, it's
Claude
Claude
Ray,
and Eve.
I think, okay, so I think they're realizing some of the early errors or punishes that Onic has been doing maybe could be answered by the Eve, as we said earlier, with the Kufra. Once Eve hit level 4, and then once Falcons started rotating together, a lot of the ultimates of the Eve actually helped out Liquid, helped out Kyle even when he would go in for his later entry.
So, ang nagiging configuration dito para sa Onic is kuha na sila ng jungler nila, either Harley or Leomort or Suyu. I'm feeling hierarchy-wise, Harley tapos Suyu and then Leomort.
Yeah.
Tapos ang combo nila doon is typically the Khalid. There is the merit to get the Katonkacha or the Kalea, and indeed it will be the Kalea. Tapos Leomort ang kanilang pinili dito para sa Onic Philippines. In the presence of Suyu and Harley, parang eto na, dito natin matutuldokan. Leomort ang priority ng Onic Philippines.
Yeah, and
All
every
of
time
you
we've seen
50-50
Onic
takes
run this
out
kind of
that
composition during the regular season, it's a lineup built to take control of things early. Once Brusco hits level 4, imagine
Kalia
four
Leomort
members of
यताबाट
Onic just sticking together, looking for picks in the
Fredrin
river,
भनिन्छ यार, म
getting
त
out,
Fredrin
handling
भन्छ
the
यार.
macro at the same
के
time.
छ र अरू पिक?
Yes, I know that
Fredrin
sounds like
की
it's a lot,
गाटो
but
होला.
they make it work.
Fredrin की गाटो.
Does this mean Suyo para sa Falcons ngayon?
Suyo.
Or will they go back to the
Should be.
Fredrin?
Oh, actually, yeah.
Fredrin की गाटो यार.
is something they might want to consider here because the Suyo is highly punishable here. I think the extra body on Fred will work as long as Ogun and Flaps heroes can also hold the front line.
Yeah. So they go for the Suyo. Nandito na tayo sa point na tapatan
Mag-backpad
na ng
na pala.
damage versus damage
Pretty
from the
good, eh?
juggler's position. And interestingly, Falcons can now choose to limit yung mga heroes dito ni Severo. So Moskov and Harith potentially bans para dito sa Falcons.
के छ ब्यान फाल्कन साइडबाट उही युजङ ब्यान हान्छ यार करको युजङ ब्यान देखिरहेको छ यार फर्स्ट टाइम
Listed them
जिन्दगीमा
earlier on that hero. It's a warranted ban.
Oh, so far, parang ito yata yung game na masasabi kong in command totally ang Falcons. They don't have to be crafty with Esmeralda kasi wala namang pakito na available para
रितेश
sa
थापा
Onic.
मगले युजोङ ब्यान भनेको यार मिले यार
Sushin ng
अति है
Onic dito
रितेश
para
थापा मगले
prepared sila, especially with the Yuzong ban.
At last ban है
We have a
Falcon
different approach. Onic will ban
के छ ब्यान अर्को रुममा
good ban overall.
रोम त दिइसक्यो
Siyempre mahihirapan naman yung Jushin at Kalea.
क्यारी ब्यान हान्दैन र गाइस क्यारी ब्यान हान्छ क्यारी ढुक्क ब्यान ढुक्क ब्यान हो क्यारी ढुक्क लेखेर राख तिमीहरु क्यारी ढुक्क ब्यान देखे केटा कालिया र क्यारी कम्बो क्लड गोइन्स पनि लेन बेच राम्रो हुन्छ त्यही पनि हाइड ब्यान गर्यो केटा मैले बुझेन है फाल्कन हारे केटा
There's the cat on Kachaban.
Falcon
Dito
Harry
pwede yung Onic na kumuha ng Sora plus the Sora in Moscow kung sakali. But siguro yung medyo delikado na is kapag may Valentina pang available na pwedeng piliin ng Falcons as their last pick at their XP lane. So that yung Sora pick coming out from Onic, tingin ko mangyari lang pag napili na itong Ali.
क्यारी ले सबेर देखा
You do have
क्यारी लिएर पिट त सबेर अन्त हुन्छ नाले
go signal para sa Onic Philippines na kumuha ng Sora.
क्यारी ले मेरो भाइ
Noliए and it'll force Falcons to just end up picking up
क्यारी मा एउटा लिन्छ होला
bring down a glorious pathway, either as a means to stop or a means to escape, and then that extra stun is gonna help out. Oh, but they go for the lapu instead. Interesting. I mean, they do some of the same things. Ground control, good damage.
At ang pag-carry dito sa may Eve. Pero alam mo, yung Sora plus the, yung Lapu-Lapu, it also allows for the Moscow pick for Savero kung sakali. I just wish that it will be yung mga ganitong klaseng hero.
Carry ice, let's go.
Instead, they will go the carry route.
Lapu-Lapu Idas din
combo. No
Idas din sa oras save option.
Ano pa ba yung mga save dito para sa
Falcons?
Falcons?
Chip ho kya?
Hylos is there, matutunan ka lang ng...
Chip.
I think that's why they pick it. I wonder if they're crazy enough to try pick off here.
Chip.
Maybe something like a Joe or
Chip.
Go ulit.
Go for again?
Chip.
Pwede naman.
Chip get out. Chip.
Beleric.
Chip.
For the vengeance, but I think the safest is Hylos. Tapos, yung Cho,
Chip.
potentially pwede rin naman dito sa side of Falcons.
What if they bring out the Beleric here? We mentioned Beleric earlier.
Parang pwede. That the taunt works, vengeance works, revitalize works. But the Cho is the safest option. They will go for the glue. And I think this is the time that I would say Falcons really did have a better draft. Napakasolido ng glue. Although may chance na matunaw siya eventually, pero hindi ganun ka-worth it kung ang pupuhusan ng skill ng isang carry is the roamer.
Alright. So for me, with everything that we've seen so far, even in the regular season with how it really depends on how they handle the trades in the center, especially against Super Friends, the Kalea, the Juicin. Because Ogwen has had that tendency to get picked off first.
Wow. As much as I want to see more games, pero parang nakuha na ng Falcons yung tamang timpla. Picking up the second phase pick. Red side yung napipili sa may hero sila. They have a really good draft here in game number 5.
Whoever wins this goes into
let's go get out. Match point to get out. Let's go get out. Game 5 Onic versus Falcon.
For this one,
again, I'm ready as well.
2-2 across the street, and now, hey.
Chip to purple dekchu ta master apre. Chip अहिले हल्का रिभ्याम भएको छ क्या प्याट्रिक स्किन आछ नि त चिप सँग
limitations, surpass the legacy, hell, make a new legacy at this point to get to the grand final spot. And this is the drafts they brought out here at midnight. I saw you celebrating a little bit.
Yeah, I like.
Chipलाई follow up दिने हिरो नै छैन छ त फ्ल्याप छ सुपर मार पनि आउन मिलिहाल्छ नि
He described what this brings for Team Falcons. The only downside of this
let's look at how this is the 5th game
when you hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
When you hit the bikini bottom.
Yeah,
the bikini bottom.
We saw him hit the bikini bottom yesterday.
Lapu-Lapu को गेम हेर्न मजा आउँछ एकदम तर Lapu-Lapu आजिलाई मार खानु पर्यो
if you lose out
अरु त मार गर्नु पर्दैन Lapu-Lapuले
mid prio. But the thing is, in this game, you do have that pass to just die constantly every team fight, because that's his job in this game. He's basically a body bag for this combo on the side of Onic, because if they don't burst the glue down, he can just reset the fight.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I would say for most glue roams right now is what you have to deal with.
ए लामो सुपर पिन्चको हातमा दुख्छिन जित्यो Onicले लामो भक्कर दिएको
but as we saw
yesterday
alone,
there
there are
तर
situations
हाजिले
where
लेन
it's
फिस
like,
गरेर चाहिँ नाइस है
next thing you're dying. You're the body bag for the team.
लेन
This
खेल्दा
can also
राम्रै
help
खेलेछ हाजिले
activate this lineup once again from Team Falcons, like we've seen throughout the series already. Kyle on the Suyo, you're able to do so many things. Super Marco can scale up quickly.
Yes. They just needed somebody that can actually open up the map or open up fights, and that basically is what Glue is fitting into this composition because you already have this Alice.
Yeah.
You know, this Alice, as
Oh,
much
nice,
as he wants
Marco.
to go frontline, he can, but the thing is, there's the shred from the Kalea combo, so you just needed double body bags.
Yeah, and Alice can be also somewhat of a more reliable person to go
Postal,
in for the
Pork Daniel.
secondary engage
Yep.
because
Kyle
of the
Monitor.
capabilities through the Throne of Ruin. Kirk, though, gets to isolate 2 members.
Tap.
Onic are starting to work on the turtle, all the while Flap
Tap
finds a
flicker pinaan
3-man Throne of Ruin.
Turtle
And
by
some space
Onic
has been created for
Good
Onic,
trade for
though.
Onic last
They
round
secure
trade.
turtle number 1.
Yeah, that was a good way to kind of
Super
approach
Friends
that
को
fight.
flicker गए
Onic
तर
was
case
just
है ना,
fighting, kind of feigning to
Turtle
see
by
if they would actually engage against Team Falcons. But
Slab ro
nonetheless,
Ogin को
it was
flicker
to
गयो
secure
ठीक
that
है त्यसो
first
Onicलाई राम्रो
objective,
हो
that
लास्ट
first
राम्रो
turtle for them.
Yeah, weird choice for Kyle to actually commit a lot of the dashes that he has to try and burst down Kirk. They lost out on the turtle hold, which King Kong really held on. So this is going to allow the Liam to just constantly pressure the map with the Phantom Steed whenever it's up. And then they also have mid prio. Now this is where the Kalea starts to become becoming scary.
Okay, Savero.
I think she used to be in
More,
hold on
Ogin
though,
more.
here in the river.
Yeah.
Ogwin gets his first death.
Yeah, that's probably a preview of what we're going to see about a handful of times throughout this game.
Yep. I mean, we just did mention that this is what's going to happen, especially after Onic took that first turtle. So again, this Kalea is going to become a menace. And this river, nobody can walk past on the side of Team Cloud.
Okay, राम्रो खेला छ राजो.
For the Suyo, they don't have prio for the Alice, and then they don't really have the the kits yet or the items on the Glue for him to be able to do his job as of right now.
Yeah. So much information provided by Super Friends there, as you just saw him, using the lantern to go ahead and check the bushes here from Team Falcons, and that's what he does so much. And not only that, but depending if he decides to go ahead and build up the same way, get the Sky Piercer, second item usually is when we see him build it in.
Yeah.
Team Falcons is going to want to make sure that he doesn't get the stacks.
Yeah, this is the sad part, right? Like Team Falcons, I like the maneuver that they did on mid. They brought in the numbers to sort of take over the mid prio. But then after they cleared the wave, Zulshin just stepped up and he was like, I'm zoning 3 heroes. I'm ready.
Yeah, because they haven't really let go of this river control despite what we've been seeing from Falcons and their potential in terms of the lineup. Because Onic acknowledges the fact that that's really what they have to do, just hold it down together, because it's really waiting up until Savero can be a reliable source of damage that they can just go and commit for the fights. But now it seems like they will still try and start this next turtle.
Yep, they're going to go ahead and start it
Lap.
off. Team Falcons has control of the space. Ogwin?
That's a flicker from Ogwin, a very aggressive engage at that. Now he finds the grab. It's going to be Brusco, but he gets isolated under the turret just the same.
Flap
Finally
flap
gets the last hit on the objective, but Onic
What about
are
Total?
going for more.
Only by Total?
They're forced to flicker
Marble
out of the
Oye,
RWM
nine yaar
though,
Marble.
and Falcons will be
Please try
okay,
Marco
but
go.
they lose too.
It's a bit of an overcommitment from Falcons. The
Quali
target
ba,
was
Total,
right.
quali ba, only ba,
Ogwin
you-
immediately jumped onto Brusco to prevent the jump from Onic Philippines, essentially
Oh, Falcon
delaying the team fight. They have to wait for the Glue to step down from the Kalea first, but then Falcons overcommitted with the RWM, with Ogwin diving under the tower as well. And because of that, they lose out on tempo here for Falcons.
Yeah, they're gonna Onyx gonna go and play a little bit of tempo now by taking it down at the tier 1. Yeah, they traded out that kill there. Like I said, Ogwin, that's gonna happen to him. And sometimes if you're fighting around that turtle pit, you get
Blue
dragged
one
to the
eye Super
turret,
Prince
you're
go.
engaged.
Super
you know,
Prince
you're
दुखाउँछ
gonna
क्या
go
हो
down,
अति
but
दुखाउँछ यार
yeah,
ओकिङ
that's
0
what you
2
said,
0 छ
Midnight.
चिपले
This
भने त ल
cool
ओकिङ
works in a
कस्तो
sense
रनमा
of
दिएको रहेछ
you're there to
चिपले
open up the
भनेको
map,
यसलाई
you're there to
त्यत्रो
open
मैले
some of these team fights,
चिप
but
भए यति
unfortunately,
more than थियो यो
if the
रनमा
team fight isn't kind of centered the way that it needs to be around the objectives, you're just pulled away from the team.
Yeah, you don't force it, basically. You slow the game down for Onic so that they
यसरी
don't
अब
get to play
जुक्सिनले
fast with the Kalea combo. And Flap already was able to set up. He was able to cut the XP lane, and then they got the turtle set up. Their turtle prio took the position in the bush, but then again, Ogwin tried to force too deep onto Brusco, which spelled this tempo spill for Onic.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate because you feel that they also want to be a bit more proactive with the Blue, but at the same time, it was just probably not the best target to go for in that particular sequence. So it could have worked differently, maybe if they changed or tweaked it a bit for the upcoming team fight, which might likely happen a few seconds from now.
Good gold build up there for Severo. You know, he's had all the time in the world to pretty much just go ahead and farm up. He's got a Corrosive Scythe working into his second item right now, but you know, farm-wise, he's had that experience, and this is the thing we see with the carry picks, you know. Eventually, before you know it, your Team Falcons and your front line that's supposed to be tanky is getting shredded down by a carry. So this last turtle of the game, Onic will all be here for this fight. They center around it to gain control for this. Team Falcons, we'll see if they want to contest it. Super Marco's got the stacks he's looking for on this claw.
Oh, there goes the engagement.
Nice order, Raji. Pause, Onic, pause.
Goes in with the Throne of Ruin. The Blazing Doom and Tutor, just so much AoE from Falcons as they secure the turtle as well, together with a kill on Brusco. Flap gets to be sacrificed though, with still 4 members fighting against 4. But they will not push through.
What the hell is that reaction from Haji?
Yeah, it was so quick.
GG, Raji.
The title strike was on point from Brusco with the flicker. But as soon as he got down, there was already the real world manipulation from the Eve. Couldn't get the Tsunami Slam onto the Eve.
So did he press it while he was mid-air or something?
I think so. I think he just knew that, you know, he's going to get jumped on because they grouped up. Ogun and Haji clumped up together. If we can only get an instant replay, it would have been, you know, it's going to be amazing because, again, these are the things that Falcons has to be aware of. The jumps from Onic, they have to slow this initiations down to the point where even if the Kalea jumps, they prevent the damage dealers from pursuing the fight from engaging. And that's what the RWM allowed. Savera couldn't really step in.
That's why that, you know, now that we've seen it, Team Falcons leaning towards this Eve pick has been so good for them through the games they've brought it out. It allows them to fight the game that they want to, especially if it's around that real-world manipulation.
Yeah, and especially in that sequence, it's more of also being just a way to avoid or deny Onic in their plan.
Very risky, Severo.
Yeah, to be fair though, they do have right side prio, which just means that, you know, Falcons cannot really step over the side of the map because they have all the bush in check for Onic Philippines. So he's able to play aggressive like that, but it's still a Suyo, you know? Like, you never know. Suyo with Blade Soul Silver hurts a lot.
And he didn't have the flicker too.
So game to Marco-ले निकाल्छ कि क्या हो? गाह्रो छ यार तर सबैको ड्यामेज रेट गेम यस्तो हुन्छ.
Tier 2, they're going to do some damage to it, but the rest of the Falcons centering around this. Lord's going to be up here shortly. So once again, we're going to see this fight for the object through as both junglers want to go ahead and reset, get the buffs that they need before they actually fight for it. Now, one thing that can happen here is a setup potential from Onic, you know, utilizing the Kalea. If they want to go for a numbers advantage before even centering on the Lord, they can do that. So Team Falcons has to be a little cautious on how they approach the fight. Same thing can happen here too. We've seen it time and time again with an Alice on your side.
Kyle?
Flap can set things up. Kyle's just going to go ahead and continue to push on the top, just clearing up that wave.
As soon as Kyle showed that top, he knows. Like, Onic can just jump the glue at that moment. Honestly, for Onic, they can, you know, the way they want to start this fight is just going on by one. Just take down one guy inside of Team Falcons and then just be done with it. But now they see a carry up top. They know there's no combo for this Kalea.
And Onic can be more precise with their timings, I guess, because earlier Falcons, it was the team fight broke out right after they were already more or less ready for the fight. Because Marco was done clearing the wave. They were all revealing themselves nearby. So it depends on Onic if they do want to change the timings a bit more. But Falcons,
100% win rate,
yeah.
He's going to keep putting that pressure up there on the long lane.
Again, it's the blueprint, right? It's the game plan. Slow things down to the point where they cannot use this Kalea carry combo. Again, every time Kyle shows up topside, Owen moves back. This is a push and pull between these two teams. Onic, wait!
Oh, now they go in though, but another great RWM! The response from Falcons is keeping them in check! They find Super Prince and Brusco! The mid-duo is gone!
Wow, they wanted to slow things down, but hey, Team Falcons are the one that like, let's go!
I mean, if you walk away from mid-trial like that, you give it to Team Falcons. They don't have the numbers on the side of Onic. The Super family was not in the house.
You know what? I thought it was like the pull that was about to happen because we had a push-pull moment there, but it went push-push. Or it was just a fake pull, and then they went for another push.
Because nobody was pulling on the side of Onic. Kirk stepped to the right side. They didn't have the numbers. And Team Falcons, when they jumped in, when they went in, Onic was not SpongeBob. They were not ready.
They took him for a trip to Bikini Bottom, and they weren't ready, man. They're a different...
Rock bottom, dude.
But rock bottom. It feels bad to see that for Onic, but hey, that's the nature of their composition. Caught off guard, and now they're going to lose some space here. Lord's going to slowly make its way up top.
Yeah, this glue and Alice combo is making a big difference. This is why during the draft, even us on the panel, like the Filipino and English broadcast, we're all shouting and chanting glue. In fact, we're chanting Hans Galleria.
Yeah, because he's
the glue guy.
For context,
he's the glue
main.
guy.
He's the glue main, and ever since the Patrick skin came out, I think he's picked it more often than he could.
It surpassed his most used hero.
He surpassed the legacy.
Yes,
Legacy.
he did. And now let's see
Flap.
who does here in this fight.
Flap more for Tara. Nice zone hai Flap ko.
Coming in from Flap.
Sorry, by
He's
match
going to isolate Kyle, and he somewhat succeeds.
More Flap.
And now could it be Flap going out? Bruce does go in, but the grab gets used off to
Cork
Kirk, and
more.
now he's isolated too. Still has a flicker. Will not escape. Now it's Falcons going in for the re-engage, but they're losing out on it.
Ogin ho gaya yaar, flicker ho gaya. Ogin more.
That might have been a dangerous flicker from Owen, and he
King Kong
might
called out.
go down. He will in the hands
Wow
of
man,
King
what a team fight yaar.
But then weren't we just saying push, pull?
Yep. They took the punish. They didn't have the Alice ult.
Bro,
No
cute
throw
team
to
fight
ruin.
to
That's
baap
a
re
big signal
baap.
for Onic to go in. Bruce
King
go
Kong
with a
violent,
flicker.
there is a
Tsunami
0-3-0
Slime on the
3-0-3.
backside. Falcons, they could have just disengaged, but they wanted to go in. They didn't have all the ults. They didn't have RWM, and then Ogun tried to look for a target. He tried to jump onto Severo, even using the flicker, but Severo was like, no, I can just dash out.
Yeah, there's, again, one of those moments where it's like, that's that first Lord, you get your base turret, you can probably just disengage from it, but they decided to stay, and they got punished a bit.
Yeah, and we're going to be looking at this instant replay again. No big ults
What a
for
team
Team
fight there, guys.
Fulcons. Kyle had a
Cork
good
ko backline
angle for the
40
blade
base zone
surge,
hai
but
Cork le.
didn't
Nice
have enough
Cork.
damage, didn't have enough firepower, even under the blazing duet. It wasn't really enough because they had to deal with the damage from the carry as well, the heals from the Surge of Life. All the while, Super Prince was just zoning the other members of Team Falcons.
Man, Team Falcons, though, still in control. Lord's going to be up here again. They
3.6
control
है
the
goal
objective space
Falcon को.
for the majority of these objectives
Savero
that
को
have
win
come
पनि आयो.
up.
Kyle को
Onic,
Super
though,
Mario
looks
को
to
पनि win
be in fighting form. A win in nature now, too, for Severo, so he's got a little more room to work with on the defensive side.
Ogwin, though, with damage. He has a glowing wand and cursed helmet. So these cores on the side of Onic, they have to be really careful. He just needed the Pauldron, honestly. Like now he can actually frontline versus the carry.
There were instances that this happened in the regular season too, right? Like the Molten, the straight into the Cursed Helmet type of build for the glue.
Yeah, he doesn't have to like build full tank here. The way that this glue works is that he also acts sort of like a damage dealer to threaten the carries, the Lapus, because if he goes full tank, then Onic can just ignore, right? Because they have the damage. They can just ignore the glue jump. But now because Ogwin is building damage type on this glue, suddenly now Severo and Kirk have to be really careful, because if they get jumped on, there's a good chance Ogwin has enough damage to put their HP down to a certain threshold where they cannot fight.
Yeah, that's why you saw him also earlier be a little more aggressive on the flicker. Sometimes you see him, you typically do see that with glues in general, but even more so on this build.
Tsunami Slam on Ogwin. Doesn't have the immortality. Gets to flicker out to safety though, but that's a battle spell out for Team Falcons, and they force him to retreat.
He's going to have to go back.
Yeah, they see Lapu. They have control. Yeah, they have to give.
Oh, what?
Yeah, oh my lord, Falcons.
All days and Kaliago.
And Ogwin again, the sacrifice, the body back, Severo even used ult. So there was no chance for Onic to re-engage.
Yeah, good play on the map.
Just as we thought, it could have been an opening for Onic. They weren't actually complete.
Yeah, again, they're not SpongeBob. They're not ready. And even if, let's say, yeah, sure, they're ready, they kill off this glue. What's next, right? You kill the glue, now you have to deal with the Eve, the Claude, and then the Alice.
It's just...
Oh, now Flap has a winner crown. Bigger problem for Onic.
Yep, winner crown locked in.
Even for carry. But the thing is, like, who does the first dive? It's either Flap.
Yeah.
And if you get caught in the real world, or even if you get caught by Ogwin.
Yeah, you're in a tough space. So this Lord's pushing up top. They're going to try to hold on. Conceal going to use 5 Team Falcons.
They just want the turret.
Nice tip, nice tip.
Super Marco.
Marco round
okay.
mati la hai na turret matra ani raha
Dealt
hai
as much damage as he could.
Ooh, okay,
Yeah,
defend
they
bhyo.
got something to
Nice,
do with
nice,
Lord,
nice.
though. So the waves aren't in favor right now of Onyx push. That Lord should be shredded down really quickly too.
Mid ko
They
defend
might
garnu पर्छ
get some damage to this mid turret, but I don't know, unless we see them
Wait,
try to
Ogin,
push
more.
something.
No,
Okay,
Bruce
Kaji
Ogin
using the RWM first. King Kong responds with a phantom
Atti
speed.
defend yaar Onic
But they're
PH
not
atti
really
mito defend
forcing
yaar.
fights under the turret.
Lutti turret gayo yaar Onic
They're
ko.
playing it chill. They know
Malefic on ayo
that Team
sabero ko.
Falcons, if they have to push, if they want to push the tower, they have to commit. And
Lobby
they just use
defend
the
guys.
RWM from Haji, but it's not enough. It has to be the Alice coming in with the first skill.
Yep.
And then threat of the Throne of Ruin.
Yep.
But Onic, again, they know that they cannot get outplayed.
Godred
if it's
didn't
just
get
the evil.
Savereko 64 छ Marco को
Reliant
59
just
छ
on
what
the
the
real
fuck
world
bro.
manipulation. You
कति
can't
लो हो
really
तिनीहरुको
get into the
त.
base that way. It's really got to come from flapping at the same time. Now you're in a position where if you do get caught in a bad team fight under a base turret like we've seen before, it can go completely wrong. This isn't a massive lead that Team Falcons has, although they have controlled the objective space. That's the main thing you can take from this, is just the nature of the lineup allows them to set up an area of control around the Lords that we've seen, and that's where Onyx the biggest obstacle is for them.
Yeah.
Falcons could be potentially trying to set up for a play here. Again, this is where we also look to see what potential conceal plays can happen for Team Falcons or even vice versa for Onyx.
I think if it only were like the wave down bottom that arrived earlier too,
beauty
it's just
Monaco.
like there's just too much more life.
Kylie
left in
beauty
this
Monaco.
turret that they couldn't really risk it.
This was just so annoying. Like, the
Matsu
amount of
bana
damages he's
खेल्दै
done
Kyle.
throughout this game is making it hard for Team Falcons actually to engage.
He got it again.
Yeah, they have to be really creative here for Falcons. Oh, conceal.
Oh, they're gonna. Okay. Good call. Good information here.
Yeah, again, they have to be really creative.
Kyle
Imagine all this
143.
lead, and it's still hard for
Kyle
them to
बहुत
actually
support किया
engage
हुआ
because again, the threat of the combo
Ambulance
is
वाला
always
आया game
there.
सक्ने बित्तिकै.
And Onic, even all throughout that pressure from the entire early to mid game, they're still on their feet right here because of the fact that if you look at their kills, right? 6 kills. Look at Falcons. All the kills are on Flop and Haji.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not Haji. Ogwin. Imagine if they find somebody else. Imagine if they find
Now,
Eve,
18
if
minutes
they
को
find
game भइसक्यो
Claude, or if
already.
they find
बहुत blood हो
Suya.
यो.
Maybe they
यो
go
लord
for the
जसले पाए
rematch
त्यसले
of
जित्छ
Onyx.
उसको.
Brusco jumping in.
ए मार्को को फेरि
Super
फोर्स
Marco
भाबे
gets the
बवाल
touchdown.
हुन्छ
Brusco
त्यहाँ.
now gets knocked up by the Lord.
Brusco
Not
को
so
flicker
good
गयो.
start for
Nice,
Onyx
nice,
there.
nice, nice
They
one,
lose out
Falcon.
on the flicker.
Flicker गयो गाह्रो हुन्छ उनीहरूलाई लास्टै गाह्रो हुन्छ
Purify
ब्रुस्को
that
flicker
too. He
बिना.
just PMI'd.
I think the plan there for Onic was to bait, but I don't know about that. Maybe not against Filipino players.
Yeah. At this point, this is.
अब Falcon यो game
Brusco
जित्छ
doesn't
like it
have
हो.
the flicker
यो game
available,
जित्छ
so
होला
they're gonna
Falcon.
fight for this Evolved Lord.
आजको all dice
Again,
फेरि
Team
इनके दोस्त
Falcons
यिनीहरूले.
has this long
King
lane
Kong
two
already
over
low
on the
छ.
other side of the
किन
map.
lord start गरेछ.
Kirk's gonna make his way. Ogwin.
Ogwin starts it. He finds Super Friend.
Oh my lord. Okay.
He lands the grab,
Full
but
zone
then there's a
हान्छ
flicker. So now
Ogin
they
लाई भने
might
मार,
go for
Ogin
the
लाई भने मार.
King Kong 2. King Kong 2.
King Kong लाई बचा, King Kong लाई बचा.
In the back line. Fortunately gets
King Kong slap पर्छ होला. Slap मरे, slap डान.
also runs away.
What the
but
fuck? कोही
Super
मरेछ न,
Marco
Ogin पनि मरेन.
blazing to
Slap
it
मरेन.
in.
Wow,
Poppy
oh my
Verstappen
god,
for
Falcon.
Brusco.
ओए हाजी.
With the real world.
GG. GG bro. GG.
Super Friend.
कोही मरेन.
And Brusco goes
कोही
down.
मरेन. Oh my god यार Falcon. Ogin कसरी मरेन?
Sabero's doing his best, but he gets only pushed out of this turret.
GG यार guys. Oh my god bro. Ogin कसरी मरेन?
What a way to soar through the
What the
Super
fuck?
family. The jumps were eloquent. The precision from the Falcons. The macro gameplay. And
Damn,
the
man,
Super
Ogin.
family takes them one game away
bro.
from the grand finals.
What a
They
team
are
fight
on their
यार.
way. One game
GG यार.
away. to
अब एक
breaking
गेम जित्यो भने
that
Falcon
lower
पुग्यो केटा
bracket
हो.
curse
MSC
they've
पुग्यो.
been
Onic
through,
eliminate
man.
हुन्छ.
Team Falcons.
They're past 2-game wins now.
Back to back हाने Falcon अब त.
2.
They're no longer stuck there. Curses aren't real. Team Falcons looking
GG
to
यार,
soar
brother. What
into the
the
grand final.
fuck,
Yeah,
man?
again,
What the
this
fuck?
last big clue, man. I seriously think that after the series against Onic, they realized that, okay, this team is risky as hell. They do a lot of risky things. Even that bait on the Purify, on the Claude, was risky from Onic,
Nice
but they
try,
didn't
Onic,
take the
bro.
bait for Falcons. They just wanted to play blueprint. Even the previous game, right? With the Kufra, it's a risky pick, but it makes sense because it plays
Haji
into the
MVP
macro
finally
so
Hajiले
well.
MVP पाएको
And man, Haji,
एकछिन मलाई यो
he
लास्ट होइन
guarded
मलाई टिम फाइट के भयो भनेर
Space. That's the main thing you can take from this is just.
यो चाहिँ लास्ट भयो यो ओगिन कसरी मरेन यार what the fuck
Or Nahaji, Ogwin. Imagine if they find somebody else.
या ब्रुसको को फ्लिकर बेट गरेर नाइस गरे अनि यहाँ लर्ड स्टर
Maybe not against Filipino players.
सबैले एकछिन कसले हाने यार ओगिनलाई मार्दिहाल्नु
This
भयो
is
किन हाल्यो
pretty crucial. Brusco doesn't have the flicker available, so they're going to fight for two over on the other side of the map. Kirk's going to make his way. Ogwin.
Ogwin starts it. He finds Super Friend.
Oh my lord. Okay.
He lands the grab, but then there's a flicker. So now they might go for the punish. But King Kong too! King Kong too! He gets trapped in the back line. Unfortunately, gets switched though. Ogwin using the conceal also runs away, but Super Marco!
Masara Kiloli took 20 rupees. Kai on points. 4-0 GOONIC. Go home.
सबैले एकचोटि मार्दिहाल्नु पर्छ यार ओगिनलाई विन पनि किन हानेको यार सबैले विन हान्नु पर्थ्यो
Sabero's doing his best, but he gets only pushed out of this turret. Team Falcons are going recipe or something.
Oh my god त्यहाँ मलाई सबैले गल्ती गर्यो नि यार गाइस क्लड अहिलेसम्म 100% विनर छ क्लडै प्राय गर्छ केटा फर्स्ट पिक क्लड अब ढुक्क हो 5 गेममा 5 गेमै क्लडले गर्दा जितेको छ यार जिजी यार गाइस ओ माय गॉड यार के भन्ने यार फाल्कनले कस्तो मिठो खेल्दा यार अब एक गेम जित्यो भने फाल्कन जान्छ प्यारिस गाइस प्यारिस मार्को तात्या यार अति तात्यो मार्को ओगिनले लास्टै राम्रो गरिदिएर आयो लास्टमा ड्याम ब्रो तर सबैले यता उता गयो क्या सिधै ओगिनलाई मारेर आउनु पर्ने थियो यार सबैले अनि विन अफ नेचर पनि यत्तिकै हान्दियो यार लेट गेम इभको त हल्का झ्याउने छ झ्याउ त नेक्स्ट म्याच जित्छ यार नेक्स्ट म्याच पनि हार्यो भने त इलिमिनेटै हुन्छ यार GG, brother. Me and Falcon just too good, bro. केटा हो जान्छ सर फाल्कनै जान्छ सर केटा हो उता सबैले ट्रायल कार्ड ओभर लुफिजियन त लास्ट के फाल्कन हार्दा चाहिँ भाग्ने है फाल्कन जित्न थालेपछि चाहिँ सबैले ट्रायल कार्ड ओभर यहाँ त्यहाँ दिने क्या हँसाउँछ यार जुक्सिनको ड्यामेज त थियो होइन बट लेट गेममा अब जुक्सिन र इभ कम्पेरिजनमा त इभ नै बेटर हुन्छ मार्को भाइ नि चम्किरहेको छ केटा मार्को हातमा क्लड नदियो भने चाहिँ क्लड जसले पाए त्यसले जितिरहेको छ त्यही भएर गाइस क्लड नै प्राय गर्नुपर्छ होला ओनिक पिएचले ड्राफ्ट राम्रै थियो ओनिक पिएचको तर कालियासँग खै युटिलाइज नै भएन यार कालिया र क्यारीले एउटा नि पिकअप हानेन यार 0 पिकअप अब होप सो ओनिकले एक गेम जितोस् केटा भाइक होइन यही थियो तिम्रो स्ट्रिम हेरेको अनि टाइप चाहिँ नगरेको त्यसो है जित्दा मात्रै टाइप हान्ने तिमी लुफी चाहिँ सबैको ट्रायल कार्ड ओभर भन्दै आउँछ त्यहाँ फाल्कनले जित्यो नि। ए हाँस उठ्यो मलाई जस्ट लभली गाइज। अब क्लड पिक नै गर्नुपर्छ होला यार गाइज, नभए त गाह्रै छ यार क्लड पिक गरेन भने। क्लडले दिमाग खराब गरिरहेछ यार गाइज। क्लडले कि त फर्स्ट पिक हान्नु पर्यो कि त ब्यान हान्नु पर्यो। क्लड हेर न 5 गेममा 5 गेममै 100% विनर छ हौ क्लड। बुझिसक्यो त अब कोचहरूले नि बुझिसक्यो। अब क्लड नै प्राय गर्छ फाल्कन र तिनीहरूले। क्लडले लास्टै दुखाइरहेछ यार केटा। क्लडलाई पकाउन पनि सकेको छैन एक त होइन, मोबिलिटी वाइल्ड छ, ड्यामेज पनि लास्टै दिइरहेछ, स्प्लिट पनि गर्न मिलिरहेछ क्लडले। जी गाइस, सबैजना लाइक हानिदिउँ त केटा। 300 लाइक्स पुगाइदिउँ त गाइस। 30 मोर लाइक्स टु गो। स्यान्डफोर्ड र कास्टरको साँच्चीकै लभ हो र खै यार, मलाई थाहा नै छैन यार त्यसको बारेमा। मेबी हुनसक्छ। स्ट्रिम कति डिलेसहरू स्ट्रिम। मान्छे आउँछ होइन, मास्टर अफ फाल्कनले जित्यो नि। त्यही भनेको थियो यार गिन ब्रोले। तर मलाई त ओनिक नै जित्छ जस्तो भइरहेछ यार, किनकि ओनिकलाई मलाई बिचारा इन्टरनेसनलमा हेर्न मन छ। 1000 हो र खै कति हो थाहा नै भएन। तिम्रो लाइफमा के हो यस्तो किड्स? के भएर लाइफमा के भइरहेछ र? तर मेरो त्यही हो, लाइफमा चाहिँ एउटा खुसी छ कि मेरो लाइफमा छाप्रीहरू चाहिँ आउँदैन, किनकि अरू गेमहरूमा त्यस्तो छाप्रीहरू आउँदैन। मास्टर अफमा आइसक्यो। वेलकम टु द स्ट्रिम है केटा, वेलकम टु संसारमा चित्र जित्ने त फाल्कनले हो रे हो र होला होला। अब फाल्कनलाई एकदम एडभान्टेज छ क्या, एक गेम जितिसक्यो अलरेडी। अब म्याच पोइन्टमा बसिरहेको छ फाल्कन। अब एक गेम जित्यो भने पुग्यो फाल्कन, पुग्यो एमएससी। सम्झाए नि बुझाए नि मान्दैन मान त हो नि। बिचारा जो हारे पनि मलाई दुःख त लाग्छ यार। फाल्कन हारे पनि दुःख लाग्छ, ओनिक हारे पनि दुःख लाग्छ। केटाहरू एउटा मास्टरको सिक्रेट भनौँ कि नाइट च्याट रे? के हो मेरो सिक्रेट? मलाई थाहा छैन, तिमीलाई थाहा हुन्छ होला नि। मास्टर मेरो सब्सक्राइबर कति छ भनिदियो त केटाहरूलाई। कति छ हौ तिम्रो सब्सक्राइबर? मलाई चाहिँ कसरी थाहा हुन्छ यार? थाहा छैन मलाई पनि। कति हो र तिम्रो सब्सक्राइबर? अर्को गेम ओनिकले हान्छ। ओनिकले हाने राम्रो, किनकि गेम 7 हेर्न त मजा आउँछ। तर फाल्कनले सकाउँछ जस्तो लागिरहेछ केटा। प्लिज ओनिक, ओनिक आई निड दिस। आफै छाप्री भएर के भन्यो अरे। ल ल भोलि फाल्कन र 12 पेजको कति बजे? 3 बजे नै होला भोलि पनि। 3-4 बजे हुन्छ होला, कि त 2 बजे। खै मलाई पनि थाहा भएन टाइमिङ। भोलि यता जसले जित्दैन फाइनलमा 12 पेज नै जित्ने होला होइन गाइस? के लाग्छ तिमीहरूलाई? फाइनलमा त 12 पेजले नै जित्छ होला। एकचोटि सेड्युल हेरौँ न त कति बज्यो अब। 20 घन्टा पछि भनेपछि 20 घन्टा भनेपछि त्यही 2 बजीतिर रहेछ। 2 बजेतिर हो है गाइस भोलि फाइनल 2-3 बजेतिर म फाल्कनकै सपोर्टर भयो नि गेम 7 पुग्नु पर्यो अरे पऱ्यो गाइस पऱ्यो गेम 7 पुग्नु त पर्यो फाल्कन मेरो भाइ एक गेम देऊ न त यार उनीलाई खेलिदिउँ गेम 7 हामी पनि गेम 7 चाहियो है केटा हामीलाई पनि all this too humiliated by TLPS in final आयो है biggest TLPS glazer आयो है TLPS ग्लेजरलाई के भन्नु पर्यो ओनिक पिएस ग्लेजर र फाल्कन पिएस ग्लेजरहरूले रुक भाइ भोलि गोडको बलिदान हुन्छ अरे हो कि क्या हो 525 के सब्सक्राइबर गफ हान्छ मुला 525 के अरे पत्ताउँछु सोचेको होला होइन Bro, do you miss OF? Obviously, I'm gonna miss OF. He's the world champion, M4 winner, as well as MSC champion. Obviously, bro, I'm gonna miss him. ओनिक पुग्यो भने चाहिँ हल्का कम्पिटिसन दिन सक्छ है त्यति चाहिँ मान्नुपर्छ अब फाल्कन पुग्यो नि ओनिक पुग्यो नि कम्पिटिसन त दिइहाल्ला नि के थाहा तर टिएलपिएस हल्का नेक्स्ट लेभलमै छ गाइस सो फाल्कनमा प्रिपेयर फाल्कन र फाइनलमा प्रिपेयर हुनुपर्छ दुइटै टिम So, साँच्चीकै हो र पल्स फ्री क्याप एकचोटि नाम सर्च गरौँ है त सेम हो र सेम होइन होला नि त के छ नाम
Luffy Zen tipped 20 rupees. Falcons, 2-game Harda melee 4-2. Jitcha Vanya Haina, Aile Ma Bhagavan Chao. El Masarap Glory Hunter.
तिमी मलाई विदेशको मान्छे विश्वमा नपठाऊ है लाजै लाग्दैन के भने च्याटमा फाल्कन 2 गेम हार्दा मैले फोटो जित्छ भने होइन अहिले म भागे भन्छु हौ एल मासराफ ग्लोरी हन्टर भागेको त हार्दाखेरि भाग्ने जित्दाखेरि यो त्यो ब्रो हो र कमेन्ट गर्ने ब्रो होइन होला होइन के हो मलाई थाहा छैन केटा होइन जस्तो के भिडियो बनाइरहेछ What is this video, man? के यो त ड्रामाको हो कि के हो त्यही हो र गाइज यो मेरो कमेन्ट हान्ने हो र मलाई त हो जस्तो लागेन केटा हो हुन पनि सक्छ मलाई थाहा भएन है स्योर छैन के एउटा रिल हेरिदिउँ न त कसको रिल हेरौँ साउन्ड कहाँबाट गर्ने हो
Idea to prank the teacher. First shot. Since he's bald, he felt the cold water on his head instantly. But when he turned
भयो कपिराइट खान्छ लामो जस्तो त हो लोकेसन नेपाल छ कहाँ छ लोकेसन नेपाल चाहिँ डिस्क्रिप्सन हो र उनी हो लोकेसन कहाँबाट हेरेको तिमीहरूले नेपाल छ भनेर? होला 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 राम्रै हो है मेरो स्ट्रिममा यत्रो ठुलो युट्युबर आउँछु भने त गुड शिट है गुड शिट ओ लुफी तेरो इसेवा दे त तँलाई टन्ने पैसा हालिदिन्छु के हो यार केटाहरूको छुट्टै छ फेरि माछी मार्न जाउँ न दाजु काला पानीमा
They don't.
Well, kasi naman available din yung suyo na ang hirap talagang hindi piliin sa mga ganitong moments. Here we are, match point for Team Falcons. Always starts with the draft. Ang mga games natin, isang beses para tayong umabot sa 20 minutes. Kadalasan ay mga one-sided. Although sabihin natin may mga games na quote-unquote
Nepali one just saw you falls to cap.
And I think dahil yun dun sa mga draft. So far, we have been seeing teams that have the better draft to eventually win.
So here's Super Marco's top 5 heroes picked for the season. Of course, it makes sense. Claude is all the way up there. Moskov is his next in terms of his most iconic.
मेरो बाहिर game start हान्यो last game.
Went down a little bit because we saw the result of the Moskov game that they got earlier. So that's why we put a lot of importance on the trade between the. Take out the Granger, the 4 marksmen that you see on screen. The Claude, the Moskov, the Harith, and the carry. At one point, I thought that we'd be seeing an entire playoff or just Claude Harith. But I'm glad.
माथा सुपर चेट हान्न तिम्रो ब्याङ्क आइडी र पासवर्ड चाहिन्छ रे ओटिपी चाहिन्छ रे त्यो त ए भइहाल्छ नि ब्याङ्क पासवर्ड मात्रै ब्याङ्कको पासवर्ड पनि लिऊ इसेवाको पासवर्ड पनि लिऊ न दिइहाल्छु नि
parang hindi na advisable na kumuha ka pa ng mga bucket strategies dito on core roles. Siguro yung mga mid laners, yung mga roamers, maybe that's where you can go for your cheese picks, but
let's go drafting with mamilang to draft on draft milang let's go.
Getting into their potential last game.
Draft ready गर्न
Here we are, match point for the Falcons. Onic has to show up with a draft to force game number 7.
Expanding reverse.
We're going to see in just a bit. The sides for these two.
Claude ban आइसक्यो मैले सुनिसक्यो
Onic goes blue and they first
कति किलो देखाएको क्या तर खाली मलाई पर्फेक्ट Claude लिन्छ भन्नु
We're expecting Falcons to not give to Severo, but because of the bans, Falcons had to deliver. Fanny, Baksha, and the Freya, Severo gets his Claude.
Okay, so ang mga
Juxin Lin छैन
is the even
There we go.
Now the Guinevere.
Juxin आउँछ होला उनीको साइडबाट तर जुक्सिन पनि गाह्रो छ प्युरिफायरमा खेल्नुपर्छ गुनिभरको अगेन्स्टमा
Game or
तर लिनु पर्ने जुक्सिन लिनु पर्ने हो जुक्सिन
and alam mo Remar, parang hindi natin pinaprioritize sa Onic, but I think this is the game where they can pick it up.
जुक्सिन र खाली के हार्डली जुक्सिन के हार्डली आउँछ
pangasabay nga naman sa isang Guinevere
हार्डली आउँछ होला guys
and has good synergy with Claude. Siguro yung Eves will always be a problem, but they can always go for the Valentina here if you're
Onic
and Zushin. So Zushin
kita Khalid, kita Khalid.
Probably the Leomore is their next pick.
Hardly kita
Or
Khalid.
maybe Alice kung gusto nila nakawin, di ba?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the Valentina, and it seems like Onic want to go for full dive. But there's the Leomore.
Oh, Leomore one na my list.
There's the Kalea.
Kalea, play it safe either Carlos Gatot. I think the Gatot would be good because there's a lot of dives. You get that taunt and the revitalize as well.
Alright, so Harith yung ibang
Valen the leader no.
Kasi magic based yun. So pwedeng ipiliin yung iba. But Moskov is the better option kung sakali para may late game options din sila dito for Falcon.
Thank you so much for your spirit like Moskov. Okay, not bad drop.
Yung Tricore ang pinakita ng parehas nating teams dito. Well, they're not technically Tricore pero gold. Tapos mid lane and then the jungler.
Roam EXP for
Ban ki
both
Roam ra XP. You decide with Roam ra XP.
Brutal in the second phase of the draft. You remove Gato, Hylos, Kalea, all of those heroes that have our holy trinity of revitalize / healing. And then you're left with the damage ones. The Kali, the Hilda.
Chip ban.
And then the Cho.
Chip ban.
Okay,
Chip Khalid ban.
That's 2 picks for both teams. We're going to be starting with the bans. That is Yuzhong. Alright, that's Yuzhong from Falcons. The respect from the team. Para din na magpapalakas nila yung kanilang turtle fight. Para sa Onic, ang kanilang tingnan din dito is the possible roam options din. Like the Gatot Kacha na magiging problema para sa isang Claude.
XP
There's also
ban
that
to.
Sora factor for both teams. At dahil mauuna yung Team Falcons.
XP ban ko dyan. Tiris la ban, maybe
Onic
could dimax
magbalik
all na.
Sora eventually.
Kalia ban
I think Onic will probably look at the roamers and Falcons might look at the EXP laners here. 'Cause even if they
Drop
get
pretty good on the last card, well, guys.
Oh, no, yeah. No, yeah, it'll be really good. Yeah, Onic is ban off the Sora.
Oo, pero may option din ng Valentina dito para sa Onic. Pero alam mo yung
Alord the ban
Sora,
dun,
pero
Dukko.
hindi gaganda yung composition nila.
Dukko, Alord the ban dun.
It does make sense on the counter perspective. But we'll see.
Kawa yung Leomord dun eh.
That's right. So Falcons, I'm still seeing Sora 4th pick para sa kanila, pero meron din namang option ng Alice on their side.
Yeah, so
Elis ban on the Elis most well
man.
man. Elis on Zola.
We've always said balance would be
Khalid
really good.
Elis one,
But
Khalid ban.
even more so now, I think it's warranted Onic can just go full dive.
Best of what? Best of 7. This is the 6th match. So
Khalid gets banned out here for Falcons, one of the multiple roamers that we mentioned earlier. So if Falcons ends up, or excuse me, Onic ends up banning either the God or High Loss, and then that's going to be bad for them. So I think they want to float those two open, so that just becomes a trade in the roam.
Yeah. So, speaking of roamers, meron bang chance na ang Guinevere dito will be the roam?
Yes.
That happened before?
Yeah, that happened before, but okay. Sorry, twisted minds, but
Gartic ban all over. Yuran 1,000 la. Gartic
I'm not gonna yuck their yum. It wasn't for me.
Okay. So
Oh, yeah, Atlas.
The ban here for Onic. Fourth pick para sa Team Falcon. Sora looks really good here para sa Falcons.
Okay, would you rather get the Sora or get the Alice so that Onic doesn't get it?
I'd rather go to Sora kasi madami siya na-achieve dito pag dive na rin everything. If they want a neutral pick, yung Hilda nandyan pa rin available para sa kanila. Okay siya laban sa isang okay siya versus the Claude. Another option is Blue, another flex pick yun. Pwedeng maging EXP, pwedeng maging roam. At nakita naman natin kung gaano ka-impactful si Ogwin sa pag-control ng river with that glue.
Oh yeah, what if they just pick it up as the red 4 pick and then it's a flex if ever?
Blue
Then you can just adjust it.
But that will mean Alice para sa team, sa Onic Philippines, I mean.
Yeah.
What team pick
Blue
for
kita
Brusco?
Hilda.
It's indeed the Hilda.
Still flex.
Still
Chip
flex.
video, Brusco chip
What a pick up.
Okay.
It makes it so much harder for Onic to
Dito na
lead.
lang. Chip.
Yeah. But
Chip ki Gartic wala.
They want to. At the same time,
Chip
may
Kialos,
lapu-lapu pa
maybe?
na hindi naman din
Kialos,
magkakaroon ng
maybe?
problema dito sa Hilda. I think the lapu-lapu is a great addition para sa Onic. It has the dive that they need. Yung Alice, tingin ko magkakaroon na ng konting problema dito because of the presence of the Hilda in the Moscow.
Yep.
And the knockups coming out from the control coming out from both Eve and Hilda. Even Guinevere.
Chip ki
tingin ko,
Gailos, ni
lapu-lapu na
Exima
pinili ng
Elis
Onic
wala.
Philippines. And the Gatot Kacha
Lola
probably.
Blast,
And
Lola.
there it is. That's the Gatot para sa side ng Onic Philippines.
And then they showed their revitalized roamer here. Ogwin can just wrap it up with a high loss.
Yeah.
Wrap it up in a neat little package.
Still go for the Alice.
Ooh. Yeah, the more you're talking about it, I was thinking maybe the Lapu-Lapu would have been
X
a
na
little
kill
bit
ito.
better.
Yeah. Pero isa naman to sa mga na-consider din natin kanina.
Yeah.
For sure.
Teris
A
lang.
very standard
Teris
pickup.
like
Oh,
Sura.
yeah. They go all dive, by the
Teris
way.
like Sura.
for sure.
Teris like Sura.
So, revitalize makes a lot of
Yes,
sense here.
it has to be high loss, the glorious pathway.
Teris like Sura.
Pwede rin yung i-keep nila yung Hilda dun sa may gitna, sa may row, and then pick up an Arlot actually. And they
Bro, what
themselves
the
pick up the
f...
Lapu-Lapu.
Di Gan masti करतो
Alam mo,
Mac left.
I think this is pretty even. Parehas na teams na may
Gano
malakas na
mas siguro
lineup. The
to,
dive coming up from Onic is impressive. It's gonna be up to execution. I feel like this is a pretty even
Gan
draft.
masti करके डालतो.
Match point for both. Super Fam, Onic needs your support!
GG यार guys.
Falcons, one more game!
Cool.
Who is going to move forward? Is it Falcons now, or are we going to go to game number 7?
Let's go, guys.
Let's go!
Here we go, match point right now for Team Falcons. Onic looking to equalize once again. It's been that way throughout the series. And here we are. We have one side of San Juan Arena just hoping that the Super Fam can get it together and make this happen with the draft. And Team Falcons on the other side, man, they are loud and ready to see their Team Falcons make it to that grand final.
Yeah, it's quite scary for the Sonics because
every single game, the red side has won. And it's always been the Claude, but the Claude is on the blue side now for Onic.
Oh, even despite us finally seeing the Guinevere in the hands of Falcons.
Finally.
It's a not so same combo as well from what we were asking to see from them, because you don't really see the Kalea, you don't even see the Arlot, not either.
Yeah, where was it? Where was my Kalea? Where's my good comps?
I don't know, man. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, if this was a Kalea instead, would that end up being better here? But I think, you know, Onic knew what they wanted to play around with, and they decided to go that way. I think this is comfort, at least for the most part, against Super Prince on that Jushin especially. Whoa, that's a lot of early damage, though, from Ogwin. This is what we usually see with a Hilda. Mind you as well, throughout this map, the way this is going to go is that early aggression and rotation that Team Falcons can bring, but also expanding rivers comes into play with having this Hilda on your side too.
Which is amplified by the fact that almost all heroes on the side of Team Falcons wins the roll-to-roll matchup. Like you have the Lapu against the Alice, you have the Eve against the Zushin, and then the Claude, the Moskov versus the Claude.
Yeah, and overall,
game it.
Open can do so much in the early game compared to Brusco, who probably has to wait a bit more for the team fights to break out. And now you're seeing Falcons position themselves first early on before this first turtle spawns.
Yeah, that's one of the things this Hilda roam lets you do. You're so aggressive. You can poke down even the opposing roamer.
Oh my god, Falcon a lot power.
King Kong got to try to make this happen, but look at the wall he's got to go through.
Yep, it's Flap blocking the way alongside Ogwen. They find first blood on Brusco, and Kirk, he has no way to run, had to burn that flicker just to survive.
Yeah, Onic tried forcing their way into the turtle pit, but again, there's a Hilda. You know, this guy's a walking prior.
The Purify was gone!
Oh my god, Kyle! Wow, and Purify bait गर्न मारेको.
This is why you wanted to see. This is why you wanted to see the Guinevere.
No, Falcon restarted down back to regular form, season form.
No, he did use it.
Because he got knocked up, but not from the spatial migration.
Yes, Savero purified the stacks from the Gwyn, but then a Spirit of Misery pushed him back for the combo. I didn't know that worked that way.
Yeah, me neither, but then Kyle here in danger. Onic finds the kill! The AOG! Making sure that Open went down too!
Hey, the super fan able to find two.
This is what you get when you give all players all their comforts.
Yeah.
It comes down to execution battle. No macro, no outplay. Well, actually, a lot of outplaying.
Yeah.
It's just about pressing your buttons.
Let's
just let them press buttons. You know?
That's just press buttons. You know, if analyzing was that easy, Midnight, I don't think any of us would have a job.
That's true. That's true. You know? But again, this is like classic Falcons mode, right? Like when they feel like, okay, we're near the finish line, right? Even though this team likes macro so much, there comes a point in their career where it feels nice to brawl a bit, you know, just be aggressive. Especially, I remember S13 Grand Finals, Liquid versus Falcons. Like both teams had a mutual agreement. We just brawl, we just fight, no macro.
And that was during a time when the meta was very different, and it was so macro.
It was so macro.
Like, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, ever since it's changed, and it's been a little more team-fight-centric, a little more brawly. Yeah. It's been really a refreshing.
Too early.
One went in though with the Raiders fighter. Mike can punish here. Kirk going in two with the Throne of Ruin, but the sustain from Flap, it's crazy. Lab Shaker on two, and he's still alive. Uses the Flap, but goes down to the hands of King Kong, whereas Kirk holds down three members all by himself.
Meanwhile, the whole time Super Marco was just pushing in. That looked like an awkward fight, and didn't seem like Team Falcons was sure on how they wanted to go, but whoa.
Oh,
AOG!
Kyle might have just wanted to look for a trade there, but those are tanky members of Onic that he found.
Yeah, this is the same thing as the one earlier, the Alice and the Gato combo. Now Ogwen has to move out.
King Kong has a Phantom Steed still. Falcons
Okay, maybe Falcons need to reset a bit. You know, the skirmishing brawly idea isn't really working out for them. The RWM came out too early from the Eve, and it allowed Kirk to just go punish
Wait.
online.
Yeah, there was
Yo,
no guaranteed
Gintan.
follow-up whatsoever from that. And
Yeah.
even if they did flush them out of the turtle pit, okay, hold on, Severo gets knocked back again.
Oh, he goes back.
BMI, and a bit
Ay,
help
sige,
from
King
King
Kong
Kong
ba din?
now.
Yeah, good thing King Kong was
just
there.
Monday, King
Great
Kong.
response from Onic.
Yeah.
They gotta keep Severo alive to go ahead and continue to farm up on this Cloud. He's gonna be pivotal for them to make this work. Brusco's gonna pick up a Radiant Armor first, locking in his first item though.
Yeah, just want to be able to sit on top of the Alice, maybe poke some of the members here on the side of Onic, because it feels like there's no angle anymore for Kyle. These jumps have always been dealt with by the
Cloud ko 100%
the
win. It's like
AOG
it
as
Onic
well
Cloud
as the
pass on
threat of the Throne of Ruin. Now with the Oracle, this changes.
Kira, swap jana, make sure to like this stream, like or subscribe, and the guys swap
in the
jana.
middle of the fight, but still they have to be worried about the damage output coming out from the Gwyn. And then the Lapu. That means Super Marco has a lot of weight on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's the case for both gold laners, honestly, at this point.
Yeah.
And, you know, Marco is maintaining about a 600-700 gold lead ahead of Severo right now. That was also part and due for him just staying on the other side of the map while that last turtle broke out. And the turtle's going to be up here on their side this time. Last one of the game. They'll fight through for it, but you can already see, you know, Flap's there, Marco's back on the other side to prep up for that exact moment. And so, again, if they don't keep control or tabs on Super Marco,
Marco is splitting hela
he's going to go ahead and continue to put pressure.
Yeah,
Most
Marco
likely take it down
land
to tier 1. Might be the trade for this turtle here.
Yeah. It seems like they're not going to fight this. Onic have complete control over this turtle pit, and they will secure the second, or actually the last objective of the game. I barely realized that there was already 3 objectives that spawned because of this brawly team fight heavy game that we've been seeing that feels so fast-paced.
We missed one, sorry, we thought of 3 turtles.
Okay.
Okay, he burns the flicker.
Beautiful 4-man stun that we got to see from Flat, but it won't really convert into anything.
Nice all there, Haji.
Super Frisk gets caught in the RWM!
Haji's looking for another MVP performance. They're going to fight it out
Yo,
here on the
Ramri
bottom
ho, yo,
side.
Falcon live.
Kyle does pick up a winner
Moscow le
crown,
farm
but
par
man,
nikal
what a start and a push from
Matic
Super
turn back.
Marco.
Man, team
Nice,
Falcons,
Falcon
Haji
live.
with that flicker. Onic overstayed a bit. They could have gone mid, but because they stayed for bot lane, they had to wait for the next wave, and then Team Falcons just went for the punish because they know all the space in the world right now is everything for them. Now they allow Super Marco to farm up and take towers. Look at the gold. Super Marco is heading to that point.
Nice punish.
You had to have it happen if you're Onic.
Yeah.
You had to take out Haji, man.
Yeah.
They knew he didn't have a flicker from the last fight.
Yeah. Just before that, Kyle stole away the purple buff from King Kong, though. And he's the one doing a bit of catching up in terms of levels. Surprisingly, for Team Falcons, even though they're ahead.
Yeah, Kyle a little bit behind. Gets concentrated
Me
energy
too,
though.
Yeah.
Wings are flap.
It's all about Super Marco at this point. It's all about Moscow late game. Onic, they still have advantage when it comes to head-on collision. Team fight 5v5 is still very good for their side, especially with the AOG and the Throne of Ruin. But Team Falcons, they have a specific way of playing this game. It's all about the split pushes. It's all about the pressure. And it's all about holding Onic down with this real world manipulation coming out from Haji.
Yep. Lord up. Oh, Severo.
Late game time taram isa Falcon ko.
Oh, Super Friends! He gets caught alongside Brusco.
Stream speed 5 ma खेलेछ हैन पनिस हान्दिहाल्छ फेरि काइलले.
Falcons are just so decisive whenever they see a target. It's always Haji laying down these perfectly timed RWMs.
Yeah, again, Onic getting distracted, losing the important sites. Sticking together is what makes them a super family. And because Team Falcons is able to split them up with the pressure on the top side, they get to find pickoffs.
Oh, Flap jumping in.
Flap.
They're gonna force the fight.
Okay. Severo will be here anytime soon, though. But
God,
gets
Mario.
taken out first! And
Brusco
now,
Mario.
they also fight Brusco!
GG Falcon.
King Kong and Severo!
Falcon जान्छ सकेडा हो MSC Paris जान्छ Falcon.
Team Falcons fought for the Lord. They got a couple bodies and the objective.
The super family is crumbling down. Disconnected plays from Onic Philippines. And now Team Falcons gets to capitalize. They're the ones who are grouping up.
Oh, Severo had to dodge that. Falcons are just pushing forward. Another RWM Super Prince 2. You going in with the
nice
punish. Flap might go down first. But
Onic
it's Onic
nice engage.
making sure that
Onic
they
nice
come
engage.
back.
Onic, Onic. Oh, teammate to air, King Kong. Oh my.
But King Kong finds a double just in time. Kyle will try to run away using the retribution.
Kyle ko second iron more. Nice one, Onic.
See what I mean?
Onic chhai keda game ma chhai Onic achhe game ma chha.
Wins together. Onic with the perfect layering of spells. AOG into the throne of ruin with a blazing duet from Savero. Finishes down Falcons.
They overstepped. They soared too close to the sun on that one. They didn't have to go in and make this
every time
happen.
game
Look what happens to Falcons.
Oh my god.
From Super Friends, forcing Falcons to react. And
King
that
Kong
gave
backline
the
guy,
clear
no,
sign,
mid
the
to.
clear way for King Kong to go to the back
Action
line.
Yeah, this whole sequence again, man.
Tera
This
dino.
is a proper fight for Onic. You just group up, layer your skills together. It doesn't have to be against the Moskov. Doesn't have to be against anybody. Pick a fight, pick a lane. You go for the play. That is what Onic wants. And Team Falcons has been splitting them up.
Oh man, what a beautiful team fight and defense.
Yep.
Onic found themselves in, giving them some breathing room into this game because if that was more of a
Pay
disciplined approach to Team Falcons, just take the tier 2 out, you got a Lord, great, you know, you got this lead building up, then it wouldn't have been anything much for Onic. But after that
every
team
time
fight, now you set yourself up for the next Lord in about a minute.
Yeah, because Onic and their rundown capabilities are no joke, I feel. Especially
Pala
if Falcons
sutna sa
already lose their box. Because at that moment, I feel like they've already expended majority of their resources that could have been the advantage for them if they were able to force the fight in their terms, but that was not the case. Onic knew that they no longer had these key resources, so they just kept running through them.
Yeah, again, this is where the push and pull starts, right? For Team Falcons, the way they start the fight is you split them up first. You split up the family, and then you go for look for SOD plays, RWM, and then the combo with Kyle to dish out the necessary damage and find look for pickups. But for Onic, it's as simple as pick a target, pick a lane, let's go and fight. So this next objective, this is big for both sides. For Falcons, top lane control is of utmost importance, but for Onic, they can just look for a brute force.
Yeah, let's see what they end up doing here.
Moscow दुखान जगह Onicलाई
side, of course.
Yeah, the nerves.
Yeah, the nerves there.
The nerves. Especially after that fight.
He looks so calm, but he's 100 plus BP.
एउटा mistake
you're gonna hide it.
MSC miss.
You know, again, they're facing this
एउटा mistake भने MSC miss हुन्छ
potential
Onicको.
game to get sent out of the playoffs
Gamble
here
लिन पनि
now.
गाह्रो छ Onicलाई.
This Lord is here.
अब
Supermarco
दिन्छ
still on
Marco
that top
pressure.
side. This could be a massive team fight
Gamble call
to
लिनुपर्छ
break out
Onicले
for this
अब.
Lord. With the entrance
Lord
of
को gamble
Supermarco
call
and
लिला
the
छ
help of the
Onicले.
Lord here, they're going to go ahead and full commit.
Gamble call लियो.
They're already somewhat half HP!
Kyle लग्यो GG.
Oh my goodness,
GG.
the timing of the land shaker and the retribution from Kyle!
Onic सक्यो.
Brusco might be going out first, but Kyle fighting a two-man spatial migration. Could it be
Cork.
enough though? Onic already rumbling. Kirk going
Super
in.
Super win
He's
गर्यो
trying
GG.
to sustain
सक्यो ल
as
Super
much
win
as he
गर्यो सक्यो अब.
can. But you see them fall
GG get out
by
GG.
one.
Marco's too good with it on the Moskov, and Onic loses a fight that they needed for the Lord.
They didn't even use the Purify on Supermarco. He committed to go
I think this is it,
inside
guys.
the fight. He
Fuck the
knew there was nothing left on the tank of Onic.
घुसको आउँदैछ.
And Kyle with the jump as well. Now they're
सक्यो
looking
क्या
to break the
गेम.
base of Onic.
घुसको आइरहेछ.
They have the Lord with
5
them.
सेकेन्डमा मिनिन आउँछ
Severo
Onicको.
has the blazing duet.
Onicको मिनिन आउँछ 5
But
सेकेन्डमा.
what would be the
मिनिन.
call? It's a 5-man attempt from Falcons. They're gonna try to
Defend
work
defend
on
मेरो भाइ.
Brusco first. Back to
Nice
Steve.
one. Ogin मर्यो.
They find the kill on Ogwin. Falcons are not gonna force
Oye
it.
super.
Service comes in with
यो
the
run मध्ये
beacon,
super
and they're gonna
fish.
find Flap. King Kong's unstoppable.
The Super Fam stays
Super Finle गर्दैछ
alive.
केटा. Super Finle
They're
गर्दैछ.
fighting with all they have.
You gotta split up the map. But
Marco
inside
ले
the
pressure
house
दिइरहेछ कि split
of
हानेर
Onic,
wildले.
it's kind of hard to split up the family. Team Falcons, once again, they have to do the setup. They have to play for the next Lord fight. But Onic, again, as you've said nicely, they stay alive. It comes down to execution. Again, same story. Top lane is the name of the game for Falcons. Moscow things, but Onic, they're looking to brute force.
Oh, man.
Kirk is getting bursted down. Gets to escape though. He'll be okay.
God, 1 HP
And they
बाट
lose the real world manipulation.
Oh, that's a big resource.
They got it out. There's still plenty of time for the next Lord to come up. Haji will have it available. Some of the flickers as well for Team Falcons. Crucial here. Onic, though, give it up to them to be able to keep holding on into this game when Team Falcons has secured 2 Lords and was knocking on their base.
This is going to be a massive team fight for this next Lord fight. Everybody will have everything. All the battle spells, all the items, the buy-in cells. I mean, our robes are kind of still poor in this game, but they have all the things that they need, the revitalizes, the AOGs. Actually, just the revitalize, that's just one.
Yeah, man, jeez. It's one of those games where despite all of it, again, what's on the line here? Team Falcons, I think they're playing a little messy trying to approach the base because they see what's in front of them, man.
Yeah.
The grand finals and a trip to Paris for EWC 2026.
कसरी खेल्ला छ यार ओनिकको प्लेयरहरु त
Yep. And time again, for every lord, for every
यो गेम हार्यो भने
objective,
त
it's been
आउँछ
the
यार
same
कसरी खेल्न
template.
सक्छ
Put
यार
Marco on the other side of the map, let him join the fight. Last time it worked out, he jumped
सबैहरु
right
रनमा
in,
58 मा
following
छ
through the
हर्ट
SOD with the wind of nature.
रनमा
Well,
त्यसलाई
now,
बाल छैन
maybe Onic has a plan for that.
Yeah, and what better way to exemplify this entire idea of enduring legacy if not by bringing back this entire Titans of MLBB era, or if not, an evolved version of it. But Onic are going to put forward, they do use the conceal. They just scout a bit of information though, as to where Falcons are currently positioned at.
It's a reset on top side though. There's no minion waves there.
You're gonna have to reset Lord at half health here. Look at Kyle's positioning. He
What the fuck?
Is actually gonna go for Flap.
No, Kyle.
Flap was the option actually for
Lovely
this
to
one. King Kong! They get enough space to work on the Lord.
जित्छ होला Falcon.
The SOD is gonna go in.
Falcon ले जित्नै पर्छ
Brusco, and they find super
एउटा
Prince.
पिकअप लियो
Brusco still escapes with the AOG, but Falcons, they find one in exchange of the
के भयो
Lord.
Oh man.
सुपर विंग मर्या तर ना यार लर्डमा के गर्न पाउँदैन इजी क्लियर हानिन्छ मार्कोको ड्यामेज हेर न
This Lord, they're gonna clear out the turret.
रनमा
But
त्यसरी
it's gonna
मार्को
take some time to do it. Team Falcons, numbers advantage, but I don't know if they can finish it. There's still a wave in
गेम
mid.
हान्न आइरहेछ क्या हो
They're gonna go
फाल्कोन
for it. Super Marco waiting for the wave on bot. Team
बट
Falcons,
रेड जान्छ बट
they
रेड जान्छ
can't let this one slip through their hands again.
सुपर विंग छैन गाह्रो
There's
पर्छ
another
सुपर
wave
विंग बिना त
But Haji picked
Bot
up
to go
a
turret.
winter
Tintin
crown
boy
just
Onic
now
online,
too.
Go back out,
No, they
just
gotta
the
reset.
turret.
Okay.
The most
टिन्टिनी गयो यार
disciplined
फाल्कोनको गाइस
choice
टिन्टिनी
that Team Falcons make so far with the Lord takes here. Everybody in San Juan Arena is on the edge of their seats right now.
Yeah, things are getting a bit messier for both sides. The Spear of Misery landing on Super Prince couldn't flicker out, but even then, Kyle with that spatial migration caught in a very weird angle. And because of that, Onic had enough time to just burst down the Lord. And Team Falcons, even though they lost the Lord, they wanted to go for the punish because of the numbers advantage.
Make sure to
But now
like
we
this
go
stream,
to a
like
full
and subscribe and
reset.
guys. Lovely
Again,
game भइरहेछ यो
same thing. It's now a map reset. Both
Make sure
teams
to
will
like and
have
subscribe, guys.
everything by the time the Lord spawns. Fortunately enough for Team Falcons, they were able to take out the tower on the bot side, so they still have Lord Prio.
एकछिन त ओनिक हारेछ सोचेको यार कलले
Like Kyle just did not get the
Super Prince
set he
मर्यो
was looking for with the spatial migration, and that was not a team fight.
Yeah.
That was in their favor,
Marco
but they
against
still
Dylan,
end
yeah.
up making something happen out of it.
Yeah, honestly, that engage from Kirk, I kind of took my time trying to process because it was a Throne of Ruin just on Flap. But the thing is, Flap is the guy to go in first, so it was quite understandable if you look at it from that perspective.
Yeah.
And along with Flap were the other members surrounding him as well, so he more or less blocked off whatever Falcons could have done just because of that single Throne of Ruin flicker play that Kirk did. And Onic were just so quick to work on the objective as well, so these were just really good calls that the Super Fam have decided to make now that we're approaching the 20-minute mark of the game.
Yeah, this is, I honestly feel like this series, this is the perfect point in the game. You know, it's game 6. Hopefully, maybe we get a game 7. I don't know, but this has been a slow-cooked meal throughout the entire series. You know, very one-sided games early on. Game 1 and game 2 gets a little more even through game 3 onward up to this point where it's anybody's game down to the next Lord and it'll be evolved.
Yeah, and you look at the heart rates on the players right now. Team Falcons, as a lower average,
like around
I might
90% game
because
Falcon
again, they do have Lord prior, they have all the advantage in the world, the slow push as well, having the Moskov.
Base turrets down.
Yeah, base turrets down, but Onic, they still have a massive team fight advantage as long as they pick the right targets and they go at the good time. The Team Falcons, again, they have this perfect Lord setup nobody from the side of Onic can actually just brute force their way in. Oh, never mind. Super Prince is correct. They find an angle. They force the Lapu ulti.
Wait, yeah. He used the Bravest Fighter
They see Severo down bot.
backwards, but Falcons, knowing that, are still gonna try and exchange blows with Onic.
Okay, okay, they've done this against Aurora. They forced the 50-50.
Okay.
It's going to come down to the 50-50. They got everyone here half
Lord,
health
lane
on the
पे से
Lord
last
for
है
it.
Onic like
Kyle potentially looking for
my
a
God,
It goes for a reset though.
bottom lane too.
Bottom lane's going to be pushing.
Lord
Someone from
Falcon.
Onic has to go deal with this.
Marco?
Team Falcons
Marco,
knows
keep back
this
to dance. Yeah,
advantage
Marco
that they have.
What is Marco gonna do? Okay, okay.
Okay. It's, this is the push and pull.
Kyle?
Oh, Lord, Anto.
Oh my goodness, Kyle! He's gonna find one.
What
The
is
SOG2 is
this?
gonna land. It's gonna be super for
Okay,
something.
good,
Unfortunate first kill for this sequence. Onic using
bro.
the AOG still to re-engage. They're going in for the full commit, but that
The
might
base.
not be what they want. The minions are coming in the base, and they've already lost 2 members. Ogwen going in with a flicker. They're still gonna try to cut them off, but 3 members of Onic have made their return to the base.
They're down 2 members.
Severo?
Team Falcons. Severo goes in.
Kirk chasing as well, but he gets knocked up, and the violent Requiem finishes him off. King Kong, can he do this alone?
GG guys.
He's got him. It's Severo with immortality. It's over.
Falcon to the MSC guys. EWC MSC. Oh my.
Redemption in their hands.
Congrats Falcon यार. Congrats यार. Wait, किस गाना को
More than a year of being stuck on the ground.
Congrats यार Falcon bro. GG यार.
Towards the grand finals, and to end.
Get out green or spam at them guys. Green or spam at them. Congrats to Falcons.
A Titanic
Congrats Falcon and nice try Onic Pierce. Nice try.
This so high to look for the clash of
Congrats
titans in the strongest region.
GG
in
यार.
MLBB.
EWC slot
As
shake
they
today Falcon.
soar and secure the tickets to Paris.
Team Falcons fought hard through the regular season to this point through the playoffs.
Nice game यार. Super खेलना गाह्रो भयो
They
PvP
felt
मा
the
नहाल्दा
defeat
PvP
of a
खेल्नु
sweep
पर्छ
against
Tuesday.
Onic, and they come back and
ठीक
win
है यार
an
guys.
amazing
Congrats यार.
series
Falcon
to punch
last
that
round खेल्यो यार.
ticket.
Upper bracket मा 3-0 हान्दा पनि Falconले comeback हान्यो lower
Against the
bracket मा.
final boss of MPL Philippines. And yes, they've secured the tickets to Paris.
भोलि
but the
TLPS guys.
job's
भोलि
not
TLPS लाई
done
फेस
for
गर्छ
Team
Falconले.
Falcons.
GG's to Onic Philippines for making it this far and for putting up such a
केटा
great
के
fight,
Onicले राम्रो try गर्यो
a
केटा
great
हेड नहाल्नु
series
एकअर्कालाई हैन.
overall
राम्रो खेल्यो
that we've
Onicले
seen
पनि.
between them and Team Falcons. This season, for this new version of the Super Fam was no joke. Severo introduced himself
Nice try yaar
strongly,
Severo.
and
Nice
he
try.
stayed
Onic.
that way all
Nice game, man.
throughout.
Oh man, again, the nature of competition, the
Comment the
nature
wild
of
with
this
it.
tournament. You have to say goodbye to some teams. And unfortunately, it's for Onic Philippines, the Super Fam. One hell of a season, though. The first team to bring in an import into the MPL Philippines to have an amazing run. Severo, I think he just won the hearts of many,
Nice
many
game, man, guys.
Filipinos here
Yeah,
in the
guys,
Philippines
yeah,
and just fans around the world. The Super Fam should be able to hold
ल
their
guys
head high
यति नै गर्नु पर्ला हैन.
on this
भोलि चाहिँ
note,
TLPS
but you
भर्सेस
know
Falcon
damn
हुन्छ हैन.
well they want to come
New
back
offer.
next season stronger.
ल नाइस ट्राई यार Onic PS अनि कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन टु Falcon है. EWC मा फिलिपिन्सबाट दुईटा टिमले रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्छ अब Falcon एन्ड TLPS है guys. So nice try Onic. एकचोटि इन्टरभ्यु सोधिम न त के भन्छ.
Come back from a lot of games, but unfortunately, the road of Onic Philippines will end right here.
बिचारा डिप्रेसनमा छ यार.
Now, Brusco, nakita ng lahat.
Brusco,
Nilaban yung game.
everyone saw how much you fought for that game.
Para kayong dumaan sa butas ng
GG,
karayo.
depressed.
Late nights. It feels like you've been through too much.
डिप्रेसनमा छ हो ब्रुसको.
Message mo
What is your message to your teammates?
Messages teammates ko, grateful ako kasi
My message to my teammates is that I'm grateful because they were my teammates, and I'm
King
proud.
Kong ओए रुन लाग्यो क्या King Kong.
proud ako sa kanila.
ओए
I'm
प्लिज
proud
यार
of them.
King Kong. नाटक गर.
Lagi akong tutulungan sa mga
That they always help me,
ना यार King Kong.
and that we always help each other.
grateful talaga ako.
And that fight is something to be proud of, Denise.
And
Grabe, puso at tapang.
There's a lot of heart and bravery.
Emotional here right now, super fans.
It's very emotional here.
ओए
now.
किङ कङ त साच्चीकै डिप्रेसनमै छ त यार ना यार किङ कङ
Are you sa boys?
प्लिज यार ब्रो Oh my
Alam kong
god.
it's very heartbreaking for you.
I know it's very heartbreaking.
Silver linings. Grabe yung pusong pinakita nyo.
किन सबजना नाइस ट्राई किङ कङ भन्छ यार कम ब्याक स्ट्रङ्गर यार किङ कङ साच्चै यार यो यस्तो फिलिङ यार अस्ति डिप्रेसिङ फिलिङ हो
How proud are you
Ano,
of your team?
super proud ako sa team.
I'm
kasi
super proud of my team because
sa regular season, walang naniniwala sa...
from the regular season, no one believed in us.
ओए रुइरहेछ यार किङ कङ
We made it here, so I'm super proud.
Now Savero.
Now Savero,
Savero, I would like to congratulate you dahil grabe yung pinakita mo for your first season here in the MPL Philippines. Marami. Everybody here is so amazed with what you've shown. What do you want to say to all the MPL super fans?
अस्ति ओनिक अपर ब्याकेटमा वार्म अप गेम जित्दा उफ्रिनेहरू खाइस सबेर नम्बर 1 गोल इन फिलिपिन्स रे खाइस भोलि अब कोर्टको 10 बलिदान
Makasih buat yang kalian.
अरे वाइल्ड भन्दै त यार लुफी लुफी गेमिङ यार थ्यांक यू सो मच फर 5 के हो पाउन्ड हैन थ्यांक यू सो मच है लुफी चाहिँ
Semua karena hasilnya nggak sesuai
थ्यांक यू
ekspektasi.
सो मच अति हेट कमेन्ट दियो त यार
Makasih buat semua yang udah dukung.
चिल यार थ्यांक यू यार
Maraming salamat po daw sa mga sumuporta at dumating.
thank you so much to all the supporters.
Salamat rin sa
And
MPLPH.
thank you so much to MPLPH.
Salamat rin po sa
And thank you so much to the Onic PH who continue to believe in me.
Let's give them a big round
नाइस ट्राई ओनिक नाइस ट्राई कम ब्याक स्ट्रङ्गर यार फुल सपोर्ट नेक्स्ट सिजन पनि
You may now take your final bow.
ओ भोलि हेरौँ मजा आउँछ नि केटा हो टिएच र फाल्कन दुईटा अपर ब्याकेटको टिम नाइस ट्राई यार किङ कङ नरु यार मेरो भाइ कम ब्याक स्ट्रङ्गर यार ल गाइज आजको लागि यति नै गर्नु पर्ला ल अब भोलि भेट्नुपर्छ गाइज फाइनलमा ल